in the world. Hello there, everyone, and welcome to the AIPX Cup day number 1 of this, I'd say, rather unique event. Now, I'm so excited for this, and I'm joined here with your two casters for the first series of the day. How are you both doing, guys?
I am super excited starting the day off. My bad, Triple M. We probably should talk about we're gonna do that side there, but no, I'm super excited. It's we got some teams that I think we're gonna be keeping an eye out for. But I like kind of with the format. We got some teams I'm gonna be excited to see how they kind of come together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because, of course, this tournament, it's not just any old tournament. You can't sign up in your team. You can't sign up as, let's say, Snowy and To Die For. They can't sign up together.
Right.
There's no. You have to split things up evenly. Of course, the rules are, you need a rank S or a rank S player, and then they choose a rank A player, a rank B player, and optional to have a rank C sub. So you get plenty of variety in each team. And of course, with that, I think that's going to give a lot of players a chance to take the spotlight when maybe they might not get that so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's interesting about this format is the fact that we get to see players like To Die For and Snowy finally potentially play against each other, right? Like, that's going to be exciting. So hopefully somewhere down the line, we get to see some actual teammates, have a bit of rivalry in between the two of them.
Yeah, how do you think?
I was just going to add on that. I just really like, with the format, we get to see things that we don't normally get to see. And you had mentioned also, as far as kids, maybe some people getting a chance to shine bright in a spotlight where they're not normally getting that chance. So I'm going to be excited to see who steps up and kind of how this thing breaks down as we get a little bit later into today and into tomorrow.
Yeah, this bracket is absolutely stacked, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got the teams such as Balotelli Tubbies consisting of To Die For, and then we've also got SSN also waiting for the other round 1 upper bracket matchup. And for either of these round 1 matches, you don't want to run into those teams, do you, Triple M?
Yeah, no. It's very, very difficult with the To Die For and Snowy fact on both those teams. But listen, there's 2 other players on those rosters, and you're in with the fair shot because at least they're not playing together, right? So as much as it's not an ideal matchup, the spirit of this competition should, at least inspire some sort of, try hard Rocket League. I feel like this is an opportunity for you to get that 1v1 potentially against a player that you perhaps look up to and want to play with one day. This is a great opportunity for everyone to get involved. And I think it does level out the playing field a little bit, if you ask me. So yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, you have to play against the best and you have to beat the best to prove that you're the best. So I think it's a good thing,
Of course. Yeah. And yeah, sorry, Q, I was going to pose you a different question, actually. I was going to ask you, how do you think, obviously, with the format of each team, how do you think that this might maybe change? You might have one slightly higher level player. Do you think they might end up being more of a hard carry or sit behind their teammates and sort of just make sure everything stays clean at the back? What do you think that sort of dynamic will be?
Well, I think that's also where it's going to be exciting, where we had talked before, where sometimes we might get the chance to see some teammates going against each other, whereas before they can kind of rely on one another. Now they are going to be in where that kind of, in some other games, they call it like that IGL role, right? Like where you're having to call the shots. Am I going to have to be the one leading on the front? Am I going to have to be the one making sure I'm rotating back because my other 2 players are playing a little bit more aggressive? And seeing how quick some of these teams can kind of gel together. And not only that, but when they face adversity for those players who are going to get leaned on maybe a little bit more than they're used to, I think it's going to allow for them to kind of cut their teeth in a new way, which is exciting to see for the region, honestly.
Yeah, I think this whole tournament is exciting to see for the region. We're seeing the SSA region in Rocket League growing quite a lot. And I myself, I only started casting in SSA, I want to say something like January last year. And I was sat there thinking beforehand, I was like, SSA? And then I started casting it, and all of a sudden I've fallen in love with it. And I hope that Q and Triple M, I hope you both feel the same way. You've fallen in love.
Yeah, I mean, my introduction to Rocket League was very much just, straight into the deep end, casting some SSA games. And honestly, I've fallen in love with some of the players, some of the teams, and just the narratives, the rivalries that go on within the scene. And I think one thing that has been a really positive thing up until this point in SSA Rocket League is we're starting to see a lot of the pro teams in that top tier circuit get a lot closer to each other. And, tournaments like this help the lesser players to get opportunities against those top tier pros. It helps them to even play, in some cases, play with those top tier pros and be on the same team as them. So hopefully this is a great learning experience for a lot of these players and a great opportunity for some of the lower tier players to drop into that S tier in the near future. So yeah, I'm hella hyped and I love SSA.
Yeah, I feel like when you talk about it too, right? It's one thing when you have some of these open brackets and the newer teams, they're playing against the top tier teams, but it's the 3v3 and it feels a little, obviously it's nice to get that chance, but in this situation with the mixed rosters, like you said, now you're getting to play with them, learn from them, while you're also still getting to have that high tier Rocket League. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm also extremely excited. And speaking of rosters, let's maybe have a look at some of these. We've got some of the favourites for the tournament. We've got Balotelli Tubbies, consisting of To Die For, Physics, D-Money. Now, that immediately screams to me as one of the top rosters in this tournament. It's To Die For, right? You can't really argue with that. But then there's also the other, I believe, second seed would be SSN, Snowy, actually Nuke, and Shiny. Now, I don't know which of these two teams. I personally, I don't think I know which I prefer, but Triple M, I don't know if you maybe think one of these teams is perhaps stronger than the other, or if they're both sort of expected to go the entire way.
I think, To Die For is widely regarded by a lot of people as the top player in SSA, if not top 3, right? Like arguably. So I think for me, he's just got to edge it. And that's no disrespect to Snowy. Snowy's doing his thing. He's fantastic, ice in his veins and all of that. But I just feel like To Die For is going to carry, and I feel like he's going to be the difference for the Bello Teletubbies. And I think personally they're going to edge it. But, it's pretty unpredictable. So it's a hard one to call.
Yeah, Q, do you have any other thoughts on that one as well, or?
I think when you look at, it's hard to not lean towards the it's hard to not lean towards the Bella Teletubbies, right? Just as far as when you look at it from the big perspective, but I think knowing the way that this tournament's working with the mixed rosters, I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe get into that semifinals and maybe getting caught by a team by like Limit, but I do see them running the table for those first couple of rounds, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with the undeniable talent of some of these top tier players leading their rosters. Some other very notable teams, if you actually look further down the bracket, we've got Freelo as well, consisting of Shadow Hunter, the coach for AIPX Gaming. If I'm not mistaken, he'll be playing on high ping for this tournament as well. So he is widely regarded as a very top level player, but how do you think that ping might maybe disadvantage himself and maybe the rest of his team throughout this tournament?
Yeah, I think it's just, when I look at the entire tournament and I look at the entire bracket as a whole, it's something you have to factor in. I think on both sides of the bracket, you've got players who, like I said earlier, are going to be in situations where they've never played with this caliber of player before, or they maybe have, but not as consistently as they would like. And so that's going to mix things up a little. That's going to cause teams like Balotelli Tubbies, teams like SSN to potentially go out a little bit early. And we might see some upsets. We might see some teams go through that we weren't really expecting. So it's a hard one to call. And I think that's what makes it so exciting. That's what makes us so thrilled to be a part of this.
See, sorry, Gio, I've cut you off again.
No, you're good. I was just gonna add on because I was curious because you're talking. I didn't want to take your job from you, but I wanted to ask Triple M a quick question because you mentioned maybe seeing some of these teams like Bella Tubbies falling out earlier. Is there any team that you're looking at as maybe like real dark horse so that like no one's really paying it for attention right now?
It's a little bit hard, but I think listen. 60% Moz with Kino on it. He's potentially could be the player that really kicks off in this tournament because his mechanical ability will now be in full flow. He'll have full license to express it because obviously I think it's fair to say he's the best player on that roster with Modzy and Joshi accompanying him, right? So the fact that a lot of the pro players are now the center of attention and will probably get a lot more time on the ball, it makes teams like that Moz roster really, really good. I think another one you could say is 100 milliseconds too late with Drew, Sethi, and Sweaty Clarence, right? Like, I think that roster could potentially cause a few upsets, just, glancing over the bracket. But I don't really know who else, comes to mind. I mean, I'm sure there's a few others, but those would be my two picks.
Ooh, I've probably got a couple of dark horse picks here, and maybe the aforementioned Shadow Hunter, I'd say certainly goes in on that list. I think he is one of the most talented mechanical players in this entire tournament. Yes, the ping might not help, but it also you've got to take into account he does just have that raw mechanical ability, and ultimately in a format like this, I think maybe the mechanics on these pro players might be the deciding factor. As it's all well and good being solid, but you're the pro player, you're the one being looked up to, you're the one that needs to make the plays for your teammates. And another one I'd like to point out is Limited. Samic is a very high level player, that's so I hear, so maybe that's also another dark horse. But enough about the dark horses. I know I gave you prior warning, but how do you think this entire tournament is going to end? Who do you think will take the crown at the end, Q?
Ooh, you know what I'm going to look out for is actually the team that you had just mentioned. I kind of talked about them a little bit earlier. I see Teletubbies getting pretty far into that semifinals. I think Limited off the back of Samic seems to be running off quite a bit of momentum right now. The codes for espionage. Don't be surprised to see them turning some heads and really making a show today.
Yeah, I think for me, it's definitely got to be Teletubbies, although, again, that's just because of To Die For, right? And that's no disrespect to the other two players on the roster, but, they got one of the best players in the country to team up with them, so they hit the jackpot. And it's hard to ignore that. You got to put SSN up there as well, just because of Snowy. But in terms of other teams, I have to agree with you guys. Limited. I mean, Samic is, I believe he's an SSL, and he's a global player. He's a coach as well, so he has very good fundamental understanding of the game. And Clever Rabbit is on that roster too. Clever Rabbit, I was actually watching him the other evening in the Metal State tournament, and even though his team got knocked out quite early, I think they put in some really decent performances. I mean, they were exceptional in, some moments. So specifically Clever Rabbit, I think, is a really good player, and Limited could be a team to watch out for. I personally wouldn't put them as my sort of big dark horse, but it's a good shout. It's a good shout.
I think too, what I really like is thinking about the whole, because Samic, I mean, he does have that coaching background. So when you're working with some of the newer players in the region, trying to build that chemistry quickly, that might be something that works in their advantage too,
Yeah, I think that's also something that I think maybe attracts me to the option of Freelo, Shadow Hunter, of course, Apex's coach. A similar situation to Samic over at Limited. Is that experience of being able to be that more supportive figure during a series. Maybe things get a bit intense, and it's that ability, because one of the most underrated aspects of being a coach, right, is not only do you have to have superb game knowledge, but you also have to know how to manage and make sure that things don't boil over. Otherwise, it doesn't matter how talented a group of players is. You see it all the time over in EU or NA. It doesn't matter how talented a team is. If the vibes aren't there, things sort of don't go as well as maybe people on the outside would think. And some other honourable mentions for me would be this combobulated with Blackstar leading the line with the Motti and Ferdy in the team. You've got Meet Your Makers with Eli, Fatal and Mercy. Some dudes with Friction, very solid in a 50-50. He is maybe not the flashiest, but he is an extremely solid player. But I think I'm going to have to agree and make this a unanimous tournament prediction and say Balotelli Tubbies will take it. I think To Die For mechanically will just be able to blow it, just explode. He will just get his rhythm going and, well, away he goes. But enough about the tournament predictions. We've got this specific matchup, LeBron James against Drew Haters, with Karma, Dillawave, and Barriers against Among Us, Gold Ninja, and Coffee. Now, I'm going to leave this one to you, Triple M. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I'm going to have to slightly edge it to Drew haters because I think just overall as a roster, they on paper look like they're going to be the better roster. But obviously Rocket League isn't played on paper. It's played on grass. Well, technically it's played on a PC. But anyways, LeBron James, they've got Dillawave, they've got Karma, and they've got Beerus, who I think is also a pretty decent roster. And Dillawave and Karma are two players that I quite like watching. And I think they have the talent to potentially turn an upset. But for me, it's got to be Drew haters.
Oh, absolutely. And Q, I wonder if you share the same opinion or if you're going to throw a spanner in the works here.
No, I mean, honestly, I think for me, anybody who knows me, I just based off the name, I'm kind of known as a resident LeBron James hater. So I can't vote for them now. I got to stick to my guns here, you know? No, I do think it is going to be a close. I'm going to be excited to see how this plays in as basically kind of like a play-in game, right? So I think both teams going to be really trying to get off on the right foot. I do think it's going to be a close one, but I think Drew haters is where I'm going to have to lean as well.
Now, it's interesting you mention voting against a team because of their name. That is something that I do very frequently. And that also tends to backfire for me quite a lot. But I am going to agree with your both of your takes, and I'm also going to lean on the side of Drew haters. I think that just as far as my limited knowledge of the sort of SSA bubble scene goes, I think there's just that more notable name in there of Drew haters. And at the end of the day, it is that experience. But for these lower level players, it's all about not getting intimidated by your captain, so to speak. And hopefully, with any luck, we get a very tight matchup. Although the desk has obviously been completely unanimous, hopefully we get a close game. And maybe any final closing thoughts for either of you? I'll start with Q.
I mean, while I am going to lean towards Drew haters, I mean, I do think it's going to be a close game. I don't want to say that I'm not expecting that, but we kind of touched on it a lot. Maybe we're really excited to kind of look at a couple of different aspects from a couple of different teams. One, some of these players who get to now kind of star into that or shine in that star role, but also some of these new players who get an opportunity to really start to make a name for themselves. So I'm super excited to go and get on down into it.
Yeah, and for me, listen, I think this game is going to be very close. I did say Drew haters earlier on as well, but I think this game is going to be very close. I think we're going to see lots of goals both ways. And because these people haven't played together for an extended period of time, we can expect to see a lot of mistakes, I would say. So it's going to be fast-flowing, attacking Rocket League, hopefully, right? Hopefully teams aren't conservative and trying to take the pragmatic approach. So I'm predicting some attacking Rocket League, and I'm predicting a very chaotic game between these two teams specifically.
Well, chaos, in my opinion, is the best way with Rocket League, right? Sometimes, I don't know if you guys ever have it playing ranked, but the best way to attack is not knowing what you're doing. Because if you don't know, then how are they meant to know? So that's my approach when I'm attacking. And I mean, it got me far enough. So hopefully, with the chaos that we hope ensues in this next matchup, hopefully this will allow maybe some creative freedom for all of the players, as I believe we're just getting the lobby sorted out. So we are apologetic for the minor delays that we have right now. I'm sure we'll get this one started in due course. But maybe with this chaoticness, and you want attacking Rocket League, do you reckon it'll be just an aggressive, high pressure sort of your BDS sort of style over in EU, or do you think it's going to be a situation where it's very mechanical, more like your moist? I'll leave that one over to Triple M.
I don't think we'll see the highest of level mechanics. I think we'll leave that to the Snowies and the To-Die-Fors of this world. But I think when you're looking at a player like Amogus, you're looking at a player like Dillawave and Karma, and even Gold Ninja to a certain extent, you can expect a very decent level of mechanics. But I don't think it's the best quality we're going to see in this entire tournament. I think this is just a nice starter, right? It's just when you go to a restaurant and you order a full course meal, this is the starter. This is just a nice thing to get your palate adjusted to the meal that's coming up. It's a nice warm up, I feel, and I mean that in a very positive way, not in a disrespectful way. So yeah, I think Amogus, Gold Ninja, and the third player on Drew Hater, sorry. They're going to give us a good show, and so will Dillawave, Karma, and Beerus on LeBron James. I just don't think it's the best we're going to see yet.
Yeah, I think Triple M. I think the big thing that is, like you mentioned, not only just with the food, but it's like when you go to a concert, right? This is the opening act. This is just to kind of warm up the crowd and get things going. We're gonna be getting, as this thing's later, obviously more into the main event, things getting down in the nitty gritty. But it looks like our teams are starting to get loaded up, starting to get ready to go. So it looks like they're just about ready. I know I'm ready. You guys?
Yeah, I'm pretty much ready. Just trying to get this lobby situation sorted out, but I'm good to go.
Well, I certainly, for one, am ready. And as you say, a nice way to kick off this tournament. And I'm going to leave all of you viewers at home in the capable hands of Q and Triple M. Take it away.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff as we get into the AIPX Gaming tournament that has been eagerly anticipated for quite some time. It's not a format that we're used to, obviously, with certain players not being allowed to play with their traditional teammates. It is a different, sort of mix of tiers here, and that's what makes it all the more exciting. We're going to see lots of chaos, lots of bumps, and hopefully lots of goals. Q, talk to me about this upcoming game.
It's going to be, I think this first 90 seconds is going to be really interesting. When we talk about even just an RLCS play, right? That first game is kind of that feel out, but now you're not only feeling out your opponents, some of these teams are still kind of trying to feel out their teammates as well, trying to figure out how that chemistry is going to come together. I think as far as seeing if either of these teams is able to at least try and put a little bit of additional pressure, I think that's going to be the most important part of this early part of this first game.
Absolutely. So we've gotten off to quite a quick start here. A demo coming in and Amogus scrambling across to try and get a touch on that one in the orange half. It's now Beerus who takes it the other way, and Amogus again with some very busy in the defensive half here early on. It's Karma now looking to take it the other way, and so far not really any teams in the opening sort of 35 seconds yet taking any notable advantages, although it does look like a bit of an attack is starting to mount here, but it's kindly thwarted by the opposition. It's another demo coming in. That's the second one of the game so far. So very physical and very, very chaotic so far, which I'm loving. We just need more shots on goal as Dillawave takes it the other way.
Yeah, we're seeing that very early tug of war here. It does look like, though, we're seeing from the team of LeBron James, they're playing a little aggressive, which could work out in their favor. But, we've already kind of seen a couple times where if Drew Haters would have been able to get just a clear and then even just a one extra player outfield, they might be able to use that aggression to their advantage, trying to get the cross, but nobody's going to be there as far as for LeBron James. And quickly now Drew Haters here trying to see if they can turn that defense into offense, but you can see Karma very quickly has opposite plans. Oh, that's going to come off the backboard.
Oh, that was a close one. That was a very close one early on. We nearly got a goal. We're almost at the halfway point of this game. And to your point, I think you summed this game up perfectly so far. And it almost feels like it's starting to open up now. It's still a wave going up. It looks for a flick. And a great save by Gold Nature, matching the mechanics of his opposition counterpart. Now it's Beerus looking to put some pressure on, win some good 50s. We know how good the Finnick is in terms of winning 50s. Practically OP. It's practically a cheat code in terms of 50s. And Dillawave with a nice shot. Actually, it was a pass. He was looking for Karma, I believe. And he's messed that one up, and it will go the other way.
Yeah, we do see, though, now the demo off of this corner here. And I think they're going to try and see if they can flip this pressure, though. Even being a man down, we can see, though, Dillawave back on this side, tries to go for a cross. Not sure if they were expecting a teammate there. We do see Karma tries to at least play on the back end to at least avoid this going the opposite way, but that is going to go off of the nose of LeBron James' hood. And that's going to be our first goal in the game here for Drew Haters.
Yeah, a very awkward touch there for Karma, and then Beerus in an awkward situation to challenge that one. It's a great shot from Amogus there to put it into the back of the net, and it's a 1-0 lead here for Drew Haters, but dare I say it, they haven't looked very convincing. I mean, that was against the run of play. It's a good shot from Karma off the crossbar, and Beerus scores to make it 1-1, and the lead is evaporating in a matter of seconds.
I mean, technically, at this point, LeBron James has scored two goals, right? Just unfortunately, one was in their own net, but very quickly finding the equalizer here. That's going to be big because sometimes those own goals can be very deflating. So to be able to bounce back that quickly, even the playing field here, going to be intrigued to see, though, as far as from the side of Drew Haters, because it feels like LeBron James has been able to do a really good job of dictating the pace of the game for the most part.
Yeah, although, a great save by Beerus on the touchline, and your point is absolutely spot on. It's Beerus now carrying it all the way across, does really well, and I think he ran out of boost towards the end there. It's now Karma continuing the good work of his teammate, and that's off the post, and LeBron James really showing up here in a big way. I'm not going to get used to that team name for a while because I can't stop thinking of the actual LeBron James, but anyways, it's Gold Ninja now with a nice pop-up, and he looks for follow. Can he get the second touch? It is. Ooh, it's a goal, and a Mogus with a great follow-up.
Yeah, Mogus does a very good job kind of following on the backside. You saw there was going to be a second touch. It looked like potentially coming from Dillaway, but Amogus able to get to the ball first, even before Barrios can get a nose on it as well, and they're going to be back up by 1.
Yeah, it's very quick goals here, very quick responses from both teams. Leads don't seem to last that well based off the patterns of these first few minutes. It's Amogus with a great touch in, and Gold Ninja. Oh, that would have been a perfect shot, but he is thwarted by the LeBron James defense. It's still a wave now, looking for a touch. Gets a friendly nudge from Coffee there, and Amogus will now take it the other way with 0 boost. What can he do with an empty tank? Not much is the answer. It's Gold Ninja now holding it up, and it's a good shot from Coffee, and just over the crossbar, but I guess we'll call it a pass because Gold Ninja receives it perfectly.
And very much how we saw Amogus do on that second goal. We're going to see Gold Ninja do something kind of similar, right? Sits back and is able to just find that little space there to be able to put it up in that upper part of the net. And now a 2-goal lead, 1 minute and 17 seconds left. Really looking for the squad from LeBron James here to try and find an answer.
Absolutely. It's Beerus with 0 boost now, and Dillaway marginally missing that one on the back post. That's one he should be putting away. Usually a player of his quality would be able to put those away, but it's Coffee now carrying it the other way. Gold Ninja continues the work, and well, Q, this is heating up, man. This is like 55 seconds to go, and I don't think that, Drew Haters are out of the woods here because LeBron James still posing some threats, but despite having a leaky defense, I think they've been relatively, troublesome going forward.
Yeah, I think as long as they can maybe just clean up those rotations just a hair bit, we're seeing that they're doing a good job of, just keeping that control on this. Delawave unfortunately shoots just a tad bit wide. Unfortunately, I think they would have had the clear net. Otherwise, Delawave trying to get back, but ends up putting it into his own goal there, and that's now going to be Drew Haters up 4-1 with just 28 seconds left.
Yeah, that's a tough one against the runner play again, and the benefit of having a comfortable lead is you get a lot of counterattacks because obviously the onus is on the opposition to try and get back into the game. And for LeBron James, it's not working out the way that they imagined. So far, the casters and the host are right. So far, right? Things could swing in this series, but with 18 seconds to go, it's inevitable that I think Drew Haters will take this first game. It's Beerus with a bit of a whiff there, but it's okay because Dillawave is here to save the day and looks to carry it across, but unfortunately it won't be enough, and the consolation goal, the second consolation goal for LeBron James is not coming. A third, actually a fifth, sorry, from Gold Ninja. Oh my word.
Oh man, as the time expires, Gold Ninja has that nice center up, and then just to get it right back to be able to avoid the save from Karma. 5-1 in game 1 here for Drew Haters.
Yeah, and I just want to say it almost feels like Drew Haters, like they've been playing together for quite some time. They don't look uncomfortable at all. I mean, they both obviously scoring 5 goals, but more impressive, getting 8 shots on target and limiting LeBron James to half that, which is 4. Dillawave not able to get any of his touches towards the goal, unfortunately. Beerus with 1 shot, Karma with 3. Talk to me about what went wrong here for LeBron James.
Yeah, I think when you just look at it, I think part of it was you mentioned the leaky defense in a couple points, and Drew Haters, I think the big thing, you had mentioned how it seems like they've been playing together. It's not just the cohesiveness, but it's like those passes are on point. We saw a couple times those players from LeBron James looking for those crosses and no one being there, right? And I think that's kind of a couple things that kind of really stood out to me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with that too much, and all I would say is that, to add to that, Drew Haters look a lot sharper. They look a lot quicker and more reactive to things, and just as a team, the synergy seems there. Now, their first goal did come from a counterattack, and I think we need to qualify the statement by giving some credit to LeBron James, because I thought they started well, right? I thought they started well, but after conceding that first goal on the break, it all seemed to fall apart there. So hopefully we see something a little bit different from them going into this second game as we wait for the lobby to get set up, because I tell you what, I want a competitive series of Rocket League here, and I think everybody at home agrees with me as we await for the kickoff of, I think this is game number 2. So a 1-0 lead for Drew Haters in the series. And here we go, lights out. And it's a very awkward kickoff here. And Omogus with a cheap goal, a very, very cheap goal, but he won't care. South Africa's biggest troll makes it 1-0.
Yeah, that was tough. You can see the back defender tries to go to the corner real quick. Karma was trying to get that boost, but since this, that little cheeky kickoff went the way it was, easy little just straight down the pipe. 1-goal lead already here for the side of Drew Haters. I'm going to be interested to see what kind of response we see from the team of LeBron James, because you had talked about they had a good start. It just kind of felt like they kind of let the momentum really start to weigh on their mental as well. And it would be hard. It would be easy to see them easily getting that, oh, here we go again, like sort of situation here. Yeah. So I want to see how they respond.
Absolutely. Mentality is everything in Rocket League. If you can't get your mental sorted, it doesn't matter how much mechanical ability you have. You always come off second best. It's Beerus with the ungraceful touch there, but it's still away with a great recovery. And now it's in the path of Omogus, who will take it the other way and give chase. We're virtually uncontested here. This is looking dangerous. It's a ball in, and Coffee makes it 2.
Man, and again, this is what you had mentioned after game 1. This is like the kind of ball movement that we have seen that makes you just think, have these guys been playing together for a while? I mean, the pass is on point, the rotation's on point. We're only 43 seconds into game number 2, and they're already up by 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's tell me about it. They look very, very cohesive here, and I wonder how much of that has to do with LeBron James just not showing up, or maybe we need to give more credit to Drew Haters. Maybe they're just that good, but who knows? I guess we'll have to see. It's Beerus now who gets demoed from behind by Gold Ninja, who has to go back and collect some boost as Amogus goes for a very flashy play on the front post there. Unsuccessfully, of course. It's still a wave now, looking for a touch, and it's turning into a half-court game of Rocket League here, because it seems like LeBron James can't get out of their own half at the moment. And Coffee with a great touch here, using all of his boost to try and make something out of that attack. And again, another interception, although Karma with a great touch, forcing a good save out of Gold Ninja. And a bit of pressure here from LeBron James would be absolutely fantastic. But it seems like they just can't get the ball out of their own half at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if this is because Drew Haters was able to kind of, crack the code on Team LeBron James here early, as we see Amogus bang from distance, now putting them up by 3, because, not to kind of, beat the same point over and over again, but LeBron James looked like they were dictating that pace early in game 1, but since that switch has been flipped here by Drew Haters, it's been their game, and everyone else is just playing in it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a good read there to get that shot off. You got to take advantage of even, touches that seem normal at some of the lower levels. At this level can get easily punished, right? When you're playing out from the back and you kind of bang it into the path of the opponent, that could easily turn into a goal. Amogus now looking for a setup, gets a nice little touch, but unfortunately can't finish it off and forces an awkward save out of Beerus there. Now it's Coffee with a great touch in. Gold Ninja will do what he can with this, and unfortunately not good enough. A friendly nudge, and it's all going wrong for LeBron James. How did they not concede there?
Yeah, I really thought, especially with the bump, that they were going to end up conceding one more, but now we do see them trying to push now over to the Drew Haters side of the pitch. Is Delaware, but it's going to be a beautiful save from Coffee here, still allowing the shutout to stay alive. We're 2 minutes and 30 seconds in, halfway through. It's 3-0 here. The question is, will LeBron James be able to find the back of the net? I thought Karma might have been able to drive that home, but I think just got caught up a little bit too much on to Goldfish here, and I feel like this is where that frustration might start settling in, and if they aren't able to put one in here, but Dillaway just backs it up. That's easy, and that's going to be goal number 1.
Yeah, he needed that. Couldn't register those shots on goal in the first game, and I think that's his first of the second game. Dillaway, a fantastic player, but, there's just a few things holding him back from getting into that next tier, and him getting that goal will give him a world of confidence. Sometimes you need that friendly little nudge across the line to make you feel okay. But it is still 3-1, so the deficit is still there. Omogus with a great setup and a great clearance there from Dillaway. Very confident, not hesitant at all on the backboard there. And all of a sudden, there's a spring in the step of some of these LeBron James players. The question is, can they turn it into a comeback, or is it just all in vain? They need to pick up some momentum here. 1 minute and just over 50 seconds to go. A great setup by Dillaway there, not really followed by his teammates, and unfortunately that attack doesn't lead to anything, although great touch here. He pops it up for Karma, who gets it off the backboard, gets demoed midair, and Beerus unable to do anything with that. 0 boost, unfortunately, and this is going the other way I don't know. Has this been a more impressive second half here from LeBron James?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we're starting to see a little bit more fight out of him here. But even with that being said, it just seems like every time they throw a different sort of curveball at Drew Haters, they're just able to knock it right out of the park. Unfortunately, though, double committing to that ball off the glass, neither of them able to drop that thing down. But now just 70 seconds left. Every time it seems like Drew Haters gets control of the ball, they're able to keep it over on this side of the pitch for quite a bit, whereas not quite the same story for LeBron James stills.
Yeah, and with 60 seconds to go, just a reminder to everyone that the winner of this game will probably not be very happy with their prize because of the team they have to face in the next round. But, you know, it's part of competing, right? You got to beat the best to be the best, and that's just the way the bracket is set up at the moment. It's great demo by Karma. It's now going the other way. Gold Ninja gets a good touch, but gets bumped and disrupted. It's now Amogus with a dangerous shot, and Karma with a great save. I don't know if that was a friendly touch across the line or not. Either way, LeBron James won't care. 26 seconds to get perhaps a second consolation and make this a little bit nervy for the last 20 seconds or so, but it doesn't really look like a goal's going to come here. Despite us giving them praise. Ooh, it's Coffee with a shot, and almost out of nowhere. Goal. Yeah, that's it right there. That's 4-1. I think that's a GG.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I mean, we see just Coffee being able to go the distance, puts it just over the hood of Barrios here as well. And I mean, as much as you were trying to find the back of the net in your own right here for LeBron James to see if you can pull something off in the end, I think right now you just got to try and hold the mental. And hey, you know what? Reverse sweeps happen. Let's just try and see if we can pull it off in 3 through 5 here.
Yeah, and I also want to point something out. I mean, we have seen a couple of demos in this game, but someone could correct me if I'm wrong in chat. I don't think there's been more demos in this game than the last one. So the element of physicality has kind of dropped off a touch here, and the intensity, as you know, Drew Haters continue to dominate, it seems like the intensity is fading away as we wait for the ball to inevitably hit the ground here and send us into game number 3.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those situations where game 3 could be a little tricky, just in the sense you mentioned kind of letting that foot off the gas, right? Potentially seeing where they know they've got this 2-game lead. They know they can kind of, you know, almost feel like they've already gotten into that next round, but momentum can be a very, very dangerous thing in Rocket League. So I would definitely suggest that they continue to stick to their game plan and not try and wait for a game 4 or game 5 to close this thing up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, just on the point about momentum, Drew Haters have now more shots in this game 3 than they did in that game 1. 12 shots and pretty well spread out, although Amogus with 7 shots, 2 goals, and assist, and no saves because he didn't have much defensive work to do. And on the other side, LeBron James, it's a complete contrast, basically only getting the 4 shots, 2 apiece for Karma and Dillawave, and Burris having a very quiet day at the office. So yeah, it's looking a little bit rough for the LeBron James team, and you would hope they would live up to their namesake here, but there is no GOAT tendencies going on here. I do want to say, though, what would you change? The question I would ask, I suppose, is what would you change if you're LeBron James? What are you saying to that in that Discord right now to try and get them up for this game 3?
I mean, I just feel like I don't know if it's within the communications themselves or if they're just a collective of 3 very aggressive players, but we're often seeing where there are leaks into their defensive zone when they're trying to press up too much, which just leaves things wide open for Drew Haters. Maybe try and take a little bit more of a defensive approach. I know it's hard to say when you're down by 2, but it feels like they're trying to push the pace too much. You do want to move with a sense of urgency, but moving too fast is also a bad thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that third man on the halfway line, just patrolling, you know, the halfway line and making sure that you don't get caught on the break is pretty important. And as you said, difficult to do when you're down. It feels counterintuitive to be a little bit more pragmatic when you're down, as you say, because you need goals. But perhaps that's the approach they need to take here. Definitely, they need a watertight defense because at the moment, even if they do kick on, there's no guarantee they'll score more than Drew Haters at this rate. It's Karma now who looks for a touch into Dillawave. Very confident start here from LeBron James, but can we see it progress further into the game? That's the key. They've started well, I want to say, in 2 out of the 3 games we've seen so far, but just haven't been able to transfer that performance into the second half. And more importantly, haven't been able to take a lead and sustain it, right? the one lead they took got evaporated in a few seconds. So I'd like to see a little bit more, control and balance and really just them getting ahead of that momentum curve. And as Karma goes up here, looking for a touch towards the middle, it's a nice second touch there. Dillawave lurking and circling his prey like a vulture. He gets demoed. He's been sent to the ER, but Burris will try to continue his good work in his absence, and to no avail, although that's a bad whiff there on the front post and goes unpunished. So far, looking good, and this is a good setup from Karma. Looks for a touch off the backboard, and this is a virtually uncontested shot by Dillawave, and he's made a bit of a mess of that one. I don't know if I'm being harsh, but he should be scoring that one.
Yeah, that one definitely feels like a missed opportunity. And, if this was game one, it's not such a big deal, right? But you are in a situation where you've got to capitalize on every opening that Drew Haters gives you. We are going to be seeing a demolition here from Dillawave as this comes off the backboard. It looks like that's going to be Karma just a tad bit high. Burius may be able to keep this thing alive in the offensive zone by winning that 50-50, but Dillawave knocked away by Among Us here. We might be able to find an open goal, but that's a big touch right there from Karma. Keeps things knotted up at 0 apiece. Burius also has the demo that gives them the man advantage as they try to push this thing up into that Drew Haters zone. You can see he does get sent across the way. Burius not there for the touch. Amogus tries to at least see if they can clear this ball, but not going to be able to do so. And we're going to be seeing Dillawave just a tad bit wide.
Yeah, agonizingly close to scoring there, wasn't he, Dillawave? He's not having the best of series in front of goal at the moment, and you almost start to feel sorry for a player at this level when they're really struggling to hit the net, especially if it's some easy opportunities or opportunities that they would otherwise expect to score, although that's a dangerous ball in by Amogus that nearly troubles the keeper there. It's Gold Ninja with a good pass across. Amogus will carry it and use all his boost to redirect that towards the goal, and Karma will calmly take that the other way. But can he manifest some karma in the form of getting goals and getting some revenge on the opposition? It doesn't seem likely at this point. But again, good start. Good start from LeBron James. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and the inevitable goal on the counter is scored by Gold Ninja. It's almost as if they've got a script prepared for this series, and no matter what happens, you must stick to the script.
That one's on you, Triple M. That's that caster's curse right there, talking about how things are going, and that pushes the distance. And this is where it's tough, right? Because then we look back to that missed opportunity on the other side of the field. This should be tied right now, but instead your next goal just knots things up. But there it is. Dillawave finds themselves to respond so quickly.
Yeah, you see that shot there, yeah? That's a finish. Great shot by Dillawave. It's a fantastic shot. The awareness to be in that situation and in that position to take the shot firstly, and the awareness to just see that there's no one in goal. That's what you need. And that's the sign of a player who's still alert. So LeBron James not switched off. They're very much still in this game. But how long can they stay in it? They've got back into the game. It's all even, Steven. You've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds to rectify the wrongs of this series so far. There we go.
Yeah, then that happens here very quickly off the pass here from Coffee off that corner wall. And again, from rotating back from the midfield, it's something that we have seen from Drew Haters so much. And I do want to reflect back to what we were talking about, looking for LeBron James, trying to play a little bit more defensive. Those are the type of opportunities that they could look for. They just haven't been able to capitalize. And now they're down by 1 with just 2 minutes left.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just running through the match stats this time around, LeBron James are actually currently have more shots on goal than Drew Haters, despite being 2-1 down. Just, fun fact. So I do think they are playing well here. Just minor lapse in concentration on defense has cost them as usual. But there's signs of progress. Burris here gets demoed, and it's all left for Dillawave, who makes a big mess of it, but gets a good recovery. And wow, desperate times call for desperate measures. But LeBron James survive and live to fight another day with just under 90 seconds to go here. Dillawave with a whiff there. And that was a great opportunity. You almost felt that a goal was coming if they got that right.
Yeah, and it goes back to, you had mentioned so much earlier where Drew Haters feels like they've been playing together. It almost feels like those passes are what they're connecting, whereas LeBron James, we're seeing not going to be able to do so. Amogus gets a very beautiful save there. Or sorry, yeah, Amogus was a beautiful save, trying to see if they can flip the field here now at this point. But, I mean, right now, still, LeBron James needing to find the back of the net just to force overtime here. And every time we've seen Drew Haters have that goal, whether it's one goal or a couple, they're always able to really shut things down in the last minute of the game. And there it is. Gold Ninja finds themselves another goal. It's now a 2-goal lead. This is tough.
Yeah, I mean, Exhibit A, it's unfolding right before our eyes. It's a 3-1 lead for, I want to say, the third consecutive time in this series, and they might extend it to 4 with 49 seconds left to go. Worrying signs for LeBron James here because I don't know. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's a good goal for Karma.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, this seems like we have a game on our hands. I was going to say that I wanted some clarification on whether or not this is best of 5 or best of 7.
Oh, this is a best of 5 here. So right now, your backs are against the wall right now. If you're LeBron James, so being able to find that goal gets you down just by 1. You still need to find another one here. So if you can keep that pressure, you had mentioned earlier, this is the first game where we've seen LeBron James out shooting Drew Haters. They're not going to be able to shove that thing in that bottom corner, but you can see Dillaway with a touch here. Burius, I thought Burius was going to keep a touch to keep it in the offensive zone, but not going to be able to do so. Gold Ninja passes it over to Coffee, who puts it into the back of the net here and re-extends that lead to 2.
Heartbreaking. That's all I can say. Very heartbreaking. LeBron James, they progressively got better throughout the series, and unfortunately, it wasn't good enough to match Drew Haters. Coffee with a very good shot there to make it 4-2. And I think we can pretty much call this one a GG at the moment. And despite their good performance, it seems to all be in vain here for LeBron James. And again, this is what makes this format so interesting. They're not out. It is double elimination, so they will drop down to the losers bracket, if I'm not mistaken, as things currently stand. So it's not the end of the road, but it's seeming pretty. Ooh, that's a goal, but too late, I guess.
Yeah, a little too late, unfortunately. And you mentioned it is double elimination, right? So I mean, your tournament isn't over here. But I think what's tough is, especially there, you have put a goal in as time expires, and you look back throughout the course of game number 3 at a couple of those missed opportunities. And I think when you see it, just how close this was, can't help but feel that in your heart just a little bit,
Yeah, I completely agree with you. So we're going to throw back to the desk and give it back to our host.
Well, that was certainly a series that went somewhat along the lines that we predicted. Chaos is certainly the word that I would use that would sum up that series. I mean, did that go how you vaguely expected?
I mean, I called it to be tight. I think game number 1, I think what we saw when that big lead kind of jumped out for Drew Haters was just a little bit of the frustrations as kind of things unraveled, but it was a close game throughout the rest of that. So it was close. I did expect LeBron James to walk away with a game or 2 though. So I'm going to be intrigued to see how they bounce back in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not shocked that LeBron James lost, but I am shocked that they didn't keep it a little bit closer on the scoreboard. In terms of the actual performance, Q is 100% spot on. They really did start well in majority of them games, but they just, for some reason, couldn't carry that over into the second half, and the pressure became too much, and it almost feels like Amogus and his crew had a little bit of extra practice time. So I would like some, maybe do some digging later and try to find out what the story is there, because they definitely look like they've been playing for quite some time.
It was certainly sort of maybe not reflecting of exactly how I thought it would go. As you said, you thought they'd take a game or 2, right?
Right.
And Sweet maybe not sort of enough justification for how close this series actually was, with the games being 5-1, 4-1, and 4-3. Certainly by no means a thrashing. And as you say, the lower bracket is there ready and waiting for LeBron James. It's not over yet, but it's certainly far from ideal is definitely the way that I would put it. So, I mean, it certainly should be not the end of the road for these guys. And, I mean, Drew Haters, they've got a tough ass themselves playing against Balotelli Tubbies in the next round. So,
hey, congratulations! Here's your prize.
Congratulations! Play the number 1 seed. It's certainly not maybe the reward for winning that they'd like, but maybe it's a chance for them to maybe put up a fight against Balotelli Tubbies and maybe try and make a name for themselves in this tournament, as the next series that we have on stream will be the Apple Sauce against Limited. Now, while we wait for this to throw into the break, I'm going to throw even more predictions at you guys, and this time you do not get a warning. Triple M, Who do you think is taking that one?
I mean, the next round between Balotelli Tubbies and Drew Haters, I have to give that one to Balotelli Tubbies. I think they're going to edge that. But I think what's more interesting is seeing LeBron James drop into the lower bracket and seeing who they get in the other matchup. I think that might be worth more discussing. But in terms of the next round, I can't see Drew Haters getting past Balotelli Tubbies. It's a tough ask, especially with the to die for factor.
The to die for factor is certainly one way of phrasing it. Q, the next matchup that we have on stream is the Applesauce against Limited. I don't know if you have researched at all.
Well, I mean, I told Joe I'm riding the Limited train to the final. So I mean, my prediction, they're walking away. I do think it's going to be similar to what we just saw in this last game. I expect it to be tight, but I think when we look at this format here, we saw even in that last game, even though both teams were like, obviously their newer composition, it felt like Drew Haters had been playing together for a while. And I'm going to expect Sandwich, not only just with his their personal skills, but with that kind of background and coaching to be able to use that to gel this team together. And they're going to be hot right off the starting line.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that one, I reckon. And on that note, we will be going into a very quick break. Afterwards, we will have the Applesauce versus Limited. Don't go anywhere. We have even more exciting Rocket League on show. And until then, see you in the next series.
I was going to say, did stream go down during game 2?
Hello. I think both, just being involved with the scene in general is enough for me, to be perfectly honest. Although casting, you can never go wrong with a bit of casting, can you? I'm joined by Q, and I'm sure you'll be absolutely thrilled to be back on the desk for this one.
Oh, I'm excited, man. That first game was great. You talked about how it was a nice little, it's a nice little starter pack, right? It was that nice little appetizer to what we're going to be seeing here. First game went good. And if that's how it's just a taste of what we're going to see through the rest of the tournament, I'm here for it.
I will. So, if you guys aren't already aware, Greybeard is having some technical issues. So, I guess even though Greybeard is in the host position, you're going to have to deal with me again as we're going to talk about this game number one. And as Greybeard was saying, I'll take over from what you said. There's a lot of RLCS talent in this tournament, but there's also the unknown factor. And I believe, Q, we spoke about this before the previous matchup. And I mean, I'm certainly excited to see how this one will turn out with the coaching talent and Samic on Limitless. It's going to be interesting to see how the non-RLCS talent is going to sort of blend in.
Yeah, I think when you look at it here, and again, I touched on it a little bit before we went into break, but I'm looking to see what Samic does here early, not just as far as we know their individual talent, but I want to see what they're able to do, kind of bringing the rest of the talent together, knowing that they've got that coaching background as well. So they're definitely who I'm expecting to walk away from this one with the dub. I'm expecting it to be a nice, tight, really fun game.
All right. Well, I believe I'm back and everybody can hear me now, which is wonderful to hear. So I won't bore everyone with what I started off. But there we go. Greybeard's technical issues sorted out. So I'm a little torn here because I'm a fan of both Source and CZ because both of them played a part in me finally getting Grand Champion and working with me, teaming up with me. So I like them both. So I'm not sure who to go with here. And Q, I think you were. I mean, Applesauce got the RLCS player Archeon. Now, Kenzie, how much of a factor is Archeon for Applesauce?
Well, Archeon's an incredibly talented player, isn't he? As you say, he's in the RLCS, and it's always a factor. That individual talent, he might be able to take the game by the scruff of its neck and really get some freedom, knowing he's got two teammates behind him. But there's also the fine line that I don't think maybe has been spoken about enough, is that there's also the fact that these two, not lesser players, but the non-RLCS players playing with an RLCS talent is you've got to take into account. If I was them, I'd be so scared. I'd be like, if I miss a ball, I'm like, they're going to think I'm an idiot. So I don't know. You've got to take into account that whilst they're like, great, I've got an LCS player behind me, it's fine if I miss. There's also the mental factor of, yeah, but what if I do miss? So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how this one ends up.
All right, cool. Well, having said that now, who's your prediction with? Let's go, Kenzie. Who takes this one down?
I think the Limitless are going to take this one, and I'm sure, Q, you are very much on the Limitless bandwagon as well, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%. Limited, going to be expecting to really see Limited stepping up again. I'm expecting to see Samic. We know there's their talent, but one thing I wanted to touch on, you had talked about how maybe for some of these lesser known players, kind of that, worry of, step or not showing up on the big stage. But I think sometimes we see, especially competitive players, especially some of the players who are signing up for big events like this, they're hungry for that. They want to shine in that bright light. I'm excited to see some of these A and B players, see them stepping up here in the spotlight.
Yeah, well, it does become a big showcase now for the, for the players who aren't at the pro level yet, who coming up through rank B, rank C. They're like, yeah, I want to show and make an impression, and hopefully there's some team scouts and so on. So let's get into the game. Without further ado, over to our casters, Kenzie Poo, your boy Q, take it away.
Let's get down to it here. Game number one. We've been waiting for it. It looks like very quickly we are going to be seeing at least Limited taking control. Oh, I thought taking control off the kickoff, but losing it very quickly. Trying to switch the field here is Sauce, that play that we're going to be looking for, but Appley's going to at least keep things in here on the offensive zone. The question is, though, we see now Limited trying to turn that defense into offense.
Yeah, I mean, Samic almost finding the angle there, and seemingly Rabbit just was not ready for that one in the middle. Samic trying again, seemingly immediately from these first few seconds of game number one, taking on that sort of playmaker role, trying to give his teammates some easy chances to put away. Source giving Samic a run for his money in the air as that was put into the backboard. Happily, Samic there going to be able to clear, but it's only found itself in the back corner again. Source ducking and diving, but not getting a piece of it. Happily booming away. And I mean, sort of similar to the first series of the day, we have Chaos as CZ finds the net.
Able to find that thing, just sniper rifle from distance, bang, just like that. And, you know, I was going to say before that goal came in, as much as it looked like Sauce was starting to dictate that pace, I wanted to have our viewers remember back from that first series we watched. It felt like LeBron James came out early, and then we saw, you know, Drew Haters just be able to really kind of figure the things out. Not going to be surprised if that's kind of what we saw in that first minute there from a limited, because it did feel like Applesauce was able to dictate the pace a little bit in their zone. Even kind of seeing that a little bit here, at least as I say that, we do see CZ trying to go the distance, but Appley coming in and going to disrupt that, but it's still in front of the net here, but not going to be able to drop that down.
Sauce booming that one away, just trying to cover some ground and get himself and his teammates up the field a little bit more, as Samic looking to boom it clear, but seemingly unable to make contact with the ball. Some might call it a whiff, I call it a fake, but Archeon finding the net and tying this one up.
That's big there. That gives you a little bit of security, knowing that your next goal, if you're able to turn things around, actually puts you back in the lead. You're no longer fighting from behind. You have even the playing field. And I feel like, especially if you're someone from the squad of Applesauce, knowing how much time you spent over on this limited half of the pitch, being back even, you got to be feeling good here. We do see Clever Rabbit goes up, going to be able to do at least enough to knock things down. Now you have to worry about Applesauce on the rotation. We see Sandwich gets a touch, but Appley going to be able to come in, win that 50-50.
Ball just bouncing around in the midfield so far. Sauce looking for a double tap, isn't going to get it. Samic well versed in getting those ones cleared, as Archeon beating his rank S or rank A counterpart to the ball, as Appley trying to get it cleared. Archeon beaten by Rabbit, and I almost getting the double tap as CZ bumped into it. Napoli gonna have to make a save here, and he does just that. The Sauce looking to get it cleared, but can't make contact. Samic seemingly confused as he's been pull shotted as well. It seems as though no one's hitting the ball, everyone's hitting each other. Archeon unable to make the shot count. Sauce keeping this one into the corner, and we're sort of falling into what I like to call a bit of a boomer ball pattern, aren't we?
Yeah, especially right now, you're seeing really keeping the pressure. Apple gets the one touch, looks for a cross. No one's going to be there, though. And that does mean that Limited has a chance to try and flip this field. Able to put it over one, able to get it over two, going into the corner. Going to center it across here. The question is, anyone there? CZ off the back wall, but we do see Arcs going to be able to do a good job there, being able to at least knock it away. Question is, can you get this ball cleared? As Sandwich tries to go for the 50-50 here, Apple going to be able to at least put it over to the other side of the field, but unfortunately, they're not going to maintain that control. You see Sandwich very quickly switching the field. A bump here. That's a wide open net. If CZ can drop that down, but not going to be able to do so.
CZ is certainly the player that stood out to me so far in this one. He's not been shy at all of trying to use his mechanics, as Samic able to get the save. He's done an excellent job of rallying the troops so far, as he's got a reset, doesn't use it, and it almost finds its way in anyway. CZ can't find the net, and Rabbit keeping up the pressure, and it looks as though Limited are on absolute tenterhooks right now. The Samic trying to find the net and isn't going to make contact, and again the ball just is not going in. Somehow, some way, Applesauce have managed to evade the what seemingly was inevitable ball finding the net, although it looks as though I've just thrown in the caster curse as Samic finding the top corner of the net.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say that one's on you, Kenzie. That one you talked about, all the ones that weren't finding the back of the neck, and then just from distance finding that upper corner. No one there to be able to get a nose on it. Gives Limited the lead here with just 60 seconds left on the clock. Now it's going to be up to Applesauce to really try and up this pressure here. We know we've seen them a couple of times be able to get deep into that Limited zone, just not being able to find the back of the net. Sauce knocks it off in the corner. I thought was going to try and get a second touch, but we see ZZ plays it off the back wall, moves back up into this middle of the field. 42 seconds left for our team from Applesauce to try and find an equalizer. And this tug of war at midfield has me a little bit worried here, Kenzie.
It's getting close, isn't it? They're definitely, I'd say, pushing their luck a little bit on defense. Are Limited, as Applesauce are almost finding the way through, as we've seen CZ got out maybe a couple of times in the midfield, creeping a little bit too far up. He's almost able to get to that one. Archeon can't find the net, but Sauce can. And with 11 seconds to go, It's all tied up.
Apple throws it up there. Oxino is able to drop it down for Sauce. You can see they tried to contest up high, so no one down low for Sauce. Able to mix it up there. We're tied up 11 apiece. There's still a chance for one of these two squads to prevent overtime. But the question is, are you able to find the back of the net quickly here? We do see for the side a limited. They're able to at least put it up into the offensive zone here, trying to make something happen out of the corner. But I do believe this ball is about to be not touching the ground here. Instead, trying to flip the field, going off the other side. Played off the back wall, but that's going to hit just short of the goal line. We're going to overtime.
Well, this has certainly been a chaotic game number one as Archeon just pushed into the wall there. That is one way of denying the other team's so-called hard carry to not get the ball. But as I say that, he's just found the back of the net anyway. It seems no matter what I say, the opposite seems to happen as Archeon able to find the back of the net and put them in the lead in the series.
And there it is. You see Applesauce walking away with game number one. As much as we had been talking about Sandwich and the boys over on the flip side for Limited and what we were expecting from them, we did expect it to be a close game. However, when you're looking at the scoreboard, one thing that really stands out, how neck and neck these two teams were at applying pressure. You see as far as both sides, 7 shots. It's just a little bit more efficient. Applesauce finding the back of the net in additional time.
Just that little bit of efficiency that will make all the difference. But another factor that maybe hasn't actually been mentioned in this one, Samic playing on high ping, of course, he's from the United Kingdom, my fellow countryman over here, as he's certainly been unable to represent me how I'd like him to so far in this one. Although with 170 ping, maybe not the easiest task, as I've done that myself. I've tried to play on South African servers, I believe on our host Greybid stream at one time, and I was sat there and I'd go for what I thought was a 50-50, and before I knew it, the ball was in the back of my net, and I'd just be sat there like, what? So it's certainly not easy, but well, game number 2, we'll see if things maybe improve a little bit for Limited.
Yeah, going to be intrigued to see here. Maybe Limited was able to kind of at least dissect the squad from Applesauce just a little bit in game number 1. Find a crack or two in the armor to be able to attack here. But again, it felt like Applesauce was doing a very, very good job in game number 1 of really dictating that pace, spending a lot of time in that offensive zone, even though the two teams did have as many, just about as many shots on goal. But if Applesauce can continue to come out and kind of play their game, the way they're looking, they just might surprise us all and walk away with the dub here.
Applesauce coming into this series with a point to prove, and well, as far as game number 1 goes, they've certainly gone the right way about proving it, as Appley trying to get this one downfield, trying to pick up from where he left off. The Source, that one's above the net. Archeon following up, and that one almost sneaking in. It does just about, and Archeon with the precision to put them in the lead.
That was tough. Tried to get the quick bump up over, and instead able to get the pass into their zone. They're beautifully done to be able to finish it up as well. 10 seconds in, and you're already able to recapture that lead here if you're Applesauce. That starts putting that pressure on to Limited, knowing that it's only going to be that best of 5, and one more loss already has you in that must-win situation.
Certainly must win. In a best of 5, you don't have time to go 2-0 down. You need to pick it up quickly. There's not enough time, and Samic is going to make sure he's at least a step in the right direction as he finds the back of the net. Rabbit with a wonderful assist, just chipping that one over the top of the experienced Archeon, who saw it coming but couldn't react quick enough. Samic crashing in there and putting Limited back on level terms.
Yeah, you saw Archeon raise up and try and at least get a nose on it, and once they lost that 50-50, even though you had also seen, I believe that was Appley in the back of the goal, try to do a quick spin around to be able to at least try and contest the ball, that there was just no one there. That's a wide open net at that point. But here again, once again, Applesauce we're seeing in this offensive zone. I thought Appley was going to be able to get that second touch and boost that thing towards the net. Instead, though, we do see as far as from the side of Limited, they're going to be able to at least get a little bit of a clear here. The question is, are they going to be able to follow it up? The answer ends up being no, as Appley now pushes it back down into that Limited territory.
Yeah, territory has certainly been the name of the game so far. The rotations have been quite aggressive as Archeon cutting there right in front of his two teammates, really taking on that sort of IGL hard carry sort of role, whatever you want to call it, as everyone sort of clustering up in that midfield. Apoli trying to make contact, doesn't quite. Archeon into the backboard, but Samic reads it all the way. But Archeon's there again, and Source can't find the magic touch. Apoli just cutting that one off, making sure they keep up the pressure. And the shot low, CZ almost caught out as Samic has gone off the back of his car and almost found its way into the midfield. But Archeon again just cutting in there, taking on that first man role, being the aggressor. But Samic turning this one around, and it's certainly been a game that has been, honestly, from what I can tell, played in the orange half of the field.
Yeah, even though we are seeing a little bit of that back and forth, that tug of war at midfield from the time to time, it feels like when Limited pushes into the applesauce territory, they move quick, and sometimes they do get those shots on the goal, even though at least thus far in game number 2, they've only found 2 of them things, whereas Applesauce, they've got 8 shots on goal. They just haven't been able to find the back of the net. Sauce drops down, though, and bang, there's what we were talking about, able to take the lead with 2 minutes and 39 seconds left.
The double commit from a clever Rabbit and Samic absolutely killing them. And Source, well, he didn't need a second invitation to fire home from close range as, well, all of a sudden, Applesauce find themselves in the lead again. Their lead has been restored. Samic pushing that one up into the ceiling. CZ trying to get them back on level terms again, but Applesauce, they've been incredibly robust in terms of defense as Apoli trying to put on some more offensive pressure. Archeon, the double commit, but Source finding Apoli, who finds the bottom corner, and the 1-2 passing play has just put them into a 2-goal lead, and that is certainly a favourable position.
Yeah, you'd like to see how Apoli pushes up and does a good job of trying to rotate back and ends up seeing where they're able to just turn and get the front end of their car on that, redirect that thing towards the net, and now this is going to be a 2-goal lead here for Applesauce. At the risk of going down by 2 here, Limited really needs to find at least something here. Because again, right now, when you look at the scoreboard, they've only got 3 shots on net. They haven't been able to get control of this ball. And when they do get control of the ball, they don't seem to hold on to it for too long. We are going to see Archeon tries to get a shot on the net. Not going to be able to find it, though. Samic going to be able to try and raise up. Goes the opposite way. Apoli, though, doing a fantastic job winning the 50-50. They try and get a shot on the goal, but just wide.
This is where the experience of the RLCS players is going to come in. Archeon, I'm sure he doesn't need telling that in this situation, you're in the driver's seat of this series. You don't need to take unnecessary risks. You've just got to stay solid. Archeon, maybe his role has sort of changed a little bit in this last minute or so. He's slightly less aggressive, more just making sure the ball stays in that orange half, making sure there's no space for them to attack. A Source with a wonderful mechanical play that has ended up making it an even bigger mountain for Limited to climb.
And this is where, I mean, now if you're on the side of Limited, I don't want to say that game 2's out of reach, but if anything, you need to at least start showing yourselves that you're able to put the pressure down and start finding some sort of momentum on the offensive zone. And of course, as I say that, now the lead gets extended to 5, and Applesauce just absolutely feasting right now.
Archeon showing his experience, knowing he doesn't need much boost to stay relevant to the play, putting that one in the back of the net. He's certainly been, we spoke about, is that are able to sort of take a game by the scruff of its neck. Archeon has done exactly that. Even when times have been tough in this one, he's certainly, as far as this game has been, it's certainly been one that Archeon has turned around and gone, you know what? I am the player that my teammates are going to be looking up to, and he's made things a lot easier for his teammates with the solid 50-50. And Apoli, well, I mean, I'd find a way to miss that, but you certainly hope he wouldn't.
I'm starting to feel like this might just be a little personal. I think they might have been listening to the broadcast before the game and heard us all kind of hyping up, you know, the opposition here from Limited and expecting such big things from them, instead saying, hey, you know what? We're here to play. Yeah, game 1 might have been close, but we're going to bust it wide open here in game number 2. It really right now for Limited, it just seems like they feel like they're not really in the same fluid motion, right? Like on the side of Applesauce, you had mentioned the passing and the chemistry earlier on a couple of the goals. It feels like this squad's been playing for a little bit, whereas on the side of Limited, it does kind of feel like a scratch team put together, you know?
It certainly does. The way I'd put it is that Applesauce looked like a well-oiled machine, although having said that, there is a double commit in the midfield, but genuinely, their rotations have been quite fluid. Archeon looking for another redirect. He's not happy. He wants a trip to Brazil here. The Source, can he provide? Happily does. And Rio de Janeiro is calling our names, Q, as we have gone to Brazil.
7-1, just really lighting it up here on the scoreboard. And this is one of those things here. Now you're taking the wind out of the sails of Limited here if you're Applesauce, right? You're just telling them, you know what? Yeah, you can still potentially have the worry of the reverse sweep, but we've got so much control in a dominant fashion here. We're just going to go ahead and walk our way right into that winner circle.
Momentum is a big thing in Rocket League, and it's always hard if you're on the side of Limited. Yeah, there is always that regain potential of being like, okay, yep, we've lost this one. We're not out yet. Let's just keep going. But that sort of goes out the window a little bit when you've just lost 7-1. It takes a certain type of character to be able to just turn around, just brush that one off the shoulder and be like, you know what, that's fine, as Applesauce are going to be there. They'll be feeling themselves after that one, surely.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard to not be feeling yourself after that, right? I mean, almost 20 shots on goals. Shots on goal in a 5-minute game. I mean, that's just talking about the relentlessness and the ability to be able to maintain, or not only maintain, but just really take control early and then maintain it throughout the course of the entirety of game number 2. I don't look for them to be doing any different in game number 3, to be honest.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that one, as it's certainly, you can't really say otherwise with how that game went. I can only really see a sweep right now, and as much as it crushes me to say that I'm expecting a sweep live on broadcast, but I don't really think there's much hiding it anymore.
I mean, could this be one of those weird tactics? You drop early and you feel like you have an easier road in the lower bracket?
Isn't there that it's sort of, I think it originated in fencing, where it was you let your opponent get some easy early points on you to lure them into a false sense of security, at which point you then sort of properly switch on and beat them. But as much as I'd like to think that's what Limited are doing right now, it's definitely hard to say that that's what it looks like, as Apolly styling on them to get game number 3 off on the front foot.
And it starts off just like game number 2, a very fast goal here on the side of Applesauce. And man, I can't imagine what that mental is feeling like on the side of Limited right now. It would be so hard to avoid the feeling of, oh man, here it is again. But your back's against the wall. This is win or go to the lower bracket right now. You need to be able to find a solution. I just don't know what that solution is, Kedzie.
I mean, first off, I'd say the solution is don't give them so much space. We've seen Archeon, we've seen Apolly, we've seen Source. They're all very confident mechanically, but that's maybe the problem, that they're getting so much space. It's a double-edged sword, right? You don't want to get so close to them that they use their mechanics to outplay you, but you don't want to be so far away that it's basically free play. So it's a fine line, and I'd certainly say more aggression would certainly go a long way to help Limited, as it seems as though sometimes when Applesauce are attacking, it seems like a 3-man free play.
Yeah, and if it just feels like right now, I mean, you mentioned not only that on their side, but then on the side of Applesauce, they just really, you mentioned in the game 2, well-oiled machine. I mean, their passing, the rotations just really feel like the squad's been together for a moment. Definitely leads me to believe that their comms are definitely on point right now. And as I say that, though, from distance before, a little nice save coming in. And it just seems like every time Limited gets an opportunity, there's always a second player from Applesauce there to deny.
Yeah, one duel that I'm actually taking a bit of a close eye on at the moment is CZ against Source. They're both teammates. See, to my knowledge, haven't made main event, but I may be wrong in the SSA RLCS, but they are teammates and they will know each other very well. And it is matchups like that that make these more interesting. But Archeon, he's certainly out of the two hard carry, so to speak, players. He's been winning that duel as Samic, well, as I say that, he absolutely dusts him, going for a rather awkward redirect, but certainly a good attempt. Happily diving in the net, that one nowhere near Archeon. Trying to just get this one downfield, showing his experience, not going straight for the ball, ending up getting the bump as Source, getting that one infield, but Samic just about able to clear. But it's put back into the middle and no one there to follow up. Archeon just baiting the challenge, and there we have it. Just more of that experience shown by Archeon, knowing he didn't have to go for that ball. They're in the lead. They're in the lead in the game and the series. And he just knew, if I just don't go for this one, it will just give my teammate a free ball and waste a few seconds while I'm at it. And I mean, that's certainly the bottom line of the Apple Source game plan right now, is almost finding the net. And CZ, and well, it's been made interesting now, hasn't it?
Yeah, CZ doing a good job with the trail here, waiting to see where this thing comes off, and it ends up having just a wide open left half of the net. Easy money there. And that's going to be big for them. You're now evened up, but you don't want just an even up here. You need to walk away with the dub. And as I say that, we see Samic with the nice pass to Monarch, and now they're up 2-1.
Well, seemingly that's limited, saying that they're not done yet, although their opportunity to come back in this series is indeed limited. So they do have to be careful. They don't have any lives left to throw away here in the upper bracket. Of course, they will just end up in the lower bracket, but no one wants to drop down there that early in the tournament. It makes your run so much harder. As Happily able to get the clear. He's going to chase this one down as CZ in the backfield, able to get there and looking for the redirect, but Archeon wise to the threat as Happily almost able to get a redirect. Samic evading the challenge of Source. He's going to go for a flick here, but Archeon able to defend it, and Happily with the pre-jump save as CZ looking for the redirect. It was a harsh angle, but almost as Rabbit going to turn on this one. The Samic bumped away from the aerial by Source, although he's taking a chance on his own goal line here. The CZ looking for the shot, and that's off the post, and Limited seemingly stepping this one up in the latter stages of Game 3.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be playing with a little bit of a different sense of urgency than when we've seen them playing in games prior, but still only a 1-goal lead here. They can't let their foot off the gas here. Otherwise, Applesauce might be able to find themselves an equalizer. Just as I say that, though, we are going to see another goal added up by Samic. That's going to be their first of the game. And worth noting, 3 goals on the board here for Limited. A goal for every player.
Well, the team play is the bottom line in Rocket League. It is a team game. Yeah, you might have your higher level players in this lobby like Samic, like Archeon, but that doesn't mean to say that it's a 1v1. There's still 6 cars on the field. You've got to take that into account, and well, seemingly Limited have been at least able to regain, and I was clearly wrong about being beaten 7-1. That didn't take the wind out of their sails at all. If anything, it put more wind into it. Samic able to boom this one downfield. CZ on the receiving end, can't find the target. It's a chance for Rabbit, but I don't think he expected the ball to come to him. CZ looking for Samic, who's taken some crucial time off the clock. Source in towards Happily, who can't quite find the redirect, and with 10 seconds left, well, it looks as though we're going to see the game fall that I don't think either of us thought that we would have seen.
Yeah, with the way this thing started off here, I thought that this is going to be Applesauce just maintaining that control, but Limited doing a very good job with their backs up against the wall. And once this ball touches the ground, they're taking game number 3 by a score of 3-1. Now, we had talked about in game number 2 when we had looked at the scoreboard how much of a relentless assault we had seen from Applesauce on the offensive side. Kind of flipped the script here, was Limited 14 shots on goal, which led them to be able to walk away with the dub here in game number 3.
Yeah, aggression was the name of the game for them. I was crying out for it, for them to be more aggressive, and seemingly that is the adaptation they made. Limited, I'm expecting my paycheck in the morning for that advice. As Apple Source, well, it's more of the same for them, although I'd say just did you maybe sense a bit of complacency? I think I certainly did.
Yeah, I think it felt like at times they were playing more not to lose versus playing their game. You know what I mean? They felt like they had their comfort lead, and it felt like wasn't playing quite as aggressive. I mean, I now that I don't have the scoreboard up, I can't remember what we saw. Very limited shots. I think it's like 4 or 5 shots from them in game number 3. Very much a tale of two stories from game number 2.
Yeah, this series is maybe it has one last twist in the tail. Maybe a reverse sweep is on the cards. Of course, we still have plenty of Rocket League before that. We have a game 4 to worry about, let alone a game number 5. As well, we're going to get this one underway in game number 4. And Limited, can they keep their momentum going, or will we see Applesauce bouncing back?
Yeah, I'm going to be really intrigued to see what the squad of Applesauce looks like over these first 90 seconds or so, because we know through the first couple of games, they were very quick to strike, but then it really felt like it was Limited's game the back half of game number 3. So now they've kind of, gotten punched in the mouth a little bit. The question is, are you going to be able to keep that same game plan and take it across the finish line? You know what I'm saying? So we see at least for this time, Limited is able to push very briefly up into that Applesauce zone, at least very quickly win that 50-50, but now clearing things up, putting it off that corner. I thought that was going to be Sauce going for a second touch. Instead, actually backs things up, flips it down and reverses it and gets a nice little touch on it to be able to maybe maintain control for Applesauce, but instead, Limited winning that tussle, that back and forth, as now they're pushing into that offensive zone.
Yeah, it seems as though Limited have been on the front foot again. Happily trying to get that one centered, but a clever rabbit wise to it. Sauce putting up a good fight, not letting Samic have a clear strike as Archeon. That clearance only as far as a clever rabbit who can't find the target, but Archeon almost centering it. Because Limited, they definitely, I'd say in these first 90 seconds that you said were so crucial, they've been the ones that are in front in my opinion, as Sauce collecting this one in the midfield, trying to get it downfield. CZ creeping a bit too far up, but luckily for him, there was no one there to strike as he then goes Archeon waiting patiently on the wall. A clever rabbit clearance right down the throat of Appley. Sauce getting caught underneath this one as Archeon going to have to rotate in swiftly to get that one cleared. The Sauce outfield towards Archeon, who I don't think was ready for it. Samic get this one downfield. Sauce into the back, or into the sidewall, as Archeon faking the challenge, and he did such a good job of sending his opposite number flying as Archeon putting that one into the middle, and it's cleared away, and this is the longest I think we've had in this entire series where a goal hasn't been scored.
Not only has there not been a goal scored, but we are almost to the halfway point, and technically on the scoreboard, neither team has recorded a shot yet. This has been a big tussle back and forth for these two teams really trying to gain control. But of course, as I say that, CZ dropping it down, and that's going to be Limited on the board first.
Limited striking first, and they've certainly, with their backs against the wall, it's a fight or flight response. And, well, I definitely think it's clear to say that they chose fight, as they've certainly taken the game to their opponents. As CZ able to get this one cleared. Archeon in the backfield as he's going to take the 50-50 with Samic Appley rising high. Maybe some nerves creeping in for the lesser experienced players in this one. But Sauce booming it along. Archeon has actually saved it. Maybe a clever rabbit had it covered, but it certainly looked as though it was on target as Sauce. Samic following this one all the way into the corner. Archeon clearing. The clever rabbit caught underneath it, but a very delicate flick. Getting an opportunity, as this game has been a very midfield matchup, as no team is allowing any sort of space. Archeon into the backboard. Maybe it's a chance, but a clever rabbit snuffing that one out. And that is one way to defend against an Applesauce. As well, all you've got to do is just not give them a chance. It's that simple, right? As it's one thing of them having a good plan, it's another thing executing it correctly.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, right? Whereas we had seen so much Applesauce controlling the early games, it looks like Limited has decided to figure out that the best defense is indeed a very good offense. They've been playing very aggressive. They've been playing a little bit faster to the ball, and their rotations seeming to get a little bit more on point as well, which allows them to keep that pressure at least up in this zone. But as I say that, Archeon gets a touch up. CZ from distance leaves it off the backboard for a sandwich. Unfortunately, the direction not going to find the back of the net, just a tad bit wide. wide. And now it's going to be up to Applesauce here. 60 seconds left on the clock. Unless they want to force a game number 5, they need to find the back of the net. There's a wide open net. Sauce not going to be able to capitalize, however. Clever Rabbit doing a good job being a pest in the midfield. Sandwich is going to be able to at least clear things up into that Applesauce side of the pitch here. Now at this point, the question becomes, if you're limited, can you maybe find one more goal in this closing minute here to really put the nail in the coffin?
Yeah, 1 goal lead is always scary, as we all know how quickly goals can be scored in Rocket League, but they certainly are going the right way about it. At the end of the day, they don't have to score, they just have to make sure that their opponents don't. It's that simple. There's a Clever Rabbit trying to get this one into the midfield, but Source into the side wall as CZ with a shot, and this might be the chance you were waiting for. It's off the crossbar. Clever Rabbit can't get there. This is looking like something out of my rank lobbies as the ball somehow doesn't cross that blue goal line, and we have game number 5 up next.
And now Limited has been able to flip the script here. As much as it felt like Applesauce was in control of the first 2 games, and even the start of game number 3, might some people say, Limited, it seems like they've really figured things out. I don't know if this is just, it took them a little bit longer to kind of really figure out how their side of the gameplay fits, the cohesion between their team, or if they've just really started to finally, find the answers for Applesauce. I'm not sure which one it is, but going into game 5, I gotta say, Limited looking good. I think we let that one real big win for Applesauce start to get us to feel some type of way, but I think Limited's on their way to the second round.
Well, now it's a bit of a predicament. Applesauce, when they were dominating, they were very dominant. But with that said, they've just lost 2 games on the bounce. They're staring down the barrel of being reverse swept. Now, that is by no means something that is you can just brush off mentally. It's always going to be in the back of your head as a player. And this is where the experience of Archeon might have to come in of blocking that out. He will have been in this situation many times before. He will have prevailed from this situation many times before. The best of 5 has just become a best of 1, and we have game number 5.
Yeah, just before we thought we were going to be seeing a sweep, we're going into a decisive game number 5 here between Applesauce and Limited. The real question becomes, who puts the goal point on the board first? Because it seems like that over the course of the last 4 games, for the most part, has really been the tell of the tale. But right now we see at least Applesauce trying to move into the offensive zone. Nice job by a Clever Rabbit to be able to get in there and win that contest and be able to, at least for just a moment, move things up the field here. But you can see, at least on the side of Applesauce, they're doing a great job of stopping on their defensive side, pretty well down at midfield, and they're keeping the pressure into that offensive zone, kind of reminiscent of what we saw in games 1 and 2. But we see Sandwich able to switch the field and bang from distance. Limited gonna be on the board first.
And there's the inexperience creeping in, going for that mid boost. You really don't need it. There's plenty of pads there, happily. There's Sandwich sniping the back of the net from range. Is done very well to see that gap, and even better to find it as Limited, against maybe all odds seemingly at the end of game number 2, have found themselves in the driver's seat of game number 5.
Now it's where things get interesting, because Applesauce needs to find a response here. Not only just a response, they need to find a way to, 1, shut down the defense, and then 2, get back into that offensive aggression, that ruthless aggression almost that we saw in those first couple of games. Archeon crossing it over to Sauce, and there it is. That's the chemistry that we had seen in those first couple of games that made it feel like this team had been playing together, and now we're all tied up with just under 4 minutes left.
I think a lot of people would think that the RFCS talent in these games would take over and it'd be free scoring. Archeon showing you don't have to do that to be effective. He was the provider that time around, getting an assist on the board, maybe helping the confidence of his teammates as well. Whilst it wasn't too much of a difficult shot for Source, there's certainly going to be a confidence boost to say, yep, I've hit the back of the net in this game, as Archeon able to get this one cleared. CZ almost finding the target, as it's a chance for Rabbit, and Source able to get a crucial challenge to get that one cleared, as Rabbit trying to take that one back to CZ, happily in the midfield. It sails over his head. Samic not letting Archeon have any space. He knows just how dangerous he is. The Source looking for the shot. CZ ready and waiting. There's Archeon just faking the challenge in that corner. Samic able to get that one cleared just about, but he's put that one over the top of his own teammate. He's put it back into the danger zone. CZ bailing them out. And Source rotating into that big boost. He's made himself awkward there, and he hasn't quite been made to pay. He has now. And a fine margin of going for 100 boosts or going for the ball is the difference between being 1-1 or 2-1 down.
And now here again, Limited back up in that lead, trying to keep that pressure down on the side of Applesauce. They haven't really been able to get a real good footing here over the course of essentially the last two games, when it was like back half of game 3, and CZ says, see me make it a 3-1 lead here in game number 5.
CZ with the simple and effective just drive into the ball. I feel like in the high rank lobbies, there's so many flip resets, double taps, air dribbles, you name it. But sometimes it is as simple as just driving into the ball. Would you still believe we are at the end of 2022? This game has been out for what, 5-6 years? And still you get goals where you just drive into it. Not even boost, just drive. It's that simple sometimes in Rocket League, as Archeon putting that one into the middle and Source taking that one away from Appley. Somehow, it almost seems as though Applesauce have been the architects of their own downfall here.
Yeah, it almost seems like maybe at this point the pressure that they're feeling is causing a couple of overcommitments, a second rotation, second commitments onto balls here, which then creates those openings that Limited has been able to capitalize on. But we are seeing here they are down into this limited half of the pitch. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find the back of the net, but Sauce not going to relinquish the pressure, trying to get control, drops it down, but Sandwich being right in position to be able to come up with the save.
Sandwich going for the shot, and Archeon equal to it. The save he had to make. You just have to feel if that went in, it would be game over. CZ getting in his teammate's way. Source into the middle, but he's able to not get out the way of it. I'm not really too sure how he's managed to do that, but it's certainly unfortunate he did. CZ able to get that one all the way across. Archeon taking to the skies. Can he get one last touch on it? He's tried to 50-50 it, but the clever rabbit prevailing in that 1v1 opportunity, and Samic looking for the shot, happily able to clear, and maybe our prediction was right after all, but we still have a minute and a bit left in this one, as CZ, can he maybe cement the lead here as he gets the bump, and CZ putting Limited into the lead, and maybe, just maybe, that is the decider.
As CZ, bigger, better, faster, stronger, knocks Sauce out of the way, clearing his own path on the way to a 3-goal lead. And I would say with only 70 seconds left on the clock, it might not be over, but I almost feel like I can hear that one lady warming up in the background. You know what I mean?
I mean, it is not over until the fat lady sings, so to speak, but it's certainly looking as though it is as good as the Source, putting that one up high and very difficult to read, but CZ had that one on lock as Archeon able to get that one cleared away. There's a clever rabbit all the way across, but that's over to his opponent in Archeon. Samic, can he get this one cleared, showing his experience, getting this one high into the skies, the safest place really for that ball to be, as Archeon unable to find the target there. Source happily into the middle, but CZ able to clear. Limited have looked so convincing on defense for the past 10 minutes of Rocket League that we've had. Source looking for one last opportunity here, but clever rabbit equal to it happily. Can he put this one infield? It's gone infield to Archeon, but Source looking for Appley, who's found the net. 5 seconds left. 2 goals needed. It's possible, but maybe a little bit unlikely.
Yeah, it almost feels just like a little too late here at this point. I do gotta say, almost what felt like the picture of the game there, if that would have actually ended up hitting 2 posts and rimming out, would have felt more kind of like the story of the downfall, so to speak, here of Applesauce, as we see a Limited now with the clock expired. Once this ball hits the ground, even if it finds the back of the net for the side of Applesauce, it won't matter. They're going to be walking away. They're walked away with the dub after the reverse sweep. I mean, honestly, to see how dominant that it looked on the side of Applesauce in that second game to be able to bounce back the way they did, fighting back really in the second half of game number 3, maintaining that momentum through and walking away with the dub here. That was impressive from Limited.
Well, to think that they'd just been sent to Brazil, and then from that point onwards, I don't think there was any doubt in anyone's mind that Limited would be able to take that one, as they've ended up somehow, some way, getting the reverse sweep as Greybeard on the desk. I mean, what were your thoughts on that series?
Well, it is not. I mean, we see reverse sweeps. Certainly, best of 5 reverse sweeps. We do see that. It's not that uncommon, but I think is uncommon the nature of this one, because it was so dominating. I mean, this series went from saucy at the beginning to very spicy at the end with the turnaround from Limited. I mean, and you made the point during the series, 7-1. I mean, that breaks. The best of players are like, okay, well, we're going to go out in game 3 and just phone it in and get out of here as soon as we can. But what a great performance and turnaround. And both of you had called Limited, and your predictions was looking pretty shocking early on, but Q turned around at the end.
Yeah, you love to see it. I think what I would be really intrigued to find out would be what kind of talk happened between games 2 and 3, because that you mentioned 7-1, that's a thrashing, and it felt like Sauce was in so much control. And even starting game 3, it almost felt like they had their backs up against the wall, but there's all of a sudden that switch. And if Limited can hold on to the way they played the back half of that series through the rest of this upper bracket, they're going to look scary.
Yeah, and Kedzie, Archeon was putting in a shift there, certainly early on, but not able to carry it through with those final games. So, and maybe it was a case, and I don't know what your thoughts are on this, of Limited just needing a bit of time to get into the swing of things.
Yeah, I was saying it all the way through that game number 2. They just needed aggression to close that gap. Once they had that, I mean, we saw the end result, right? Once they started being a little bit more aggressive, denying that space on the field, denying boost, then all of a sudden they looked extremely comfortable, whereas games 1 and 2 was a complete shambles.
All right. Well, just having a quick look through the rest of the bracket, some of the other results, I don't think we have all of them, but Balotelli Tubbies have taken down Drew Haters 3-1. And I think that was kind of called, I think Triple M at least called that at the last. And then the Cowboys over the Putt Lovers 3-1. Meet Your Makers 3-0 over Terrible Players. And then Applesauce, the game we've just seen, 3-2 to Limited, or 2-3 down to Limited. SSN, I think that's Snowy's team. Drew's Forehead taking them down 3-0. And then the Mozza 66% Moz, 33% ZA, 3-0 over Blue. And then Freelo 3-1 over Some Dudes in the final game. The best name in the entire tournament, 180 milliseconds too late, taking down Discombobulated 3-0. So that's our first round or second round of the upper bracket done. Lots of action still to come, and I think we have to figure out, based on results, which game we're going to bring live on stream next. But I think we picked a really good one, and I hope, Q, in the next round we get a series as entertaining as this one was.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the results, we definitely got the cream of the crop when it comes to round number 2. Definitely glad we got to sit on that one. And it feels like each round's getting better. So as this pool narrows down in that upper bracket, I'm going to be so excited to see more of these 5-game series for sure.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's go take us a break, and then we'll bring some more action. The next round, of course, in the upper bracket is the winners quarterfinal, and then down in the lower bracket, there's losers round 2 that has to happen. So lots of action coming on in this AIPX Cup, the inaugural AIPX Cup, and a huge shout out to Apex for putting this on. We really, really do need a lot of this kind of off-season or between split type action to keep the top players interested and grinding, but then also to bring through those in the lower ranks who are setting their sights to higher goals within Rocket League. So huge shout out to them, but more Rocket League coming up after this break. bracket quarterfinals, which means there are 8 teams there in the upper bracket vying for a spot in the semis. The final, of course, for the big prize at the end, cash prize. I'm Greybeard and joined again by Kedzie and then Ped. Hello, Ped.
Hello. Great to be here. How are we doing?
I think we're doing fabulously well. We had a fantastic series last round, a reverse sweep, best of 5 reverse sweep, but done in pretty emphatic fashion. Coming after a 7-1 drubbing in game 2, Limited finding the depth, the strength to turn it all around and take the series, so they will move forward into the quarterfinals. And speaking of quarterfinals, the match we are bringing on stream is Teletubbies up against the Cowboys. So now Teletubbies, of course, to die for's team, and the name is absolutely his influence, because I know one of the other teams he made was Barcelona, so he loves his little football puns. But how much of a factor Triple M spoke about in the first series, Kedzie, the to die for factor, is that just too much to overcome, or Ram and Muck and Lux, can they find a way past the Teletubbies?
So it's to die for. I think that is all I really have to say about it. It's to die for. He is one of, if not the best player in the region, and I certainly am a big fan of watching him play. His mechanics are absolutely ridiculous. You think, oh, the ball couldn't go in from there. Oh, never mind, it's in the back of the net. It's great. Watching to die for is watching beautiful Rocket League, and beautiful Rocket League is to die for. Excuse the pun.
Very, very well said. So, and while saying that, and there's no question about to die for's talent, but if we look over on the Cowboys, Ram, who they had a fantastic run, and the Red Crown, he and Sweaty and Zero doing wonderful things, and Ped, I think a big influence for that team. But I guess it's going to depend then on the second and the third players and how they match up against the second and the third players from Baliotelli.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's going to be one of those games where if a team's not having the best day or a single player is not having the best of days, it could really affect your performance in this tournament. So I think it's key that all players are on the tip-top performance. All players can provide to the game what we know they can provide, what we've seen them be able to provide. Maybe, have some peak performances in there from some of the second and third players, as you were saying.
All right, well, Ped, so what's your call? Who do you favor in this best of 5 quarterfinal, Teletubbies or the Cowboys?
I think, the name's really got me, so I must have to go with Teletubbies. That name is one of the most incredible names I've ever seen for a tournament in my life. So, yeah, I'm going to back them for this one.
Kedzie?
I mean, I think my choice has been made abundantly clear numerous times throughout all of the times I've spoken on this stream. And, you know what? I don't think I can even vote for a team. I think I just have to say it's to die for, to be honest. I genuinely... there are players that are these RLCS level that are able to just sort of, carry their team. There's one thing being that experienced head on the team, but it's another thing being to die for a man who can 1v3 RLCS players on a weekly basis, let alone all these others. So I think it's going to be an absolute highlight reel for him.
All right. Well, I don't often make predictions based on solid information, and I try not to let the facts get in the way of who I'd favor. So it looks like. All right. Sorry, I'm just getting some information in here from production. We were ready to go to game, but Ram has just said that his power has gone out. So we're just establishing what's going on there, and if this is a serious situation or if we're going to have the teams back in. But so to finish off with my prediction while I wait for that information is I'm a big fan of Ram and what Red Crown have done. For me, they were the big surprise team of Split 1. There was a lot of talk of all the other teams. They sort of came out of the blue and made their case for a certainly top 4, maybe top 3 team, top 2. So I'm going to, from an underdog perspective, I'm going to back the Cowboys, led by Ram, along with Lux and Amok. And Amok, by the way, I know quite well from Six Mans, and I've been in a number of lobbies with him. I think a talented player, and I hope he'll get some fans as they see him there. So I'm going to back the Cowboys to come up with an upset and overcome the Ballio Teletubbies. But let's see that. Oh no. 1 second. We're finding out it looks like Ram's got the issue with Ram is pretty serious. So I'm not sure if we're going to do something with this game, or if we're going to go to another game, or if we're going to go to the break and decide what we're going to do. But give me a second while we find that out. Oh, the joys of running online games in sub-Saharan Africa, and that's unfair to the rest of sub-Saharan Africa, specifically South Africa. So let's see where we're at, because the rest of let's go through the rest of the matchups. Meet Your Makers versus Limited. Now, we just saw Limited come with a reverse sweep. Kenzie, I don't know if you've got a thought on Meet Your Makers coming up against Limited.
I think it's going to be a close one. Meet Your Makers with Eli. He's a very talented player, but then we also saw with Limited, their comeback potential was absolutely insane in that previous matchup. So I think that one is going to go the distance as well. I think Limited, they might not be the flashiest team, but they just have that potential to just grind out a win. Even if things are going badly against them, they just have that sort of... it's hard to say ability. It's more like mental fortitude, to be honest. I think that's probably the best way of saying it, right?
And where do you lean on that one, Ped?
No, I think seeing Limited be able to come back and take the game 3-2, it does show a lot of strength and courage, and maybe that's what they needed to give them a bit of a boost to come forward into this round. So I'm thinking Limited, they now have the momentum to go on and make magical things happen, because they have to play 5 games and not 3.
All right, and then SSN, Snowy, Nuke, and Shiny up against Moz ZA. That's Kino, Modzi, and Josho. Do you think Snowy Ped can lead that team to success?
Definitely a good enough player to do so, but it's again the question of the teammates. Can they bring up to his parade? Can they turn up? Can they play the way they can play? It's one of those, again, it's quite hard to call, but let's hope he can. Let's hope he can.
All right, fine. And Kenzie, your thought on that particular matchup?
Well, I think Snowy, he's got such valuable experience from his time in the RLCS. He's been to multiple lands. He's played in that Gamers 8 tournament in Riyadh. He played at the World Championships over in... I can't remember where it was. My mind's gone completely blank. The most recent World Championship.
Yes.
But he's got such valuable experience from that I think it's just something that it gives you a certain mental strength to be on such a stage with such an audience. I think now taking that back into his region, I think he will instill that confidence in his teammates in the same way that, let's not count out to Die For. He's been in similar positions. In that same way, it's sort of the confidence that I hope will bleed through.
Alrighty, so just an update on our feature match. I'm not sure if we're getting a sub or if we're getting a 2v2. Not sure what's going down, so we're just getting that info, and then we'll bring that to you. And then the last matchup in the quarterfinals, upper bracket, is Freelo up against 180 milliseconds too late. And I've got to go with 180 milliseconds too late just because of the name. But let's start with you on that one, Kenzie. Don't know how well you know these teams. Drew's on one of them.
Drew, he's been a highly influential figure. He's a highly influential figure in the Rocket League scene, but you've also just got to take into account that whilst he's highly influential, he's also not a player, so to speak. So I don't think I can call that one. Although, again, my heart kind of wants to go with Drew, to be honest. Well,
I see on the other team there at Shadow, and He's no slouch. But I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go and take a break and sort out what we're going to do about the next match we're going to stream. And then as soon as we figure that all out, we will come back and let you know and then bring you some Rocket League. So we'll sort out that and come back after this break.
TV. TV.
right, this is the AIPX Cup, the inaugural AIPX Cup. And so our upper bracket quarterfinal, there was a forfeit. Ram and his team already in the lobby, and then boom, Ram's power goes out. And as it turns out, that is how it's going to end. There is going to be a forfeit in the quarterfinal, so that match no longer happening. And Baliotelli Tubbies, who were the favorites on the desk, with both Kenzie and Ped picking them to go through, they will go through by forfeit into the semi-finals of the upper bracket. So, good for them, not so great for the Cowboys. So we're going to bring you another match, a lower bracket match, one more own goal up against Terrible Players. Now, Terrible Players, Kenzie, I'm familiar with the players there, Dilly H and 5BS, those are players I know. One more own goal, I think I've heard of Sky, I think I've been in the lobby with him, but Killer B and Mars, I don't know, are you able to shed any light on this team?
I'm not entirely sure. I know.
Fair enough.
Put me on the spot. I'm not terribly sure. I don't think I've seen any of the names around 5BS and Terrible Players is a name I have seen.
Let me come to you, Ped. The fact that I'm assuming it's similar with you. My take, just based on the fact that I know the players on Terrible Players, I go, okay, well, I know them, therefore they should be better than Sky, Killer B, and Moss, but I don't know if that's an unfair thing. And I think probably, Ped, this is going to be one of those games we need to see it to know which of these two are the better team.
Of course. I think in the first and second game of the series, we're starting to seriously see who the better players are. You never know, Mods might come out and show, okay, one of the best players, or somebody who's zoomed into the play. But at the moment, of course, we think both the teammates are doing very well. One more run goal, Terrible Players, they sort of hand in hand together. So it's going to be interesting to see which of the teams are obviously going to take it forward.
Well, 5BS was with the RLCS Bro team, which has sadly broken apart at the end of Split 1. So we wait to see what happens with the Bro team, if 5BS will stay there around another team or what happens. Dilly, I'm trying to remember if he's been... I get confused between Dilly and Dillawave, and I know they're different players, so not entirely sure. I've known from the Six Man's lobbies, so I think there and thereabouts, and they should be, despite their name, a fairly good team. But then on the other side, Kedzie, Sky, Killer B, Moz, a good opportunity to showcase their skills. They probably weren't expecting to be on stream, and that may add a little bit. You suddenly get nervous when it's like, oh, your game's going to be on stream, right?
Yeah, it's always a factor, isn't it? You've got more eyes watching you, and well, pressure can make diamonds, pressure can also make dust. Well, one thing I hope is that maybe instead of one more own goal, we see a few more goals. But I don't know, maybe that might make the series a bit more interesting. But own goals are also funny to watch, so I'm not going to complain either way.
Well, they've both kind of got those meme names, right? One more own goal by Terrible Players. So it really could go either way here. So I know, just for the fun of it, maybe based on the names you like the most, Ped, who do you think takes down this lower bracket? And a reminder that the lower bracket means elimination time. Whoever loses the series is done in this tournament. So based on that solid information, Ped, who do you predict to take down this lower bracket match?
I've got to go with one more own goal. It's a bit more creative than Terrible Players. They put about 10 seconds into the thought process, whereas Terrible Players have put like 2 seconds. So they put a bit more time into the name. So I think they're going to win. I think they're going to win.
All right. So Ped goes one more own goal. Kedzie.
Well, you know what? Just to be controversial, I'm going to split the desk and I'm going to go with Terrible Players purely because, and this is nothing personal, Ped, purely because you voted for one more own goal. Why not make it interesting?
Well, then where does that leave me now?
You've got to sit on the fence.
All right. Well, I was going to go with Terrible Players, but just because I know of the players. But maybe that then makes one more own goal an underdog. So I'll go with the underdogs of one more own goal. But it looks like the players are ready. The players are in the lobby. So I'm going to hand over to our casters, Ped and Kedzie, who finally will have a chance to cast a game. We came so close before the forfeit, but we'll have our chance now. So Kedzie, over to you guys.
Well, it's about time that we've ended up on the mic for this one, as we have got terrible players against one more own goal. And that also means myself against Ped. I'm sure you'll hear plenty of that one throughout the course of the series. As slow, definitely not slow to that one, as Dilly able to get that one cleared all the way downfield. And immediately we're seeing some fast-paced Rocket League, as that one is just going to go straight into the back of the net. And immediately we see terrible players in the lead.
Yeah, no one back there, and AH just gets the open net, able to put that one in the back of the net. 18 seconds into the game, that is certainly a way to go against your name. Terrible players there, looking good in the first 18 to 20 seconds of the match. But now again, off the wall, Dilly goes up, but he is beaten by Slow, and Slow, as you said before, is not performing very slow at all. Irony in his name at the moment, as he is one of the fastest players for his team, one of the players we're seeing pop up the most around the map. But here comes H again, looking to find that shot, just bounces off the backboard a slight bit there. Dilly keeps it going, a shot comes in from 5BS, but it will not be good enough, and it will be taken out now. A little bit more control, but another 50 keeps the pressure on here for terrible players. The ball falls out, Dilly gets the shot, it's going to be on target, but Sky is able to save it off, but still pressure is building for this terrible players side.
Yeah, terrible players. Well, I mean, it's going to be very early for me to say this one, but you know what? I'm going to say it anyway, because I'm all about making a fool out of myself on stream. So I'm going to say it now. I told you so. That's all I'm going to say, is Slow trying to get this one downfield, but we all know terrible players are not terrible, although they have just whiffed twice, although some call it a whiff, I call it a fake, as Dilly leaving that one to Slow. He looks to go in field, trying to get the reset, doesn't quite manage it, as H going to give chase to that one, and 5BS going to get the shot and put that one in the bottom corner. And 5BS doubling the lead here for terrible players.
Yeah, terrible players really rubbing the salt into my wounds, especially now voting for one more own goal. But there you go, 5BS again, finding that shot, getting the nice angle on that one. The open net again. The double-sided sword seems to be overcommits for terrible players. Their goal is wide open for a second time, leaving placement practice for terrible players, and they have done it again. But here comes Sky now. Can he take this one to the Sky and put it in the net? Not quite yet, as H keeps the pressure on onto the backboard, drops it down for one of his teammates. Slow gets there at the back post, but 5BS keeping the pressure on constantly for terrible players. But it looks like Slow will have time to break away, but no! This time Dilly gets there, keeping the pressure, keeping the ball out of his half and out of his defensive area. Really, really good positioning and tactics coming from terrible players at the moment. They just don't want to let the ball come into their half in a danger zone, and they're doing really well at it.
Terrible players operating with a very aggressive rotation right now. They're just in that midfield zone. They're just trying to just get rid of any opportunities that one more own goal get before they even come up. They just snuff that one out at the halfway line, and that way the ball never actually gets in too threatening a position. 5BS, can he set something up for his teammates, as H and Dilly double committing for that one, but the ball still finds its way into the middle of the park, as Sky 50-50 by 5BS, as Moss trying to get that one downfield. Dilly ready and waiting for it. And it's definitely safe to say terrible players look slightly more organised, although having said that, yet another double commit creeping in. They've got a 2-goal lead. They just need to settle the nerves here, as 5BS almost setting himself up for failure there, as Moss getting that one downfield towards H. Dilly turning into it, and the demo coming out. 5BS, can he put that one into the middle? H goes for the shot, it's not on target, and Moss going to be able to clear. And things after the early stages of this one seem to have settled down into a bit more of an even sort of flow of the game.
Yeah, definitely. The two early goals was a big factor now coming into this game for terrible players, and I think it's something they can just calm down and hold on to. I don't think they are panicked. They don't seem panicked. Obviously, miscommunications a couple of times, but there you go again. Another shot comes by, followed up by H. This time, though, it will be cleared away by Sky. It comes across now to the side, but 5BS again meets that ball straight away, playing it across the field to H. To the backboard, a double tap opportunity, but he's going to leave it for Dilly instead. Just not a powerful shot, and eventually it will fall down to Moss. Slow has a bit of time now, to take the time slow as well to put it forward, but instead it goes straight back to 5BS, who again will try to clear it. A missed shot there could have been the first goal, but it looks a double commit as well. I can't tell what's happening. It's all going wrong at the moment for one more own goal. Double committing, taking the ball off teammates, not missing, not hitting the shots onto net. It's not looking great, but 5BS puts it to the right side, clears the ball from his own defensive half once more. It's going to come back into the centre. Can anybody be there now for Terrible Players to put a third into the back of the net? Yes, there is. Dilly is there. I called it happening because I knew someone was ought to bounce at that ball, because nobody on one more own goal felt like challenging for this high lifted ball here. Dilly just had a simple job of tapping it home into the goal.
Well, the name of the game seemingly so far is organised chaos. So far as one more own goal, they don't know what on earth is going on, but I could hazard a guess that neither do Terrible Players, as that one almost finding its way in. It does, in fact, find its way in. No one able to get back. I believe 5BS was the closest to it. Sky with the contact and almost getting the better of him. I feel like maybe it was impatience from 5BS. Maybe it might have actually stayed out, although it's very difficult to tell. This game is back to 3-1, only a 2-goal lead, but with 30 seconds to go and a double commit there and a chance for H. Safe to say that maybe they're not feeling too scared right now, as 5BS looking for the goal, and he's almost found it. There's that one, almost the angle of the century off that corner, as he goes onto the ceiling, flexing his mechanics on his opponents and unable to find the net again. But it's safe to say I've seen it numerous times, 5BS going up to the ceiling with that pre-jump as well. He's feeling incredibly confident right now.
Yeah, you can see it. Everything with Terrible Players at the moment is coming with confidence. Every shot, every pass, every challenge, every defensive clearance, and there must have been about 100 of those in that game. So many times the ball was just hit across the field, and H or 5BS or Dilly would get that ball, put it right back across the other side, and stop the attack from happening. That was so well. Obviously, there was one little mess up there which cost them a goal, but look at the shot difference as well between the two teams. On one side, you have 11 shots. On the other side, you only have 2, and I think that really sums up the game quite well. The pressure and the possession was all with Terrible Players. One more own goal, got a couple of chances, but they never got a good shot on target, apart from the one that went in, which was assisted in by a Terrible Players player. So technically, they scored all 4 goals there.
I mean, that is true. Terrible Players scoring one more own goal to make the scoreline slightly closer than it actually probably felt in game, as Terrible Players, they've just been feeling themselves so much. Their offensive pressure has been too hot to handle. One more own goal, well, they need to maybe sort of, if they want to concede goals and they want one more own goal, maybe don't concede yourself as well. As well, they almost, I don't want to sound harsh here, but maybe seem a little bit out of their depth with the pressure that's been put against them.
Yeah, I think that's a fair evaluation. I just think they need to calm down and focus more on the structure of their team. At the moment, it seems like they're running around like headless chickens. You've seen how many open nets there was and how many opportunities, the closest one being the one from the angled shot in the end of the game. No one was in the net to save that. They just all jump out of the goal like fierce lions. But instead, they need to take a more defensive approach against the team who clearly have the possession and the pressure on par. They need to take their time, take it slow, and build outside of the pitch. But, it can happen. And hopefully we can start to see that now, a comeback. Let's not just have a sweep. Let's have a comeback, a 3-2, a game 5. Let's see it happen.
Well, I mean, with one game down, maybe a few more to go. Although that, again, relies on, as you say, Ped, structure. That will be the name of the game here for one more own goal, as Dilly seemingly not ready for this. I think that was the classic tapped out. Sky putting that one against his car into the back of the net. That is one more own goal if I've ever seen one.
Indeed. Dilly sticking to the name there. Maybe that was part of the plan. Maybe that's part of the script, which I wasn't given before the cast. But there you go. Dilly has put one more own goal away and was a terrible player there because he did not move. But here we go. Now Dilly looking to make amends for that mistake. Comes back at 5BS, getting the double onto the backboard. Somebody flying in there. H and not get a touch. And how has that managed to go in? It's just gone through the swarm of whiff, or the swarm, as you say, fakes, and landed itself very, very slowly at 16 miles per hour in the back of the net. What has just happened?
I mean, I hate to say it, but that was ugly. although they all count the same. It doesn't matter how pretty or how ugly your goal is. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is that stat at the very top middle of your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The one that currently says 1 goal apiece. There's Moss looking for the shot here, but H able to clear. 5BS ready and waiting, but beaten to it by Sky. Just going to look to get this one infield. Dilly able to clear now as H just winning the race to that one emphatically. The slow looking for the clear and just about evaded the bump. As Dilly looking for 5BS, and they're looking for each other even on low boost. They are still looking for the passes. Are terrible players. Their awareness seemingly in tip-top condition. As 5BS looking to that wide left-hand side towards Dilly. Ends up slamming it right the way across. Now, I didn't realise that I had signed up to watching a tennis match, seeing this ball go from side to side, but seemingly that is exactly what I'm watching as Moss looking for H, who's put that one across slow. Going to be the closest one to it, and there's a lot of booming, but not a lot of precision for both of these teams, and I'd say that's the general advice for everyone. Just calm it down a little bit, take your time and look for your teammates.
Yeah, I think I'm more interested to see how terrible players have changed their approach from the previous game. They aren't looking for passes anymore. They're just going with hit and hope, and I think that's changed the game. It feels like they're a bit more uneasy and unrested. They are definitely irritated by the way that these one more own goal players are playing. But here comes Dilly again, looking to just break out of this half, and finally he gets the ball away. Now, slow again, there you go, waiting to take that challenge, gets the second 50, Moz are going to come in. I think, one more own goal might have changed their approach, but that double commit certainly doesn't end well. But Moz luckily finds a touch, but then an open net. The story of their lives. Sky with a great save, going to follow up with there. No, H does him in, but it's not going to go in. It's over the bar. H again, back to the backboard. Can anybody get there for a touch? Yes, and it will be cleared away. Sky looks to take the ball away now as 5BS puts it into the centre. Slow's going to be able to turn and take his time on this one as well. Off the backboard. Can anybody read it, though, is the question. No, they cannot, and 5BS, I believe, gets demoed there by Slow, and a clearance will come out. But this game could go to an overtime. At the moment, it is just so tight to call.
Yeah, the experience from 5BS, though, has impressed me so far. Not only has he shown that he is an incredibly mechanically talented player, but that play that he made, he actually went in front of the ball to get the bump. And whilst it didn't result in a goal, it certainly caused some chaos on the one more own goal line, as they've ended up just about getting that one cleared. Nate with the shot, and that's in the back of the net, and there you have it. All you need to do is take your chances when they come. H doing exactly that one. Sky putting it into his own backboard. Maybe a panic touch on defense, and H is there to make him pay.
Yeah, that was an interesting attempt at save from Sky as well. It seemed like he just bottomed out, which is quite ironic considering his name is Sky. Just couldn't leave the ground there to save the ball, and it gave H a very simple shot in the back of the net, and well done to him, putting shots on the goal. That is what both teams this game have really struggled to do. One more own goal again, only on 2 shots on target. They need to really pick it up if they want to see any sort of result out of this game, even 1 game win at the moment, because that is starting to look unlikely. Sky getting a good dribble, plays it back to Slow. Slow with a great 50. Now maybe the chance, but H ruins that chance with a demo. Moz keeps the pressure, but it's going to fall to Dilly. And again, Dilly will pick up the ball, take it all the way to safety. Sky now left with a challenge to get it away. H back up there. They're in the right place at the right time at most occasions. Their positioning is exceptional in the defensive half when they're not under pressure. When they are under pressure, that's where it starts to fall apart a little bit. But Sky again clears it to the side. And with 1 minute remaining, it does seem like terrible players will just run down the clock so they can win this game by 1, maybe 2 goals if they can score another.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't rest on your laurels with a 1 goal lead, but at the end of the day, you are still winning. There's 5BS with the pre-flip. Can he get to this one? He almost dunks Moss, which would have been highly impressive, as Dilly forcing its way infield. Sky. H looking for a touch, and that might just be in. Sky plucking that one out the top corner of the net, and 30 seconds to go, and 1 more own goal. Need 1 more goal, unless they want to be on match point against them. As Moss letting that one go for his teammate, who doesn't make contact, as 5BS looking for the touch to get this one cleared. He goes over the top of one. In actual fact, no, he doesn't. Moss re-jumping extremely high, and that one might just be an open net. No, it's hit the crossbar. Oh. And I have absolutely no idea how that stayed out, Pen. but somehow, some way, terrible players have got away with one there.
That was absolutely incredible. It was there. The equaliser was there, and then it just got taken away. And the ball will touch the ground. It's almost like the players swapped their team names there. Not to be harsh, but the one more own goal went to Dilly at the start of the game. And the terrible players were the players who couldn't seem to score by themselves. One more own goal, only having 3 shots again. H had that by himself, 3 shots. And you could see that with the dominant performance that terrible players had. It was a little bit more uneasy, though, I seemed, from terrible players from the first game. I do think this could be a turning point for one more own goal to possibly cause some interruption, 1 or 2 games, possibly even win. But at the moment, I'm just not seeing the energy from them that is needed to pull off a reverse sweep of any kind. It's not connecting to me.
Well, it's not just the energy, right? Sometimes, well, what I like to think with reverse sweeps is a lot of the time you've got a good plan, you just don't have the execution. Whereas this time around, I'm not even really seeing a plan, let alone the execution. They've had 3 shots on goal in both game 1 and game 2. Now that looks like a team that is being completely dominated. And I mean, you've got to think to yourself, are things going to magically change just like that? Even in the reverse sweep we saw earlier on, it's at least you could see glimpses of good play. Whereas this, you're not really seeing any. You're just seeing them getting penned back on their goal line and panicking. I could be wrong, but here you have it.
Yeah, you know, game number 3 could be the final game for one more own goal in this tournament if they cannot find a positive result in their favour. But Sky getting a good save. Moss, he's going to score it himself. And 5PS will find the final touch and steal the goal. An own goal for one more own goal. So finally they live up to their name. But wow, how has Moss managed to do that? I don't know how it happens.
I'm even more confused really about how 5BS actually got a touch on that ball. I thought to myself, seeing him come off the ceiling of the goal, I was thinking, surely he's not going to save this, right? Now, should I have ever doubted 5BS? Probably not, but it certainly looked sketchy to say the very least, as H getting the bump to keep that one cleared, as then passes that one into the back of Diddy's car. 5BS looking to take over, trying to get this one downfield. H there, ready and waiting. Moss infield towards 5BS, who looks for the shot, and H does save it this time around. One more own goal. What about one more save on your own teammate's shot? As Dilly able to bot that one up. And, well, I mean, maybe that balances it out. You've had an own goal, but you've also saved your own shot. So maybe it should just be 1-0 after all.
Yeah, that was incredible. H, though, wants the spotlight. He says, 5BS, give me my MVP, man. I don't want you to take it off me. I need some time in this game to build up on it. But there you have it. Moz now at the back, trying to put it forward. H is going to just wait there and pick up the ball, launch it to backboard, does get taken out in the process. 5BS with a great shot. Oh, nearly, but a follow-up there. Oh, and it's wide. But it just looks like this one more own goal team are shivering in their timbers at the moment, because none of them seem to have a clue what is going on here in the game. They just stood still, but now slow, bringing up more pressure. They have gone for a more demo bump tactic approach here. Here comes Moz, good touch to the corner. Can he take it out? Yes, he can. Can he follow it now? The goal is in ahead of him, and the goalkeeper's not necessarily in the goal, but it won't make a difference just yet. But the shot's going to come in. Sky couldn't get there. Dilly gets this one out this time. Can he go again? Yes, he can. Sky can't go for this ball, neither can Moz, and Dilly's just allowed to run right through and play it to backboard. 5BS with the follow-up touch, laid out this time by Slow. Can he look for a shot now? It's going to come off H's car. Dilly will clear it away, and no shot will be found. And yet again, a failed aggression and attack attempt from one more own goal.
I mean, it's safe to say that one more own goal have been thrown in the deep end with this matchup. Well, I say that they got thrown in the deep end, but they're also drowning in the deep end as well, which is not exactly the way that they'd want it to go, but the execution has just been pure perfection from terrible players as they put on a masterful performance. They've still got 2.5 minutes left of this game number 3, but you can see they're not exactly going for high percentage plays anymore. They're just going for what seems fun. 5BS with a musty flick that didn't even leave the ground. A bit of a worm burner there as he finds the net. As well, that's their lead doubled, and that might just be the nail in the coffin.
Not really good enough, that should have been staved. Yeah, I just can't put a finger on it. It's just clearly the skill difference. 5BS especially setting his team apart in this fair game. Really, really good mechanics, really good pace, and you can tell that they are too slow. Sky and Moz are too slow to keep up with him. And that's why he's finding these simple, easy, maybe messed up mechanic shots, which are quite scuffed, but they will find the net eventually because of the way he's using them. But here he goes again, back up into the Sky. Sky this time will miss the ball. And Moz will score the second own goal. One more own goal to add to the tally for Moz, and then finished off, I think, there by Slow. Wow.
Well, I think there is a team that will be thinking maybe we are the terrible players, and that might not be the one that actually has the name, as that was quite honestly painful to. It was like watching a car crash in slow motion as we see 5PS waiting on the backboard at the other end. I mean, if that isn't complacency at its finest, you've currently got terrible players 2v3ing whilst 5BS is just sat there on the backboard waiting for a redirect.
Yeah, it's not quite fair anymore. It's the point of a football match where it gets that bad that the referee just has to whistle it and call it. But unfortunately, this is Rocket League, and that's not the case. And H putting not the final nail in the coffin. It seems like there's going to be a lot of nails to be put into this coffin. They've got a whole nail gun to put them in fact, because H puts the fourth in with 1 minute and 19 seconds left to go, and there is absolutely no sign of a comeback from this one more own goal team because they seem to be drained of everything they had previous to this series.
I would say that they're out of ideas, but to be honest, I think they've been out of ideas from about 2 minutes into game number 1. There's Sky looking to get this one cleared, and that recovery there just sums it up, really, as he just couldn't even land to follow up that ball, as 5BS able to take that one at least halfway down the field, and we have at least one more own goal to see in this one as Ped celebrating the goal. But I mean, I think now is the time I just have to say it. I told you so.
The comeback is on. The comeback is on. 3 goals, 55 seconds. That's nothing. We've seen 3 goals in 15 seconds. I believe they are going to get too cocky on terrible players. And now one more own goal. We'll be able to put in a shift there. The celebration comes out because this is the team I predicted. I don't want any vinegar and salt rubbed into my wounds because I believe they can do it. And there you go. Great save from Moz. Slow now trying to take it out. H racing back to save it. He gets the good 50 in there, but Sky keeps the pressure up, and it just brings it to my head. How come they weren't playing like this 5 minutes ago? And the second shot's going to come in, and again it will go in the same fashion, off the roof down. And I told you so, Kenty, because this comeback is on.
Well, I think their alarm clock has only just gone off. They've woken up, except they've woken up 15 minutes late. The common phrase in the SSA scene is 180 milliseconds too late. Now that is a little bit of a gap, with this one being 15 minutes. As they've woken up all right. They just, for some reason, haven't played like this all series long. As Ped has just risen out of his seat celebrating to rub the salt in my wounds, as we have got 17 seconds left on the clock, and terrible players have got to figure it out.
What is going on? I just seen 2 misses come out of this team, an open net, and then finally Slow rises from the horizon and gets a goal. 4-3. This could be one of the most great endings to a Game 3 ever. Even if they lose, I'm proud of the effort to come back. It's almost like someone's gone sorted out in the back of their heads. It's open. Can anyone get there? Yes, he can. It's a goal. It's 4-4. I told you so.
I'm absolutely lost for words right now. What is going on? They've gone from completely dominating this one to ending up being in an overtime. Now, you know what, Peds? I hold my hands up and say, you know what? In this instance, maybe you might be right, as we have overtime in Game 3.
Yeah, I have no idea what has happened in the last 50 seconds. Nearly there at the end of the overtime. But here comes one more own goal, and they are scoring in the correct goal this time. They've scored more goals, in fact, in this game than they have the whole series. But here it comes into the centre. Can a shot come in? Yes, but it's not on target. But Moz is there to follow it up onto the backboard. Now, where's the last player, Sky? Just not fast enough. He's got his name there, but Slow keeps it going. Slow and Sky need to change names. Slow's going to put a shot on net, though. And it's in! Oh, my word! And the comeback is most certainly on. Just 5-4 is the score in game number 3. We will be having a game number 4.
Well, Ped, I hold my hands up, and on this instance, you were right. As one more own goal, well, in an overtime, it is dangerous to score own goals. But this time around, I'm absolutely lost for words as to what just happened. I don't think it could have looked any more comfortable for terrible players if they tried, and they've somehow ended up losing game number 3. Now, if that isn't a lesson for everyone in this tournament about being complacent, I don't know what is.
Wow. Well, when I said there was going to be a comeback, I didn't actually believe it was going to happen. But there you have it. That is what can happen in 55 seconds of Rocket League. 4 goals in 55 seconds from a team who were down in the dumps, not leaving their goal, stuck to their goal, and they ended up with more shots than terrible players. That is incredible. 1 more shot, but it is still more shots. Now, if they can carry that on for 2 more games, maybe not the first 5.5 minutes, the 4.5 minutes, maybe they will actually be able to get a result here and win. Maybe. Reverse sweep, maybe.
Hopefully that wasn't them hitting their peak and it being downhill from here. As well, I mean, if it carries on like this, we have a series on our hands. And I'm going to follow on from the stat that you mentioned. They had more goals in that game than they have all series. I'm just going to pose this one to you. They scored more goals in that game than they had shots in either game 1 or 2.
That's crazy. It is crazy. I don't. It's like, where did that come from? Whose brothers sat behind them? Which person's jumped on that seat then? Because that was incredible. I've not seen a team do that in a very long time. That takes a lot of resilience to be able to come back from that deficit. But now this is where it matters. It will not matter if they lose this game, in that they start the same way. But here we go. They look to be more organised as well. I think we're going to be in for an exciting end to this series, to be honest with you, Kedzie.
Well, I mean, exciting Rocket League is certainly something that I could never say no to. The Slope looking to find the shot there, but it's just off target. 5BS surely will be stepping it up. We saw him go for a load of pre-flips and a load of weird, overcomplicated mechanical plays in the previous game. Maybe now we might see a difference, or maybe not, as he certainly tests the defense of his teammate. That's the sort of one where he's going to turn around in the comms and just say to you, yeah, I was just making sure you were awake. There's 5BS. I'm not sure I know which team he's playing for anymore.
Yeah, maybe he's jumped on the comeback efforts as well for the one more own goal team. Even their name's confusing me now, because that last game was, wow, they came back from it. So I don't believe they will be scoring any more own goals. They scored 2 last game, so they're doing better this game. I tell you now, the difference between the first 4 minutes of the last game and the first 1 minute and a half in this game, it's magical. They're actually playing with structure. They're playing composed and calm play. They're looking for passes. They're putting pressure on. They're doing everything they didn't do in the last game. They're doing it very well. And now you see 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and it's still 0-0. And they've really kept the players from terrible players out.
Well, I mean, you say they're doing everything they didn't do in the start of last game. I'd argue the entire series, as they now look structured, and this is how you beat a team such as terrible players that have that game plan of organised chaos, and that is, you don't play them at their own game. You've got to, when a team is playing so chaotically, the way you beat them is be as structured as possible. And yes, that will involve being second best to quite a lot of the challenges, but it's almost a game of chess at that point. You've got to just wait until their chaos sort of puts them in an awkward position. Then you've got to make sure that you take that time to pounce, as 5BS looking to get this one cleared. Slow, certainly second best to that one, as Moss putting that one high. Did he able to clear? Maybe not, as Arch going to take that one over the top of Sky, as Slow straight down the throat of 5BS, who's looking for the edge. Will he gets over 2, and he's going to carry it, and he's ended up balling his teammate. Hang on a minute, that is absolutely disgusting. 5BS, oh my word, That is such a delicate touch, and I mean, well, that is simply put, that was disgusting.
He sent Sky to the sky. That was horrible. Oh, he's just absolutely done him. The keeper flies the wrong way, gets the touch, and then finds the back heel to put that one away. That was very, very, very nice indeed. But, you know, let's hope it doesn't rock this performance from one more own goal, because I was about to say they were the ones dominating possession in this performance, but they just let that goal go in. So hopefully now they can bring back what they had previously and put some shots in the right areas of the net. Not the post, not the crossbar, not the backboard, but the net. But here we go. Moz coming on. What did I say? The post, and now it's going to be followed up. No one's there. That's where you need to be to score the goals. But it's fine. They've still got 1 minute and 47 seconds left. The shot comes in. Oh,
no, that might. Oh,
and there you go.
Oh.
Where did that come from, eh? Slow again. Put another shot in goal. He's a new player.
Arch, I guess just thinking there was a man behind him on the goal line going for that big boost. No, Arch. Well, H, you are the one that is responsible for that shot, and he's certainly been made to look a fool. 1-1. Game 4 is certainly. It's keeping me on the edge of my seat. I can only speak for myself, Ped. I'm sure it's also keeping you on the edge of your seat, as this game is. This is what Rocket League is all about.
Oh.
Two very different play styles matching against each other, and there you have it. All of a sudden, the dominance from terrible players has put them on the back foot, and it's not even close anymore. They are really feeling the pressure.
Now, it's games like this that really make me jump and celebrate, because this team, about 10 minutes ago, were looking like it was over. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, lightning struck and bang, they put everything together. The puzzle pieces are all coming together, and they have finally got the second goal. Sky looking to get the fair. Can he make it? Oh, my word, nearly. Just couldn't quite find the angle. But it's honestly, you can agree with me, this is a changed team and a changed performance from what we seen 6 to 8 minutes ago in the previous game. In game number 3. And now they look like they're going to take this to a tie. It is a 2-2, and we will be going to a game 5 unless they can't hold out in the next 52 seconds. But I'm sure that terrible players will try and come back with as much as they can here to sort this out. Is it the case of terrible players throwing, or is it the case of one more own goal just stepping it up a little bit?
I think it's a bit of both, as H is going to find the back of the net. There's 5BS with some wonderful play to get that one from one end of the field to the other in a matter of seconds. And he didn't have much boost to play with either, but he's put that one on a plate for H. This one's all tied up. And, well, this is really crunch time in this series. It's H putting them on level terms again. Sky maybe feeling the nerves. That touch not what he would have wanted. H again into the backboard. Moss looking for the clearance. And honestly, I feel like this next goal decides the series. If terrible players score it, I don't think that they will lose, but at the same time, you've got to feel like if one more own goal get this next goal and they take this one to game 5, they must surely have the momentum on their side to take the series.
100%, but this is a very, very sketchy last couple of seconds for every team. And oh no!
Oh!
Can they keep it out? Oh, bad shot! It's still going in though. It's kept out by Moz. Can it be kept out? Yes, it can. Slow. He manages to keep it out. What? Whoa! What was that? That was the craziest last 10 seconds of a game I've ever seen. But it's not in the goal. We're in an overtime now, but it's still pressure all with this team. Slow coming off the backboard too early. 5BS missing his touch. Every player on this pitch seems a little bit nervous after the games we've had. But here we go. Sky keeps the ball out now. Can he find this one onto the net? He gets a demo in there. That's keeping pressure on his favour. Moz, that's not a great touch, but Slow's able there to take it. Gilly gets the clear out. A shot going to come in from Slow, but it's a slow one. H nearly bumped off that there. That could have been great, and it could have given the win, actually, to one more own goal, but not quite yet. And 50 across to Moss. Moss puts a shot on, but it doesn't look like it's going to be in. It's not. It's wide. Can Slow find the shot? Yes, he can, but blocked greatly by 5BS. Gilly clears away once more. Moz this time, again, booming clears. And I think, you know, the aim to this game now for terrible players is to just catch onto these boom clearances. But that is not a great touch. H is able to replenish from it, though, and this is going to be one interesting overtime.
I want to say that was a controller disconnect for Dilly. It looked incredibly weird how he jumped and then boosted, but nothing happened. It looked rather strange, but this overtime, if I was a coach for either of these two teams right now, the message I would be sending is calm down. The thing with an overtime is, of course, the next goal wins. But the other way that you need to look at it, especially for both of these teams, how risky they have been playing at times, is that you've also got to think of it as the next goal loses. Like, you've got to think of it that way as well. It's all well and good going gung-ho trying to score the next goal, but that's absolutely no use if you concede. 5BS trying to get this one cleared. Moss just going to be ready and waiting for him. Dilly looking to get on the receiving end of the pass. Sky, can he get this one cleared? Only as far as H, who looks for Dilly, who's in a bit of an awkward spot here. Sky, Dilly looking for the 50-50, and that's in, and we have game number 5 coming right up for you.
That is so 100 IQ as well. I was like, challenge them, just keep challenging them. They're panicking, they're getting bad touches, and he did it perfectly. He chased them down, he chased that ball, and I don't even care. Ball chase all you want because he just scored the goal, and Sky has finally proved to me that he is a sky-high player with that 100 IQ move, and we're going to game 5. Who would have predicted that, everybody? This is what Rocket League can do. This is what Sub-Saharan African Rocket League is. This is incredible. This could go any way. This game 5 could be great for one more own goal. It could be great for terrible players. We won't even be able to predict it because this game has been the most unpredictable game ever.
Well, we have game 5, so... But this is somehow, some way, turned into a best of 1. Now, if you told me about 10 minutes ago that this was going to be the case, I would have laughed in your face and told you you're crazy. Production was also giving us cues behind the scenes to actually throw back to the host before the overtime happened in game 3. And, well, it's good that we didn't, because we still have a series on our hands here. We've got game 5 coming right up for you in a few seconds. And, well... Kenzie Poo against Ped is the name of the game here. I don't even think it's terrible players against one more own goal anymore. I think it's a personal vendetta that we have. Which one of us is going to prevail in the next 5 minutes?
Got to love a bit of friendly competition. You can't forget about Greybeard's prediction too, also favouring my side. So, you know, we've got the weight of the guess, I guess, at the moment. So let's just hope that this game 5 can be as great as the last game, because that was a very close game. Either side could have won it. The players are putting on an amazing performance. It's just about keeping that composure through the whole 5 minutes plus overtime. Can they do it? Can they keep their nerves settled? Can they keep composed and calm? Can they keep it up? We will see as game 5, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is underway.
Well, as Greybeard so often says, this is howling time. Stilly trying to get that one in field. H. AIPX trying to follow up, and I feel like what we're going to see for the first few minutes of this game 5 is a boomer ball, so to speak. It's 5PS able to pre-jump that save. That was absolutely wonderful. He read that one like a book. Dilly trying to get this one downfield. Sky stood firmly in his way. H with no boost, looking for 5PS. That shot rather wayward as H looking infield for the shot. Slow, it's fallen to Dilly, who's hit the post. How on earth has he missed one more own goal? Well, how about one more miss?
Well, one more miss is a bit kind. About 15 more misses have counted in the past couple of games. But wow, how that was one of the shots that you've got to score against a team that can just creep back up on you like one more own goal. You've got to remember, they did it in 55 seconds with 4 goals. Perfect shots as well. They just need to be able to keep that up. But here comes Sky. Really did not do too well there. He just crashed the car, as we were mentioning earlier. But here comes 5BS clearing the ball away. Moz into the centre. Sky's up again. Just can't find the shot on target, though. Pressure's still building. Slow gets a 50 in there with H. Plays it back to Moz. The position in the comms. They're clearly there. Moz now looks the chance to shoot. It's going to come off the ceiling. Can Slow get there? No, he can't. It's going to fall right back again. He needs to be careful here and not let any of the opposition players get on his nerves, but it will be cleared away by Sky. Good touch there. But again, though, the pressure is balanced this game. It's like 50-50 possession. It's just about who can put the shots away.
One thing I'm not seeing enough of for either team, really, we're seeing plenty of mechanics. I'm not seeing really, as I say that, 5BS going straight in there for the demos. As both teams have really had relatively structured rotations. Now, that is the quickest and easiest way to break that structure. It involves absolutely no mechanics whatsoever. You just drive your car as fast as you can into your opponents. It's that simple. And I feel like that would make a world of difference for both of these teams if they can implement that. I think the first to do so would be the one that has the slight advantage in this Game 5. As Game 5 is a nervous time enough. When your teammate gets demoed, it throws even more nerves into the mix. So it's certainly something that's worth going for. And again, the general advice of calming down as well. We're seeing everyone bunching up near the ball. We're not seeing anywhere near enough passing plays or trust in your own teammates. Double commits left, right, and centre. The Sky looking to get that one cleared, going for the pinch off the side wall as H booming that one all the way downfield. Can he make up for his earlier miss? As Moss, AIPX with the challenge, it's going to fall to Dilly, who's pre-jumped and slow beats him to it. It's off the post, and somehow that's stayed out. And this might actually go down the other end of the field here. Sky, can he get rid? He's got a player breathing down his neck right now as AIPX unable to make contact and whiffs left, right, and centre. Dilly, can he find the shot? No, Sky into the corner. Dilly cutting off his own teammate there who might have had a shot. 5BS, can he get the double tap? He's lining it up and he's found it. 5BS firing them into the lead in Game 5.
What a goal. But again, it comes down to everybody in goal just stands there and watches. They don't want to challenge. They don't want to at least attempt even a jump there. Double jump in the net can help you in the saving of that. But a really good goal, a very well-timed goal as well. You could see him holding off on the boost and waiting. Slow here, though, coming to try and find the equaliser. Yeah, it's just going to be a hard game now. 1 minute and 30 seconds. You might have got me on this one, but one more own goal and not out of it yet. 55 seconds and 4 goals, remember. That is the one figure that will stay in my head. The one statistic that I'll be able to keep for a lifetime from this one tournament. 4 goals in 55 seconds, but 5BS plays it down now. Moz can't get a shot off. It's going to be cleared away once more. Here comes Slow at the back. H gets 50'd out the way. Moz coming in to find a shot. Dilly gets a good bump in there. 5BS looking awkward, though. Gets the 50. Really important touch as well on the ball. Otherwise, that could have been a goal. So it's very important that he got that touch. But now Dilly coming onto the goal. A miss over the bar. But a follow-up there from 5BS. He did not care that he was last man. And that might be game over right now for one more own goal, unless they can pull off what they did in game number 3.
Well, you know what? I've learnt my lesson from game number 3. I am not going to say it. There's 5BS, well, organised chaos on the side of terrible players. They found the back of the net. They were just simply too quick on that occasion. But now is the time that they need to just tone it down a little bit. Just be a bit more organised. Be solid. Just do not let your opponents have a sniff at getting back into this one, as we know that one more own goal certainly have a few more goals left in them. As Dilly looking to get this one in field. Slow, able to just about to get that one cleared. Moss, Sky, the long shot might be on target, and they've got a goal, and we've got 30 seconds left to go, and Game 5 is showing no signs of dying down yet.
There you go. Overcommits come as soon as you let terrible players get confident. They make so many rotation errors. They have no last man again. And it's the exact same as what happened in game number 3. They kept going too far forward, attacking too hard, even though they had a 4-goal lead, by the way, and they managed to mess that up. Now it's only a 2-goal lead. Now a 1-goal lead, obviously. And it could go in the favour, but a good touch again from 5BS, just not finding the goal. It could be written in the stars here, the amount of missed chances that terrible players have had. One more goal, just need to find it in. Dilly, though, on a shot. It's not going to go in. Sky needs to get a clear and take it up the other end right this moment. It's not going in just yet, but it looks like it will be cleared away by H. And now the game is surely going to come to an end with 1 second. But, you know, we can dream indeed. But Sky could not get the touch, and terrible players will eventually take the win in game number 5, although being up 2-0 in game number 3. But a very good effort from one more own goal. Only 1 goal in between that game as well. Really good effort.
Sorry, guys, I was just finishing writing off that script where of course, that was all part of the plan. But, well, you both had the audacity to vote against me. Well, look where that one ended up. Look who was right after all, Greybeard.
Mine was more emotional. I was going with the underdogs, but man, oh man, what a great series. And man, we've picked them today. We've had some stellar series on stream today with reverse sweeps, almost reverse sweeps, and just thrilling stuff. Great to see. Excellent entertainment. Wonderful Rocket League. And Pedzi, I think you had I've never had a moment of a caster that excited when that 4-goal comeback was accomplished in Game 3, almost losing his mind. Wonderful to see, and yeah, but well done in the end. But great series, and Kenzie, it's those sorts of series, right, that make Rocket League such a great game to watch.
That's exactly what makes Rocket League so entertaining to watch. I mean, we both met each other at the London LAN, and there was plenty of series like that on show when we were down there. But I mean, it's also, in my opinion, what makes Sub-Saharan African. I can't remember who started the phrase, but the smallest region with the biggest hype. And well, I mean, if anyone ever doubted that statement, just show them that series.
Yeah, just wonderful stuff. I'm just having a look at some of the other lower bracket results, if there are any. Some dudes have taken down LeBron James 3-0. Blue are 2 games ahead against Drew's forehead. Drew featuring a lot today in this competition. And then Pup Lovers losing out to Drew Haters, taking them down 3-0. So interesting results there. And then over in the upper bracket, the winners quarter final, obviously the Balotelli Tubbies getting the forfeit win against Cowboys, but then Meet Your Makers taking down Limited 3-1. And then SSN, holy moly, Snowy's team, by the look of it here, losing out 3-2 to Moz ZA. That's a bit of a surprising result, Ped.
100%, yeah. Looking at the 2 rosters there, you would expect that to go SSN's way all day. But, Keno, Josho, Vision, and Modesi had a great performance there. 3-2, though, it was definitely close. If you look at the game summary, the first game did go to 66% Moz. 2 games following came to SSN, and the final 2 games going to 66% Moz. So a very interesting series as well altogether. It's really, really good stuff, though. SSN have a job to do in the lower brackets.
Another exciting series there, but they're not done. Obviously, they'll fight on. SSN will in the lower bracket, and then another 5-gamer, 180 milliseconds too late, taking out Freelo, but going to game 5, 3-2. So some good stuff there in the upper bracket. And it looks like the next round of series are already underway. So I'm not entirely sure which series we're going to. SSN. Okay, so we are going to the lower bracket, and we're going to have Drew Haters up against SSN, which should be interesting to see. So I think we're going to take a short break, get that all set up, and then we will come back and bring you that lower bracket match right after this break. All right, and we are back for some more action. A short break because our lower bracket match is ready to get going. SSN versus Drew Haters and Ped. We got going to be casting this is Ped, and Q makes his way back into the booth. And Ped, are you doing okay after that epic performance there? You almost lost your voice in Game 3.
Yeah. Well, I mean, considering England at the moment is nearly in the minus degrees, I am very, very warm at the moment due to the jumping around I had to do from the win there. It felt like a win, although they got beat. But, that's the series is that we need in this sort of tournament style to entertain the viewers, entertain us casters. It gives the best content. So really, really good. I hope for another one of them right now, though.
All right. Well, we may well get it, and a bit of a surprise one. SSN, which is made up of Snowy, Nuke, and Shiny, and with Snowy leading any team, you expect victory. They went down in the upper bracket, and they are going to be furious. In particular, Snowy, no doubt. So now they're fighting things out in the lower bracket. Does that hurt them enough to lose 2 on the trot and be eliminated from the tournament?
Man, it's I feel like it's one of those things where this first game is going to really play a big factor, right? Because if they can come out in this first game, because they lost in a 5-game series, it was close. If they can come out here, put their foot on the pedal in game number 1, that's one thing. If they go down 1, 2, 3 goals early, then that's where we talk about that now working in the negative, right? So I really feel like watching not only just the first minute as teams assess each other, but I'm going to expect to see SSN really trying to up the tempo.
Yeah, I will fully expect that. And then on the other side, Drew Haters, Ped, Amagus, Gold Ninja, Coffee, who've had a bit of an up and down series, but they're here. They're still fighting. Do you see a world where they take down SSN?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because they just came off the back of a sweep, so they theoretically should have the run of the draw here. They will not be tilted, although SSN may not be, but I suspect a little bit of tilt will be involved there. And they're coming back off the sweep, so I think the momentum shift should be in their side. So hopefully, if that momentum shift is there, no matter what the names of the players are, that's irrelevant when you get into the game. It's 6 cards on a field with at least 3 to 5 games of Rocket League. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they can carry that momentum forward and maybe beat one of the big dogs in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's always the interesting element of the lower bracket is there's one team who's just lost a series up against a team that's just won a series.
Yeah, I've got to do it again, haven't I? I've got to go with Drew Haters. I've got to go with the underdogs. I'm the underdog, man, I've got to follow it all the way through. Now I've started it, you can't end it. It needs to go the whole tournament.
No, I think with just knowing the firepower that's on SSN, they don't want it. They didn't mean to be in the lower bracket at this point. I expect them to come out guns blazing. I expect this to be a short series. No offense to Drew Haters, who we like to see in that first game of our broadcast, but I think it's going to be quick, as we actually see very quick goal actually on the board here as well.
Go, everybody. We're back with another game, another good game of Rocket League. Already 1 goal gone by, though. We are sat in the 3rd minute and the 54th second. 1-0 does fall, unfortunately, for my guess, SSN. So, really good start for them into this game, but it's only 1 goal, so nothing too harsh to come back from. Snowy, though, being the goals. Oh, no, Shiny being the goal scorer, actually. Snowy on the ball at the moment, takes it back. Gold Ninja looks to get a clearance on the ball. And so far, from the couple of seconds that we've seen, it doesn't seem too bad, man. And it does seem like it's going to be a close game, Q.
Yeah, actually one point that I was about to bring up before we saw going the distance with a nice pass up for Coffee to be able to find that equalizer. We have to remember and look back to our first matchup of the day. LeBron James looked like they were able to get a nice little start against Drew Haters, and then once they figured him out, they were able to go on a roll, so don't be surprised. However, we do see Shiny says, nah, homie, real quick, I'm going to go ahead and put us back up by 1.
It does seem like one of those games where we're going to be getting a lot of goals already there, striking back just 10 seconds after the first goal. went in for his opposition's Drew Haters. But Drew Haters really need to make sure that doesn't happen again. You can't be letting goals go that easily against a team with such skill. And that will be the deciding factor, I think, of this series for them. But Coffee coming back up the other end, looking for an equaliser, just nearly getting that one. They're just not able to find the final execution, but it was a close one. And it does seem like both of these teams at the moment look eagerly matched in terms of who wants to win. Both seem to have that motivation there.
Yeah, I do like to see kind of the aggressive play that we were anticipating from SSN. They are winning quite a few of their 50-50s here right now as well. It also seems like their rotations are on point. They're definitely here to play, but on the opposite side, on the blue side from Drew Haters, their defense is standing up pretty firm, at least thus far. I'm going to be interested to see, though, if they can try and take some opportunities to try and turn defense into offense. While I say that, though, Nuke finds the back of the net, and they're now up 2.
Yeah, he put a nuke on that net indeed. Back into the back of the net there. No one could save it, unfortunately, there from August, but he just could not find the right angle. His position was slightly off par, and that was what gave the goal to a great team in SSN. And you can clearly see the placement of their shots, the power of their shots. It's all in place, and it all comes together very, very nicely as they were able to just put that one away. But here comes Coffee now, looking to come forward and find a shot. Snowy is going to be able to clear it away, followed up by Shiny into the top of the field. Gold Ninja needs to be able to get this one away and form an attack, but it doesn't seem like any of the passes are sort of connecting at the moment. And, you know, it is interesting because the team with the momentum specifically are not really carrying that momentum through. It seems to be the team that got beat in the last series who are taking the momentum through.
And we do see here Snowy with the teardrop, just going to walk its way across the goal line, though, not going to be able to cross its way. The question now becomes, can Drew Haters get it clear? We see Shiny was able to come in with a demo that briefly gives them the man advantage in the offensive zone, but I thought I was going to say it looked like Drew Haters was about to be able to get the clear. Instead, Snowy, another demo. You can just see how aggressive the team of SSN is playing right now. Definitely feeling some type of way, and Snowy now finds another one, and they're not.
Wow, that was such power, such a good shot. Landed in the net, just off the corner of the defender. It was a close one to a save, but wow, that power on that shot took that one all the way, took it into the back of the net. And you've got to really give credit where credit's deserved. Snowy showing his dominance there as an excellent player, but now an open net's formed, but a great touchdown from Nuke. Shiny following that up with a big shot as well. Snowy not taking the ball away. It's just about getting through this defense, and demos might be the way to do that, but then the touch following up was not great at all, and it will be back in possession of the one, the only, the feared Snowy, and Nuke going to follow it up with a shot now as well. But it does seem like they need to take a little bit of time here on the Drew Haters side to actually analyze how they're going to beat this team.
Yeah, I do like, though, I mean, we're seeing a couple of times where the defense doing a really good job. It's just, it feels like the aggression where you mentioned a couple of times those demos coming across, buying some additional room for the rest of the players for SSN to be able to push up into that offensive zone. But Drew Haters here with Among Us going to be able to at least find another goal, cuts that lead down to 2. There's still 62 seconds left in this game. If you're Drew Haters, that's plenty of time.
Yeah, and Amogus has double points from me because he's got an England flag. So there you go. But no, that is what they can do really well. They are not a perfect team, SSN. They are not 100% perfect. No one's perfect. They have their ways to win. They have their ways that they need to improve, otherwise they'll lose. And that's just been picked up on there. The missed rotation, a good touch forward and a shot. Third man was not comfortable in the position he was, and that's what you need to exploit. You need to exploit those mistakes. And essentially, this game will come down to who can exploit the most mistakes from the other team. So hopefully now they've got that goal. They start to realise, and it starts to click in their heads, okay, their third man can push a little bit too far up sometimes. We can exploit that. We can get goals. But that will come down probably in the second game because this first game looks like it's only going one way.
Yeah, and that one way is definitely very much in favor of SSN. I mean, even when we've seen the couple of goals, it's not like it's a whole bunch of control in the zone, right? They find the holes and they strike quickly. Otherwise, most of the control very much in favor as SSN as they pushed into the corner here. That's going to be in front of the net. We saw that second contest coming in, but regardless, now 10 seconds left on the clock, and it's all but I was going to say, maybe if you can make something happen quickly, but instead, that's okay, well, that's going to be a goal with a second left in the clock. Magic can happen still.
We've seen it before. We've certainly seen magic before, but 1 second, though, it is pushing the limits. But wow, that was a good goal, nevertheless. A good pinch in and a good shot. That's what they need to do more of, getting the faces of the team. Oh, and it's up. This could be it. Nah, it looks like Snowy's got this one all day, and he will, and it's down. Very, very good play from Snowy. The veteran there at the back, able to put that one away. But that was actually a closer game in the end than I think the casting desk anticipated. I think that game was much closer than people anticipated, and it does give me hope for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think it was one of those situations where it looked like maybe SSN, I kind of reflecting back to that question, before we started, right? Like, does maybe SSN use this as motivation? They came out and looked strong, but on the same side, even though Drew Haters walks away with the L, they kind of have a little bit that they can build on heading into game 2. I'm going to be really interested to see how both of these teams respond here.
Yeah, it'll be excellent, actually. I think SSN were on the back foot there. 2 goals coming in late for Drew Haters. So, again, I will say this again, although it did go against me the last time, Drew Haters should have the the pressure shift, and they should be the team who have more motivation there, coming from the back of the 2 goals they had in the end of that game. But then again, momentum doesn't always flow in that way, as we've seen from the first game of the series, with SSN taking a 4-goal, stance very, very clearly. Snowy is definitely the player you need to mark if you are coming from Drew Haters. Snowy was the man who was involved in almost every play of that game and scoring goals left, right, and centre, putting hard shots on left, right, and centre. So if you can get him out of the game by any means possible, stealing his boost, bumping him, causing some anger, demos, that is the way they need to do it, and that's the way they need to go about this game, I believe.
And we're going to get started very quickly here in game number 2. And I would have to agree, definitely the person you need to make sure you're always aware of where they're at. That's going to be from distance. And that's going to be a first goal here for Drew Haters. It is, I think, pretty much going to be based off of that own goal touch there. But regardless, that gives you a little bit of momentum to build off of. Reflecting back one more time to that first series on the broadcast, Drew Haters was a little slow out of the gate, but then they took control in their series relatively quickly. They might do that here in game 2.
Yeah, 100%. But there you go. Pass down. A shot comes in. Oh, nearly a second goal. What a very good play. Nearly, if the placement of the shot was a little tiny bit to the left, it could have went in. But whoa, what a save. Shani put a great shot on, but then as I was about to compliment the shot, a great save coming out there from Ninja. Coffee keeping the ball now. Well, tries to keep the ball away, but just couldn't quite get the touch. But now Coffee looks to take it, but no boost seems to be a big problem. Gold Ninja pre-jumping that. But in theory, he didn't need to because it wasn't too fast. But that was where the goal will go in. Unfortunate stuff there. Maybe if it was slightly slower on the deposit for that one, maybe you'd have got the ball, but instead pre-jump sort of ruined the flow.
And I mean, at least now, though, there's still plenty of time. It's only, sometimes when you have those mistakes, those unfortunate goals, it's good to know you had already given yourself that 1-goal cushion, right? Because it'd be a different story if that gave the other squad the lead. Instead, it just evens things up here. We're going to probably see a little bit of a back and forth, I would imagine, over this next minute or two. Now that teams have gotten a chance to feel each other out in game number 1, we've seen things are evened up here as far as in this game. But maybe, just maybe, I thought Snow was going to be able to win that 50-50 and push that straight on into the goal, but instead, quickly clearing things up. And I really want to see how Drew Haters might be able to keep the pressure, because when they come into this offensive zone, they're in and out very quickly. If they score, it's because they find a very big hole and they capitalize. Otherwise, they aren't maintaining control very much.
Yeah, there you see 3 players all going for the ball and all missing the ball as well. That's why you don't see that too often, but all players in a triangle formation all jump for the ball and none of them got a touch. And again, they're just not touching the ball. They're playing too fast, I believe. I think Gold Ninja's pre-jumping every single defensive clearance, every single ball. Sometimes it's working, but it's also another times not working. You want to get that success rate as high as possible, and at the moment it is not. I believe it's about 48%. And they need to improve on that. Just play it slower. You don't need to go to your opponent's speed. You make them play at your speed, sort of thing.
100%. We are going to see them now trying to retreat back onto the defense. There's a wide open goal for Snowy. That's not who you want to give that sort of opportunity to, because they're going to capitalize every single time. And SSN now back in the lead.
Yeah, but you can't be giving goals like that away against a good team. You need to keep, I don't know whether it's concentration or it's more of just not being fully there yet. Obviously, we did see in the last series, the team who did make a comeback weren't fully there yet until the last 50 seconds of game number 2 when they were 2 games down, or game number 3 actually. But here we go. A shot does come in. It's going to be saved. Still pressure coming for them though. They just need to make sure it's going in the right sort of places. Here's a shot again. Going to come back into the centre. Coffee looks for a shot, but it will fall into the corner. No goals there. Shiny able to just take a touch on this one and composed and calm as you like it, but a good challenge from Amogus will keep pressure. Snowy now on the wall. Can he do anything with it? Doesn't seem so at the moment, but again, I would be worried if I was Drew Haters, because the clock although with some time left, it is definitely ticking down.
Yeah, time definitely not going to be on their side, especially as it does seem SSN continues to seize that control of the pace of the game here. Not able to drop that one in there is Nuke, but still the ball on this side. I thought that was going to be an open goal for a second. I didn't realize Gold Ninja was hanging out on that backboard there. Instead, though, Gold Ninja trying to flip things the other way. Nuke comes in, able to clear that thing out, trying to move back onto the opposite side of the pitch, but to no avail. And right now, that back and forth, because you had mentioned time not being of the essence for Drew Haters. The more this tug of war goes, the less time you have to put one up on the board until Among Us puts it in right there.
Wow, yeah, that was really good play, actually. Gold Ninja got a great touch there, and that was the most composed touch I think he's got all game. And there you have it, open net, Among Us is waiting. That is what you need to do. That's what you need to back. If you can't go fast, you need to go at your own speed, your own pace. And that was a great display of how that happened there. So really good stuff from this game. Really good stuff from both teams, actually. It's been a really competitive contest. But who will win the game? There's 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. The score is tied at 2-2, and both teams seem to be having equal chances at the moment. Maybe just falling slightly in favor of SSN.
Yeah, I feel like SSN is probably still got to feel like they've been more in control, even though it is tied up. They've had the ball quite a bit. They just haven't been really able to capitalize. I mean, we see as far as most of the time being spent over here, I thought maybe I was going to be able to drop that in. Shiny at least gets another touch here, keeps things up in front of the goal. Coffee's going to be able to get the clear here. Among Us should be able to get the second touch, driving it down into that SSN territory, but Snowy going to bounce up off the wall, sends that thing towards the goal. That ended up actually off the hood of Coffee, if I'm not mistaken. And that's going to be SSN regaining the lead.
Again, you just see the power. Snowy hits the shots, always follows it in. I do believe Gold Ninja could have done a little bit better there. You know, he was backwards, but that should have been his save. If he got that touch, then boom, clear. But, you know, these are the mistakes that you can't let happen again against a team with this skill. But it's still movement in the right direction, even if they lose this game, because the scoreline is definitely getting tighter and tighter each game. But there's a shot chance. Another great pass in. Just not able to be finished. Coffee racing back. Not a lot of boost on his side. He finally gets the 100. It will be beaten by Nuke. Nuke plays it up. Shiny to follow. The mechanics of this SSN team is definitely one of their strong points, and definitely one of the points I do believe they beat out Drew Haters in. And a miss. That's a really crucial part of the game. Maybe now that miss will come back to bite them if we can see one more goal from Drew Haters to take it to overtime here. But it does look like it might be slightly unlikely.
You see Snowy's going to be able to touch it up here. The question is, can Shiny drop it down? I think trying to get the hit off the backboard, but Among Us doing a good job with the disruption on the defense. But Shiny doing a good job in reverse, puts it up right up in front of the goal. No one there on the cross, however, to capitalize. However, 13 seconds left. Right now, if you're Drew Haters, you need to make something happen. Right now, you're just avoiding another goal. You need to be on the other side of the pitch, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen with 3, 2, and even as Shiny happens to go up for the contest, it looks like that should drop. No, that's not going to drop down. This ball could still be kept alive. No, SSN walking away with game number 2 here. And now, if you're Drew Haters, what do you got to do in game 3 to start the comeback?
I think, you know, it comes down to one nice word. They need to calm down.
Yeah.
That was so panicked that last 2 minutes. They were just hitting it anywhere. They weren't thinking about the touches. They were like, get the ball away. Instead of, okay, there's a teammate, pass the ball again, get a 50, get a block. They need to calm down. Stop playing too fast. Stop playing faster than they can play. Play at your own speed. Play your own speed and the basics. Perfect. And you'll be able to beat SSN. SSN, as I said, they're penetrable. They are not amazing. They're not a force come down up from the moon. You know, they can be beaten. We can see it. We can see it happening. It's just about making sure all the dots for Drew Haters are connected in this third game to get a win. And I do believe they are worthy of beating this SSN team. I don't believe a sweep would be a fair assessment of this game at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see here. And you had mentioned, I mean, obviously we know that SSN can be beaten, right? We're in the lower bracket here, even at this point, but it really feels like Snowy's has came out. They're on a mission. That last game had most shots, most saves, most assists. I mean, really just putting the team on the back and looking to want to try and wrap things up. You know, I had said I think it might be a quick 3. And as much as I would like to see some more, I mean, all of our game series tonight have been amazing. We've had, you know, back-to-back 5-game series, but I think SSN's on a mission.
Yeah, personally, I think you know, they're trying to prove a point after they've got beaten. You know, that they're trying to prove that they can do it and that it was just you know, an error in the system. They are robotic and they want to come and win this game. But even though they are trying to prove this point, you've got to give credit to Drew Haters. You know, the games are so close at the moment. There's 1 goal in between it in both of the scores. it is a very close contest, and that's why I feel like it would be a shame for this contest to end in this game. I think we need another 2 games of this. I don't know if you can agree with me on that one.
I mean, I'm always down to see more Rocket League. I think the scoreboard right now, with it being 2-0 as far as games-wise, doesn't really quite reflect how close they've been. So I would definitely be down to see Drew Haters take 1 or 2, but again, it just seems and feels like from the side of SSN, they don't even want to be down here in the lower brackets. They want to make sure they're playing as few lower bracket games as possible.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think they class the lower bracket for peasantry, and they're not about that life. But here comes Nuke now, puts a shot on. Is it just going to be over? No, that is an absolutely fantastic shot. That is an absolutely fantastic shot. There was no saving that. The drop on the ball as well just guides it there into the goal, off the crossbar, and there's no saving that really unless you're back there already.
Yeah, I'm sure Among Us was already probably just sitting back there. It was like watching it in slow motion as it continued to drop and just hit just the right part of that crossbar to drop in and into the net itself. And now it becomes, does SSN continue to be relentless here? We've seen other teams thus far in the tournament, once they get that goal, let their foot off the gas, but instead Snowy, bang, goes up by 2.
Wow. Again, fantastic goal. I mean, look at the demo there from Shiny. What a team play. No one's back. Open net. Story of their lives. 2 goals in just under a minute. Both from open nets. Both open nets. No one's in net. You can just shoot on an opening goal. Consistency for this SSN team has been there the entire series, but I believe now they're just getting started. And I do think this game could be a very ferocious scoreline if they can carry on in the same sort of way they're going at the moment.
Now we do see, though, at least for now, Drew Haters keeping the ball down in that SSN territory, at least temporarily, but we see trying to play a little bit more aggressive, getting a few more of those bumps in here. Our SSN, they're trying to re-seize that control, and you'll see, at least for now, Shiny goes off the wall, trying to maintain the pressure towards the goal, maintains the control, at least off the 1 reset, not for the second. Snowy's going to center it up off of the sidewall, then off the backboard, and you see right there, unfortunately, Sails just a tad bit wide, but Nuke with the redemption. And now it's a 3-goal lead, and it just feels like it's all but over.
Yeah, that was another goal really that should have been saved. I don't really know what is going on with Drew Haters. I don't know whether it's the case they're not playing as well, or it's the case of SSN are playing better. I think it's a bit of both really at the moment, because SSN are definitely putting their shots away a bit better than they were in the last game. Not as many misses, not as many stupid plays, but that is a stupid play right there, and that will give an opening now for Drew Haters. Maybe that's the goal that they needed.
Yeah, it might be just the spark. I mean, there's plenty of time left right now, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. I was starting to wonder if maybe instead of where we had talked about heading into this game that they needed to slow things down a little bit, they were just, instead of trying to speed things up, they just, again, still playing just a tad bit too fast, but that goal might be just enough of a nice breath of fresh air to be able to put enough fight back in the tank here for this game and find you another day. But as for now, Coffee's going to at least get the clear. The question is, are you going to be able to get control off the wall? Looks like Among Us is going to be able to at least get off the back wall, but that defense right now from SSN has other things in mind. Oh, wow.
Yeah, great passing play there. Nearly executed perfectly, but Coffee, he's been one of the MVPs in this game. In this specific match anyway, he's the most important player in this team at the moment. Everybody else seems to be pre-jumping all the shots, and the pre-jumping is not working the way they want it to because the team is just too fast and too good with the placement. You can't pre-jump. You just need to base it off your own skill. I think the panic scores a bit of pre-jumping, and you know, if they can calm the pre-jumps down a little bit, I will say pre-jumped 100 times in this one cast, I believe. But if they calm it down a little bit, maybe then they'll start to actually make saves without jumping over the ball or being touched on or something different to what's going on at the moment. But ouch, that one will hurt.
Man, just kind of served that thing up on a silver platter coming out of the corner, didn't you? Trying to see if you could try and make it clear. Instead, you got Shiny and Snowy both jumping in front of you. And now it's a 3-goal lead with 2 minutes and 7 seconds. As much as it did feel like maybe there for just a second, there is a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel for Drew Haters. It just feels like SSN here wants to wrap it up. And you can see, I mean, just really doing a good job maintaining this control of the ball over on this half of the pitch. And they're still maintaining their pressure as well on the defensive end when they have to rotate back.
Yeah, of course. And, it is a really, really good good performance from SSN. This has been the strongest performance they've put out in the entirety of this series, I think, and it really does show why they're a top bracket team. And maybe now they've actually had this chance to play against maybe a slightly easier opponent than what they've been facing so far. Maybe it's time for them to go back up to the upper bracket from a lower bracket run and possibly be really good contenders for this event. Only time will tell, but Coffee will not be over just yet. He wants to keep the game going. It's going to be played down into the centre. Can anybody get there? Yes, they can. And Mogus again. And it's goals like that. They just pop up at the right time.
Yeah, the opportune timing. I mean, again, it kind of comes back to what we were saying, right? Drew haters, they don't get control of the ball often, but when they do find those holes in those areas of opportunity, they try and capitalize to the best of their abilities. But it's still a 2-goal deficit here. You need to try and figure out what you can make happen, because you still need, you need 2 just to force overtime. Technically, you need 3.
Yeah, definitely. It's... Yeah, well, they do need 3 for overtime now, yeah. I was just trying to find my words there, take them out the bag, but Snowy found them for me, passing that one in to Shiny. Really, really good play again. It's just, there's just a clear skill gap, to be honest. I mean, there's nothing to sugarcoat it with. It's a skill gap. They have the better players who are more consistent on SSN, and they're finally starting to show it in game number 3. It has taken them a while to really separate themselves, but we can start to see them now picking up on every single mistake that Drew haters are making and putting goals away because of it.
Now the question becomes, we've saw, what was it, 4 goals and like 50 something in that last series? So
yeah.
It's possible, but against a team like SSN,
it is.
Well, okay, so that one's on me. I've been on the desk a couple times with the other side, done the cast curse. That one's on me. We're gonna see a quick goal, but you still need to get another pair in 42 seconds. What I was gonna say is a team like SSN, even if you find a goal, I don't think they're the type of team that's gonna break down at the end of this last minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think they are one of those defensive rocks, but I don't think they're gonna get as cocky as maybe the terrible players did in the last series when they lost that 4-0 lead. I do think they're more composed and structured, but 2 goals in 20 seconds, it's going to be tough going. Maybe they can wow a lot of the viewers. Maybe they can wow me, because at the moment I'm not necessarily believing that it's possible. But it's the case of them now getting up and scoring, because it's the time is ticking. And if I'm being honest, this game is over.
It's pretty much everything but just finalizing the bow on the Christmas present here. That's going to be SS and continuing their journey here in the tournament. Unfortunately for the side of Drew haters, who started off kind of in that playing round, winning in that round, they are going to be finished here. Man, wow, what a series.
Yes, wow, amazing series. But there you go. That was a very quick one, put us back on schedule. But, Greybeard, you got your prediction right this time. Maybe not last time, but this time you got the prediction on there.
Well, I think it's more Q got his prediction right in terms of it being a quick one. A quick 1, 2, 3 there, 3-0. And again, Q mentioned it during the thing. It looked like they had a point to prove. They were on a mission, get this done, move on. And that they have done. So there you go. Drew haters, their journey in the tournament will come to an end, and SSN will move on. They move to the losers, the lower bracket, round 4. So their journey will battle there. They got a few more battles to fight down there, and then some other results in the same round. We don't have any results here, but interestingly, in the semi-finals, Meet Your Makers, which is headed by Eli Kim, took down Ballio Teletubbies, the To Die For team, 4 games to 1 in that best of 7 winners semi-final. So maybe a surprise result there, Ped?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a surprise result. I think, there's not really much of an excuse for it, but maybe one of the reasons is that Ballio Teletubbies had that big break in between the 2 games, so that could have caused something. But they won the first game and then just got completely wiped off the board in the next 4 games. That is a crazy game. But well done to Meet Your Makers, and that should be a really good match for the winners' final as well, I think.
Yeah, and then the other semi-final in the upper bracket is the Moz ZA team, 66% Moz, 33 ZA, overcoming 180 milliseconds too late, also 4-1. So an excellent result there for them. A very low-scoring series. If the scores I'm seeing were reported accurately, 1-0 in each game, which seems a little improbable. But maybe that was so. In the upper bracket final, that means we will be having Meet Your Makers and Moz ZA. So that should be a pretty cool one. So as far as I know, we are going to have one more series on stream to cast. And I think that's going to depend on some results here and who goes through to the losers bracket. So we'll wait on those results and bring there. And then Q, I wanted to ask you a question, but towards the end of the last series, your mic was lagging, and I don't know if you're back and good now. Are you with us with ping?
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what I have going on.
You're sounding good. Okay, so let's have your take on that series we just saw. Your prediction, bang on, a quick one.
Yeah, I mean, I just think when you saw the firepower from the team of SSN, and they were on a mission, they didn't want to already be in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, falling in a 5-game series, but I mean, man, to come out in that fashion and that to take control and never let off the gas makes me wonder if they're going to be able to continue that dominance in the lower bracket for the rest of the way.
All right, well, they'll certainly be looking for it, no doubt. All right, so let's go and take ourselves a short little break, and then we'll come back with, I think, is going to be our final stream game for the evening, but that will be confirmed when we come back in the inaugural AIPX Cup after this break. All right, we are back. 2 more games. I was incorrect. I misspoke. We got 2 more lower bracket games for tonight, and then we'll have the big finales tomorrow. So in the studio now, we have back in the casting booth Triple M and Kedzie. Gentlemen, welcome. Triple M, you have a good rest, ready to bring the night to a conclusion.
Absolutely. We got some banging games coming up, and this next series should, be very, very good. So I'm excited.
All right. Well, talking about that, we have Limited up against Blue. Limited, who pulled off that remarkable reverse sweep, Kedzie, earlier on in the, was it the first? I think it was the first or second game tonight. A game that we all thought they were going to lose, but they made the comeback.
Yeah, I think that was the second series of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Second series,
yes. I was honestly, that reverse sweep was just so confusing to me than anything else. I was there. I thought for sure the series was over, and little do you know, Limited. Well, that was quite the comeback. So I don't think I physically can vote against them for this one. That was just too remarkable.
Fair enough, and that's the team of Samish Zarek, who's we're calling CZ because that's easier on our brains and our tongues, and Clever Rabbit. And then over on Blue, we have that's a Defunct's team, Defunct, Pep, Crisp, and Lorax. I'm not sure which of those 4 are playing, but being headlined by Defunct. So Triple M, I mean, this should be a good contest.
It should be. I mean, you've got a battle between Defunct there and potentially Clever Rabbit. Samic, also a very decent player. We know that he's a coach, so he just has a good understanding of the game fundamentally. Then you've got Pep and Crisp is someone who I would say also has a pretty decent understanding of the game as well. So you've got a battle coming up here that I think could make for really entertaining Rocket League, hopefully. So yeah, I this could go either way, man.
All right, and then Kedzie, I mean, we're talking about this next match, but our last match is going to be quite an epic, and I don't think anyone would have thought we'd be seeing this matchup in the lower bracket, but Baliotelli Tubbies up against SSN, basically to die for and Snowy head-to-head in the lower bracket.
Well, that's a matchup that I would have thought would be in the grand finals, but here we are. And still, SSN, if I'm not mistaken, do they still have to go through Freelo on their way through, or have I just completely misread the bracket?
No, I think that's correct.
So I think, they've still got to go through the mighty test of Shadowhunter as well. So it's not going to be an easy route. I would say SSN should probably take that one. But,
all right. Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But let's get into the prediction of this game, and then we can get it going. So, Triple M, Blue or Limited? Is it a close matchup? You did say it could go either way. Are you favoring in any particular way of the either way?
I think it's going to be very close, and I think even though betting against Defunct is silly, I'm going to go with Limited just because of what they pulled off against Applesauce. They put Applesauce in a crisscross applesauce, so they were magnificent yesterday with their reverse. Not yesterday, it feels like yesterday. Earlier this evening with their reverse sweep, and I'm going to go for them to win this one again, marginally.
Triple M to take Limited. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. And then Kedzie.
Well, Limited cooked applesauce as if they were an apple pie. So I can't possibly vote against them for this one. They impressed me too much.
All right, 2 for Limited. I will take Blue just to be contrary and defunct my most recent guest on Rocket Dreamers. I believe so. Our casters, Triple M, Kedzie Poo. Triple M, take it away.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go into this next game, and obviously both of us going with the prediction of Limited to win this one. I don't know. Do you feel like this could be a close game?
I feel like it definitely will be close. As you say, betting against Defunct is silly, but I think the mental fortitude that was shown by Limited earlier is what has made me want to vote for them. As CZ looking to get this one underway already, Defunct able to clear all the way downfield. Samic all the way in the backfield. Not the best touch, but he's just about managed to get that one clear. Pep.
Yeah, it's an interesting start here.
It certainly is interesting, that's for sure. We're starting to get a boomer ball underway for both of these teams as Crisp looking to get that one across as it's all ended up in the capable arms of Defunct as Pep only as far as CZ, who bangs that one over the top, and Crisp almost double tapping that into his own goal here as Rabbit looking to turn on that one, but straight into the path of Defunct, who gets forcefully removed from the field as Samic looking towards CZ, a partnership that blossomed in that earlier matchup that we saw on stream. Rabbit looking over the top of Defunct. CZ, excellent pop as well. Can they get the pass in field? Samic, I'm sure, is ready and waiting. Here he is. That's straight into the backboard, and Defunct able to clear, and immediately we're seeing, as we correctly predicted, I reckon, a close game.
Yeah, pretty close start. Almost feeling each other out here as Pep tries to get back, and Crisp calmly puts that one across, and the disengage from the opposition player, I think it was Clever Rabbit in the middle there, just wisely just waiting. Both teams not really overcommitting, to your point, and it will be interesting to see who's able to break the deadlock first. It's Defunct now looking for a flick over the top, and a good save by Samic, but Crisp might have something to say about that. Gets a nice touch, a second follow-up shot that doesn't end up in the back of the net. And now Clever Rabbit will look for a sneaky little play across. Unsuccessfully, it's CZ now taking it across. Clever Rabbit hits the crossbar, and that one narrowly misses the back of the net. And somehow Crisp is able to take this away. So, yeah, even Steven here at the beginning.
Yeah, certainly very even. I reckon one goal might open the floodgates, though, and it looks as though it's going to go on the side of Limited, as Defunct couldn't keep that one out, as the Clever Rabbit will get the credit, but that ball travelled an awful long way between his last touch and the ball finding the back of the net. A Clever Rabbit getting the first goal, and as I say, the first goal should open the floodgates a little bit. I guess we'll see now. CZ allowing Rabbit to go. Defunct flying in there, getting it over the top of one, but CZ right back at him. Looking for the shot here. Crisp on the backboard, rather awkward, getting bumped out the way. And Defunct able to get that one cleared. CZ. A Rabbit. Can he get this one under control? He cuts it in field, and Crisp able to save. CZ popping that one high, and I definitely feel like we're seeing Limited sort of come into their own a little bit now.
Yeah, Limited looking very comfortable here. Despite being 1-0 down, of course, it's Defunct with a great touch into the middle. And the defense there of Blue scrambling across. And now Crisp will take it the other way, looking for a play here. Still got 53 boost in the tank, looks for the pinch and unable to get it there. It's Defunct now, and Pep going back and setting up for another defensive wave here. And good job by Defunct there. Crisp will now take it the other way. And again, he seems to be leading the attacks here from Limited, and it seems to be very much an intentional thing. Well, actually for Blue, pardon me. And I don't know, maybe that's something they spoke about, but I've just noticed him kind of carrying the ball forward, and Defunct and Pep just kind of being the support characters and the peripheral characters in Crisp's story at the moment. It's Crisp with the shot, and there we go. There comes the goal.
Well, Crisp, just right on cue. As you were singing his praises, he puts that one underneath the Samic pre-jump. Well, Limited, their one goal lead has been undone. And honestly, I don't really... Again, we keep saying how close this one is. Defunct with numerous goal line saves at this point, as Blue struggling to get this one cleared. CZ's going to just pounce on that one. And CZ is a player that does not need a second invitation for a goal like that.
Yeah, absolutely. This was not the best of defensive displays here by the Blue team. And, well, for Limited, that's an easy goal, as easy as they would have hoped for in this opening series. We go into a kickoff with 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining on the clock. And Defunct now will give chase. Crisp caught in the middle of a crossfire, almost an innocent bystander in that play. Not much he could have done. It's Samic now with a great shot and a double commit on the backboard, which leaves Pep alone in the goal temporarily. But Defunct does well to recover, and it goes across. So you were talking about how close this game is, and so far it's evidenced by the scoreline. I mean, 50 seconds to go, and we've still got a very eagerly contested game on our hands. It's Chris with the ball across. That's looking dangerous. Samic gets across calmly and barely uses any of his boost, and now has enough to go across the other way. Gets a pinch in, and Clever Rabbit. Oh, what a clever goal that would have been. Unfortunately, it's not to be.
Samic with some inventiveness on offense there. That pinch would have been quite emphatic had that one gone in the back of the net. It's limited. They are well and truly in control of this one at the moment as CZ booming that one long. Defunct awkwardly just half flipping back onto his goal line, and CZ with the fake sends him absolutely flying. There's Rabbit looking to get this one infield. Samic off the backboard, not taking any risks though is CZ as Crisp. Can he get one last attack going? Samic looking to get it into the ground. It's over the bar and CZ into the ground. Limited take game number 1.
Yeah, Limited taking game number 1 there in impressive fashion, I would say. Pretty dominant performance by them as well in terms of the shot stats. I mean, they had 10 shots to the 7, I believe, of Blue that they were limited by. So I don't want to use the word dominated because it almost felt too close to say they dominated, but I think they were the marginally the better team. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd definitely say they were the better team, but as you say, there was absolutely no dominating going on there, as I believe we're about to see a substitution in the Blue roster, as we're going to see Lorax come in to replace Pep for game number 2. What I understand is that Lorax is the player that is their main player and that Pep is their sub, but it's going to be interesting to see how maybe that roster move will have maybe a dynamic shift in the rest of the match.
Yeah, I mean, considering these teams already didn't have much practice coming into this tournament, and there's a lot of unusual rosters that we wouldn't otherwise see in traditional pro circuit competitions, it's already quite messy. Then to have to bring on a sub because of extenuating circumstances is, it certainly does spice things up, doesn't it, as we wait for game number 2 to start here. We're just waiting for everybody to get into the lobby. It's I don't know. I feel like it's quite set up nicely for this because I think a lot of people would have been backing Defunct and the Blue team to start off well here and ask questions of Limited. But so far, Limited, they're passing the test with flying colors and they won that game. Can they win the second? It's 3, 2, 1, and away we go into game number 2 of this series. And I tell you what, I'm quite excited for this one as CZ goes across, gets a ball in. Samic almost immediately trying to impact the scoreline. And well, I think Blue got away with one there, but almost going at the other end immediately to try get another goal. It's all kicking off here, and it's a goal from Defunct. Wait, he's missed it. Oh my word, he's missed it. I would have bet my house on him scoring there 9 times out of 10.
Well, it's a good thing that you're not betting on that one, otherwise you would have just lost your house. The Samic couldn't quite find the angle on that occasion. I am slightly puzzled as to how it's still 0-0 right now, but this is the beauty of Rocket League. Stranger things happen all the time as Defunct looking for another shot. He's not had much success, although he has been finding the post quite a lot. Chris finding the back of the net on this occasion, helping him out. Defunct, whilst that shot was off target, it worked out as a beautiful pass either way.
Yeah, I mean, he's making me look like a terrible betting man, which I'm not. And he's found the posts miraculously twice in the opening 45 seconds of this game. And to your point, Chris, with a great finish, great opportunity here for Blue to really get themselves back in the series. They've got an early lead now, and now we see how Limited respond. It's a good ball by Clever Rabbit, and now CZ lurking in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity. It's Samic with a good save, and the pressure here early on by Blue is something to behold. Both teams coming out of the gate swinging and not really being afraid. I kind of like this approach to Rocket League, this sort of gung-ho, try, get as many goals as possible early on, don't be on the back foot, very much play on the front foot. It's really entertaining to watch. It's Defunct now with a good improvised touch there, but unfortunately gets demoed for all of his epists. And now it's Lorax taking it the other way. The sub, well, not the sub, but the original player coming back in for the sub, who has now gone out. And, they live to fight another day. It's still 1-0.
CZ, I'm curious to see if he can make any effect on the play from the backboard. The answer there, seemingly no. It's crisp to it by Clever Rabbit. Lorax, he's put that one back into the danger zone, hitting that into his corner as he's gone for the whiff as well. Defunct able to clear, and Samic, luckily for him, or CZ, sorry, with the whiff as Defunct. Can he turn this one into the open net? You bet he can. Well, it's a good thing that he's at least found one open net this game.
Yeah, third time's a charm for Defunct, and this time he didn't need any additional help, although Lorax was coming to steal that goal, just a stat pad, and get himself on the score sheet. It's a 2-0 lead with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go for Blue. Remember, they are 1-0 down in the series, so winning this game will tie them up and set things up nicely for that third game and perhaps for the rest of the series. But Samic now looking for a flick. He gets a good touch and is, I want to say, the better of the two out of that 50. Clever Rabbit unable to get anything from that. It's Samic now taking it the other way, and things are heating up here because Limited getting the demos in, getting the plays forward, and trying to impact the game and trying not to let things get away from them despite being 2-0 down here and despite, generally being the second best team here. Samic unfortunately can't get on the end of that one, and they'll take it the other way. It's end-to-end stuff here. Lorax is back. CZ going to look for a touch to redirect it into the middle, and Samic with a great shot and an equally great save coming out of the blue team. It feels confusing calling them the blue team considering their cars are actually orange. But anyways, Defunct looking for a play there and unfortunately unable to get it. Crisp now to do his best Defunct impression and also will miss that play. And it will go the other way. So very, very interesting here. I want to say that, Blue had this in the bag with a 2-0 lead, but it looks like Limited are really taking the fight to them.
Yeah, Limited are starting to ramp things up now. Going to start probably going for even more demos, more aggressive rotations. Although having said that, Samic on the receiving end of a demo, that's not quite what I meant by going for more demos, but there you have it, as Defunct looking to get this one into the middle. Crisp takes it up onto the wall, and he's not really got anywhere to go here, as he only finds a Clever Rabbit's car. CZ looking to get this one cleared. Lorax closing him down early, as Samic just about delicately getting that one over the top, as Crisp, that shot wide of the mark, and the double tap even wider. It's Lorax looking for the backboard. Can he get back to it? He can, but can't find the target. Defunct just waiting for a chance to go to the ball there. I feel like I haven't said his name in a few minutes, because Lorax booming this one long. He's just letting his two teammates go for the ball, try and take up the scraps. As here we see Defunct, and he's forced to save out of Samic. Although just under a minute to go here, or just over half a minute now, as CZ can't quite get a 50-50 on it. Lorax looking for the bump, but Samic getting back, helping his teammate out. And Limited, having won the first game, they aren't looking in such a good position now.
Yeah, not really. And look, it hasn't been a terrible performance by any means, but going 2-0 down in such a really short space of time, and not to mention Defunct hitting the post twice in that period of play as well, has really put them on the back foot here. And you start to wonder where this series is going, because it feels like it's just opened up like a can of worms. Samic here looking for a consolation, and oh so close to making it 2-1. But unfortunately, that will be a GG, and Blue will tie up the series here in game number 2. And looking at the shots, a more even distribution, I should say. Well, Limited only having the 5 this time, so they came second best in the shots department. And talk to me about Blue.
Well, Blue, clearly that substitution was for the better. Lorax coming in, making an instant impact, getting a save and a couple of shots. But Defunct, the star of the show here, 1 goal, 1 assist, 1 save, and 5 shots. And some might say, 1 goal off 5 shots, that's not very good. But it's all about the pressure he was generating off of those shots, forcing the saves, forcing the defense into awkward positions. There's more to shooting than simply scoring. And Defunct putting on a fantastic showing of that in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sums it up quite perfectly. And you know what I would add to that? I would also say that it feels like this series is definitely going to come down to how well you start. Just based off the pattern of the 2 games, how clinical you are in front of goal really is the mark of who's going to be better here. Because I tell you what, like I said, Limited weren't bad that game. It's just the few chances that they did create, they weren't able to put away. I mean, you remember at the start, they were virtually breathing down the neck of Blue and missed virtually, I want to say, open net there, and it went the other way, and that's how Blue were able to get into the game. So it seems to be one of those series where everything is going to be hanging on a knife edge, and sets things up quite nicely for this game number 3. It's going to be an interesting kickoff here. Let's see who wins it. So far, it looks like Blue getting the better of that kickoff, but it will get knocked back into their half. Lorex now waits patiently for Crisp to do something with the ball. A good touch by Lorex to get it back in, and Defunct with a beautiful fake.
Oh my word, that is absolutely disgusting from Defunct. He has sent, I believe that was Samic, if I'm not mistaken. He has sent him all the way back to the UK servers with that fake. Oh my word. Samic got sold a dream. Defunct takes the lead.
Yeah, he might have to check his ankles after that move. I think he's got his ankles broken. It's Defunct now again getting a touch off the backboard, and Lorex wisely disengages there because that shot was probably a low percentage shot and he probably would have lost that 50. So wisely just patrolling the halfway line. It's Crisp now with a virtually open net, and well, it was a good shot, but not good enough to get below the crossbar. Lorex now looking to continue the good work, and so far it seems like Blue are the better team here in Limited. They need to get themselves back into this game, because if they lose this one, I tell you what, the momentum of the series ain't looking good. Although Samic with, I don't want to say unintentional, but let's just say an unorthodox shot there from the ceiling to make it 1-1.
Yeah, unorthodox is the way I'd describe that one too, to be honest. Samic probably didn't know much about it, but they all count the same, finds the back of the net, and one thing I would say is it's very similar to when we last saw them playing. As I was crying out for more ball pressure from Limited, as that to me is what's screaming out to me as their downfall right now. They're not challenging them enough. By challenging, I don't mean sending yourself at the ball and hoping for the best. I mean just making them do something. Because at the moment, it seems as though that Blue have a fairly free run of the field so far.
Yeah,
Clever Rabbit able to clear. Sorry, I cut you off there, although it looks as though this one might find the back of the net. Oh my word, CZ with the save. And I mean, just how close was that?
I mean, absolutely fantastic there. How that did not go in is it's a mystery to me, really. But to extend from your point earlier, I think I agree with you 100%. They just need to apply more pressure here. CZ might be listening to the stream, because that was a good ball across. Unfortunately, nobody was home to finish it. Defunct now with, well, went up for it. Didn't really see any pressure, so maybe decided to leave it. It's CZ now again playing another dangerous ball into that 6-yard box, and so far Blue are weathering the storm as well as they possibly can here. Lorex with not a lot of boost, but Defunct will take care of that, so it's okay. It's Samic now taking it the other way, and a good demo there coming in from Samic. A good shot as well, and that looked like it was creeping under the bar, so it's a great save from Lorex and Crisp. And Clever Rabbit now keeping the pressure on, and you were talking about this earlier, literally 30 seconds ago, and it seems like Limited are now mounting that pressure. And CZ here with a great back pass. It's, I say great back pass. It's a very dangerous back pass. Clever Rabbit will look to receive that because he knows he's got time and space in the ball. Lorex, though, deceivingly quick to get across. Not enough boost to get the double touch. Defunct with the ball off the backboard. And Crisp, uncontested, puts that one in the back of the net.
Just as I said, there's more to shooting than scoring. Defunct, he knew he doesn't have to shoot that. All he has to do is beat Samic, and the net is wide open. Crisp, well, he didn't really have a lot to do there. He just had to get something on the ball, and it would have gone in. Defunct showing some wonderful awareness with some of the passes he's pulling out in this matchup. It's Crisp at 50-50 going straight down the throat of Samic, who's going to look to get this one cleared, but he hasn't got a good contact on the ball here. There's Rabbit getting dunked, and that could have gone anywhere, but thankfully for Limited, that one didn't find the back of the net as CZ looking for Samic, who had a bump going on in front of him, but couldn't quite make full utilization of it as CZ looking to boom this one long again. Defunct waiting for it on the wall, but not needed as a Clever Rabbit just diving across the field. No contact made as Crisp Lorax, that one put into the side wall. CZ going to leave that one for a Clever Rabbit. And Limited, I feel like, yeah, they're being more aggressive now, but now it's about turning up that precision, more purposeful touches, more purposeful communication as the double commit comes out. And maybe with a newfound playstyle, that might just do them a whole world of good.
Yeah, well, Exhibit A, Samic with the goal almost out of nowhere, and it's 2-2. We have a game on our hands, and that one, well, that one is a very strange one to say the least. Samic lurking right in front of the opposition goal and is able to redirect that into the goal. And to your point, a change of play style was needed, and I think they've sort of delivered here. It's now Defunct looking for a free shot there. It was uncontested, but he didn't make the most of it, didn't have much momentum. Either way, it's Crisp now looking to follow it up off the backboard, and Samic will take it the other way. I think he's having a really good game so far, and now Blue will take it the other way. 41 seconds to go. This looks like anyone's game. It's Defunct to score and make it 3-2.
It's always difficult when you're on the goal line in that situation when Defunct is going to get a shot like that at you from that close range. He's not going to miss as Defunct firing them back into the lead. Blue look poised to go on to match point here, as maybe there might be one last spanner in the works here as Crisp looking to get this one cleared. Samic trying to turn. Gets a good 50-50, but it's gone straight to CZ. Luckily for him, he's got that one cleared. Defunct opting not to go for it. Rabbit unable to make contact as Samic with the bump on his own teammate as Defunct getting back to that one. CZ only as far as Crisp. And he get the double tap. Clever Rabbit able to clear, but only as far as Lorax, who finds the shot through Samic. And there you have it. 2-goal lead with 11 seconds to go. Now, I don't want to jinx it like I did earlier when it was, I can't remember the team names, but when I was casting essentially against PED, I don't want to jinx it like that, but I think this might just be at least game over. Maybe not series, but game over.
Definitely. The ball will inevitably drop to the ground, and to your point, this one is a GG. It is now a 2-1 lead for Blue in game number 3, and I believe that sends them into match point in game number 4. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I don't think Limited were that bad. I think it just took them a long time to actually get control of the ball and mount some significant pressure. A little bit too late in the game. What are your thoughts on what has just unfolded before our eyes?
I don't think they've done that bad at all, as you say, but the thing is, they've got to clean it up on defense as they just get beaten to the ball. When that happens, Blue have been able to make full use of it, and it's all about the positioning. Sometimes a lot of things in Rocket League are misconstrued. There's speed, which is all one thing, which is, boosting around the field like a headless chicken, but the other more underrated factor that goes into how speedy you can play is your positioning, and that just seems to me a little bit off for Limited. They just seem like they're a little bit too close to the ball a lot of the time, and it's actually allowing they're so close to it they can't actually react.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like situations where the ball's getting hit directly over your head and there's nothing you can do about it because you're too close. But hopefully those mistakes can be rectified as we go into game number 4. Remember, it is match point for Blue here. And, well, for Limited, it's squeaky bum time. So they need to win here and find a way back into the series. It's easy with a great ball across. It's too much for Clever Rabbit and too quick for him to react adequately, but Samic with a great recovery, and that was always going to be a difficult one. CZ with a shot. He goes for the bottom left corner, and I think he made the right choice, but the execution wasn't there, and Defunct will get an open net, and that feels like a bit of injustice early on.
CZ with the back pass. It was clearly a miscommunication. Samic coming up towards the ball, and CZ just hitting the ball right past him, and once again, Limited, the architects of their own downfall here, as Blue take the leads, and really they didn't have to work too much for it.
Yeah, it's limited with the slow start, as it were. It's Rabbit now with a good shot, and it's in. No matter how it's gone in, it's in nevertheless, and it's 1-1. That wasn't the most convincing of goals, but I think they'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would take it as that's one way of scoring, certainly, as they just bundle that one into the back of the net. They all count the same, mind you. The Samic, he'll be pleased with that one. Defunct. Can he get this one into the centre? Rabbit just getting a bit too close once again. They just need to be a little bit more patient. This Rabbit looking to find a way infield. Defunct. CZ able to outspeed him. Lorax getting caught underneath it. Maybe thought it would drop down faster. As Rabbit looking for the pass. He actually goes for the shot. Lorax almost caught out. The clever Rabbit can't find the net. Samic, can he get high? He's kept it up high in the sky. And he's wasted enough time for his teammates to get back. But that really should have been a goal for Limited. And they'll be kicking themselves that they haven't taken that opportunity.
Absolutely. Limited very, very much. The architects of their own downfall here with the chances they've wasted. Crisp with the good demo, Defunct with the good ball in, and Samic from the heavens gets that one across and does a very good job to put it in the opposition half, but it will get taken the other way almost immediately by Lorax. Great clear by Clever Rabbit, and Crisp now putting it into the path of Defunct. Great team play here by both teams, and I would say more so from Blue. They're finding each other very nicely in the midfield, but this is a good setup from CZ. Can't get the second touch, but Clever Rabbit puts in a very good shot, and dare I say it, the worst pun on the planet. That's a clever goal.
Yeah, it certainly was clever positioning from a Clever Rabbit. He certainly found a nice pocket, a nice hole on the field for him to find his way into a shooting position. Didn't have much to do, no one to beat in the net, but the Clever Rabbit, he's fired his team back in front in this one when they needed him most. Lorax getting him in a Rule 1. I guess that is one way of thinking about it. You're just like, oh, we've just conceded. This guy's just scored against us. How do we stop that happening again? Oh, I know. Let's make sure he can't move, as he's found his way out of the Rule 1. I believe there was a demo involved in that. Samic looking to get this one cleared. The bump on Lorax. It's going to put him out of position, but Defunct looking for Crisp. Lorax up high. Crisp, can he get back to it? He's pitched it, but it's a bit too far for the offence to carry on, as Lorax looking to keep it going somewhat, but Samic able to clear. Defunct ready and waiting for it. Looking for a 50-50, but the 50-50 never comes. And he's looking to just weasel his way out of a sticky spot as Crisp putting that one into the midfield. Samic awkward on the goal line, and Lorax ties it up.
Yeah, Samic caught back flat-footed there, not really able to do anything. It was a peach of a delivery from Crisp, obviously helped on by CZ unintentionally, and great awareness from Lorax to be in the right place at the right time. And I think it's worth pointing out, if somehow Samic had saved that, that could have been a clean breakthrough because Blue had no one back. But if buts and maybes don't count in the world of competitive Rocket League, it's all about absolutes and facts. And the fact is, 2 minutes to go, it's all even Steven here. But Limited, again, need to win this game to keep the series alive. Otherwise, it is over. It's match point for Blue, and they don't need to overcommit here. And now it's CZ going for a great play. Gets the second touch, and somehow Clever Rabbit unable to get that. It's a double commit, preventing him from getting the final touch and putting the nail in the coffin, or the first nail in the coffin of the Blue team here in this game number 4. It's, really heating up here.
Bit of a scary situation here for Limited, but they've worked their way out quite nicely. But for a moment, that ball could have gone absolutely anywhere, including the back of their net, as CZ looking to take this one to the skies. He beats Lorax and gets a 50-50 on Crisp, but he's found his way back to Lorax. Defunct with the shot, Samic with the pre-jump. Not only that, he gets back to the ball to keep it away from going infield as well. Samic just doing absolutely everything he can on defense. The Great Wall of China, you might heard of, but what I'm watching right now is the Great Wall of Samic as he looks to get this one cleared. Limited, can they get one last attack here? There's a Clever Rabbit backing off. Defunct looking for the pass infield. Lorax's shot not even close to the target, as Rabbit looking infield towards Samic, faking the challenge. CZ looking to get back to it now as he looks to pop that one over the top. Defunct, and that one is just going to go straight in the path of the Clever Rabbit, who's found his way through. And Samic with a chance, and that one's just missed the target. CZ offered a bit of space from that bump. Lorax awkward on the goal line. He's cleared away. A clever rabbit looking back towards CZ. Samic on the back foot here, just about keeping the attack away as we're in the final 15 seconds here. And I mean, if this isn't one in regulation, I will be stunned, as this has just been end to end.
Yeah, well, it might be inevitable that you will be stunned at this point, because the ball has dropped and we're going into overtime. And wow, what a game we had in regulation time. Hopefully overtime lives up to the billing and we don't get an anticlimactic early goal here. It's Samic, with a great touch here. What a game he's having defensively, offensively. He's contributed in almost every way possible. This is looking dangerous. It's a clever rabbit with a very cheeky shot, almost a bounce shot, a P-roller to end overtime. And it's 3-2 to Limited.
Limited finding their way through there as a clever rabbit. That is an identical goal almost to the one he scored in regulation. He's done it again. Lightning does indeed strike twice. As the series is tied up, we have game 5, the best of 5 turned to a best of 3 and has now turned to a best of 1. It'll be interesting to see who prevails in the next 5 minutes of Rocket League.
Yeah, and just breaking down that performance, we don't really have much time as we're going to go straight into game 5, but just very briefly, I would say that was very contested. That was very equal. It's hard to say which team was better, and just on the balance of it, it's lived up to everything we predicted during the analysis portion of the show, right? Like, I very much said that this would be a close game, and you echoed my sentiments, even though we both said Limited would win and Greybeard went with blue. I think it's very clear right now that these two teams are very, very close, and they're matching each other pound for pound and rand for rand in every way possible as we go into game number 5, almost a mini grand final, shall we? And not really sure what's gone on there. Pause has happened, so there is a bit of an issue going on here, and as we get that resolved, I will ask you for a quick prediction. How do you think this next game is going to go?
I mean, given the way that this might unfold, I want to go as far as saying Limited may well just take it, as I don't think we'll have time for a game number 5, or at least one with I'm not too sure. I think someone on the side of them has load shedding, so this is a little bit of a mess, but this is a little bit messy.
It is a bit messy, so we are going to go back to the desk, I believe, to wait for the issues to be resolved.
Are we back on desk? Okay, cool. All right. Well, this is an unfortunate time. I'm not sure what the issue is exactly, but to have I mean, what a tense series. We're now at game 5, and now there's an interruption. That can't be good for anybody on there. But what a knife edge, and I think a perfect reflection of where we are. This series just deserved to go to game 5, right? Triple.
Yeah, it definitely did. And I mean, it was 6 minutes away from the load shedding time. So I think the issue that's happened here is somebody's game has crashed, and now that's delayed the game.
Oh,
and
dear.
we might not have time to finish the game before the other team has load shedding. So it could be catastrophic, but fingers crossed it gets resolved. And look, I think the series would be very fitting of a game 5. It would be so sad to see either of these teams go through because of a DQ and just, ruin what could have been a genuinely exciting, enthralling, and spectacular game number 5.
I mean, it's a proper knife edge, right? I mean, in Triple M, you're trying to press Kedzie for which way is this game going to go? But Kedzie, it's pretty much a coin toss at this point, given how the preceding 4 games have gone.
Yeah, and I think we are back into the action. So, yeah, we will go
back to the game.
We will go back into the game, and that was a very brief interruption, very abrupt. We apologize, and we're back with the action now. And, I am very happy that this has continued, because for a moment there, I thought we were going to have a load shedding issue, or perhaps the technical difficulties would keep us from seeing this, the conclusion of what has been a fantastic story over the last 4 games. 3 minutes.
I still think load shedding might actually come into play here, as there's 3 minutes left, and with goals and goal explosions and replays, it still might actually tick to the load shedding time under time pressure. As I gather that Limited will just have to try and score as many goals as they possibly can, and then if load shedding does come into play, they'll just have to hold on in a momentary 2v3. As I am told, they do not have a substitute. Samic looking to get a dunk here on Defunct. There's just a summary of what happened while the match was off camera. They basically agreed that a goal would just be scored for Orange, or for Blue as their team name, but the Orange team on your lobby, and that we would just continue. So that is a quick summary as to what went down. There's a Clever Rabbit looking to get this one cleared. CZ looking to boom this one downfield. He gets a 50-50. A Clever Rabbit. Samic chipping that one infield. Defunct just about getting to it. And Lorax able to take that one off him. Lorax. CZ looking to dish this one infield towards Samic. There's a Clever Rabbit. Very smartly gets that one cleared. The Samic with the 50-50. He's put that one high. Can he get back to it? Crisp with the challenge, keeping that one out. And I mean, we're into the last minute and 3/4 of this one. And as we've said so often, this could go either way.
Yeah, in the words of Greybeard, it is a coin toss as to who can win this game. It feels like a 50-50. CZ with a great touch across. And, well, that is a friendly nudge from Chris that could have ended very badly. He misses the touch. Clever Rabbit takes advantage. And, well, what's gone on there? Shall we blame the internet?
I think what I would say, if I was live streaming my POV when that happened, I'd just say, oh, guys, did you see that lag? And then just play it off as that. I don't think it's acceptable to even think that you whiffed it. I think you just have to just go, oh yeah, no, that was lag, definitely. So that's what I'm going for.
Can't possibly be a mistake, eh? Got to be the internet.
No.
Typical gamers. It's a good shot from Clever Rabbit here as we get back into the thick of things. It's a 3-1 lead for Limited, so despite the technical difficulties and extenuating circumstances working against them here today, it seems like on the Rocket League pitch, at least the Rocket League gods have their back, and they only have to hold on for an additional 60 seconds. It's Crisp with a really good demo there, very aggressive, and we can expect to see Blue ramping up the tempo as another demo comes down in the net. This is getting personal. 46 seconds to go, 44 seconds to go, and CZ, oh my word, with an unconvincing clearance there, and somehow Limited keep the other team restricted to just the one goal. Blue will be absolutely livid that they haven't got a goal back at this point.
There it is. Look like they just about have Chris with another goal. Now that goal is going to make it very tight on the load shedding timer. So it'd be interesting to see if this match even finishes as a 3v3. As Chris finds the back of the net, we've got 30 seconds or 25 seconds left on the clock. How is it going to end? Limited have a 1-goal lead. Can they hold on despite everything? As Samic with the clear, but it's landed on the car of Crisp, but a Clever Rabbit able to clear. Can he just keep this one away? It's just a simple game of keep away at this point. As CZ just steering away as Samic with the fake. He's forced Crisp to jump. CZ on the side wall, and that's going to hit the ground, I reckon, as the Clever Rabbit is just going to poke that one up. And Defunct, can he keep this one in the sky? He can, only as far as Lorax. CZ going to put that one into the ground, and Limited take game number 5.
They beat the race against load shedding and somehow emerged the victors in a series that almost felt like it was going to end in a very bad way. So we're going to throw it back to the desk and discuss what's just unfolded before our eyes.
All right, well, a bit of an interrupted affair at the last, but it went to a game 5. The coin was tossed, and then it got stuck in the air for a bit. But when it did come down, it was in favor of Limited. So well done to them, a game 5, and so they'll move on. End of the road for Defunct's Blue team, and it is Limited that are going to move forward to the next round. And talking of that next round, I was just trying to get a sense of what might be what that next round might be. So we've just seen Blue Limited. So they get to play 180 milliseconds too late, which is Drew's team. No, I know that. No. So we are going to bring you the Bellatello Tubbies game, but the other one in the Losers quarterfinal is 180 milliseconds too late up against Limited, who've just gone through here. Your thoughts, guys? Let's start with you, Kedzie. Drew's team 180 milliseconds too late, and the Limited, who've just come off this good win. How do you see that one going?
Limited just have so much momentum on their side, but the load shedding problem might make that a bit hairy. So if I were a betting man, I would
let's assume load shedding is not an issue. Let's assume that not an issue.
Let's make an accurate prediction. If load shedding is not an issue, I reckon that Limited take it. They've just got momentum on their side right now with Game 5 after Game 5 victory. But with realism thrown into the mix, I'm not so sure.
Okay. All right, fair enough. We'll see how that one pans out. But let's go to a quick break. We're going to set up our epic closing game for the night, which is, what's that?
Balotelli Tubbies against SSN.
Balotelli Tubbies versus SSN. I think we're going to take a short break and then bring you that, get that lobby going and get into it. Our last stream game for the night in the inaugural AIPX Cup. Be back after the break. Here we are, the final series of the night, a best of 7. It's the grand finale. We thought we should probably be seeing this in the upper bracket final, but we're seeing it in the lower bracket. The Balotelli Tubbies up against SSN, effectively Snowy against To Die For. Pet, is it unfair to call it that? Because when we say that, we kind of ignore the effect of the other two players on each team. All right. Well, we're not going to belabor the point because we have a very impatient Snowy, and I'm sure the rest of the team who want to get going. They've been waiting a while. So Triple M, who wins, To Die For or Snowy, SSN or Balotelli Tubbies?
It's got to be the Balotelli Tubbies, just for that name alone. So I'm going with To Die For.
All right, a solid prediction on solid data, a good team name. I have to admit, SSN is terribly boring. Let's go to our casters. Ped, who are you going as you take it in?
Absolutely. Two of the eagerly most anticipated teams. So this is a very, very, very good series. This is one that people have been waiting for a very long time. And I suspect that we're going to get a very close game of Rocket League here.
Yeah, I think so indeed. The skill definitely matches each other out. You've got To Die For, you've got Snowy, two very, very good players, two of the best players in the region. So it is definitely going to be an exciting contest. But Nuke as well and Shiny in the game that I casted before were very influential characters as well. But that's not an influential move, and it nearly costs them a goal. Balotelli Tubbies, though, just not able to get onto that one. And now Razzle Dazzle sees himself racing for that corner boost, beating out Nuke. Still didn't go for the ball, though. He will now, takes it over to the sideball. Shiny will clear it onwards. And again, I think both teams are just sort of testing each other's limits to see how they're going to be able to break each other down.
Yeah, absolutely. And early days as it may be, it's been already as tense as we expect. Both teams just feeling each other up here. Both teams at each other's throat. And, well, hopefully this progresses nicely into the rest of the series. It's Physics now with a great shot. Looked very calculated from Physics there. It's now going back into the half of the blue team, which I believe is, I think that's Balotelli Tubbies, and we have quite a lot going on here on this front post, so it's quite a chaotic game so far. I think this one is going to be really hard to call. Just watching it, you can already tell it's going to be one for the ages here as Razzle Dazzle takes it the other way. Physics gives chase. It's Nuke with a nice clearance there, and Physics with a great ball in across. It's now a good, a very bad, I wouldn't say a very bad whiff there, but you would have expected him to get the touch there. Snowy plays it across to Nuke, and Physics takes it the other way, and that one was looking dangerous, and it still might. That is a beautiful goal. I believe that's To Die For. Very confusing with the gamer tag, but what a fantastic goal.
Yeah, there you have it. I mean, places it in the top bin. Snowy couldn't get there, and I think that will be To Die For. Yeah, To Die For beat Snowy 1-0 to Die For there in that little contest. 1-0 as well to Balotelli Tubbies. Your prediction going strong, mine maybe not so, but only one goal in it, 2.5 minutes remaining, so it should be a very, very good game indeed. Razzle Dazzle looking to go there, but he just couldn't find the chance. Here comes Snowy looking to get clear, but Physics beating him out to the ball. I just think it's a little bit startling at the moment for this SSN team, and Razzle Dazzle certainly puts the icing on the cake there as he slams that one home, 2-0 for Balotelli Tubbies. And a game that started off so eagerly close, starting to fade away and starting to become more into a contest for Balotelli Tubbies.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, it seems that SSN just haven't been able to get into the thick of things. It was a very tense start, but after the first goal, it seems like Balotelli Tubbies have really come into the ascendancy here. Physics with a great clearance, and to die for, just hanging back a tad, stalking his prey, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce on the prey, the vulnerable prey, as it were. Razzle Dazzle now taking it the other way, looking for the pinch. It's Physics, teamwork, making the dream work here. Can he finish it off with a touch? Unfortunately not. It's Snowy with a desperate touch to try and get it away. And Snowy going to have to do it all here, although it's a great save, a shot from Razzle Dazzle, and I believe a clearance from, I don't know if it was Nuke or Snowy, but either way, a good bit of defense there. And, well, I think this game is looking like it's going to go the way of Balotelli Tubbies, but I don't necessarily think that SSN have been terrible. I just think it came down to those few moments and lapses in concentration here as a great save out of Nuke is produced there. It's Physics now with a great shot in, and that one marginally not going in. But yeah, I feel like these two teams are very close.
Yeah, of course. I think at the moment, though, it is looking like a rifle range for Balotelli Tubbies. They're just shooting and shooting and shooting, and a very vulnerable looking SSN and just sitting back and not really going aggressive. What I did notice in the previous series was SSN take a couple of games to get started. In the fair game, they absolutely ripped it out, and they had four or five goals, I believe, which is a good sign for them. But hopefully now, after this game, it does look like they will be taking a loss, whether it's a 2-0 or 2-1. Or a 3-0. What a goal! A double tap off the backboard there for the player who we believe is to die for. It must be with these crazy mechanics. Sends that one down. But again, though, there's absolutely no contest on the backboard. There's absolutely no contest in the goal. The defense is nowhere to be seen. And now we see Balotelli Tubbies take a 3-0 lead. We haven't really seen SSN put any shots on target, actually. No shots going on goal from SSN this game. And it just shows how defensive they've been.
Yeah, defensive, not by choice and not by design, but just by the general flow of the game, because you've got to give credit here to Balotelli Tubbies. They have made it extremely difficult, so quick to react to the 50s, positionally wise, very good. Razzle Dazzle there with a great shot to evidence what I was trying to say. Great shot by To Die For there as well, as he narrowly tries to sneak that in. It's Snowy now taking it the other way, and Snowy will get a consolation with 9 seconds and some change left on the clock.
Yeah, it's about time, really, if you think about it. The first shot that goes on goal will end up in. Snowy finally proven that, they're not all gone. They can still score. And I think, if that would have happened 30, 40 seconds ago, we could talk about a comeback here. But 9 seconds, 2 goals, it's not really any possible, especially now the kickoff's gone to Razzle. And that will looks like to be game. So a very, very strong first game for Balotelli Tubbies. Definitely proving why they were the team that lasted longer in the upper bracket and why they were a team who wants to get themselves all the way back up there into the grand finals. But, as we were saying, it's two of the giants here against each other, really. It's the battle of the titans. So it'll be interesting to see if SSN are going to respond well to this or they're just going to fall and shy away in a corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at these two teams in terms of the shots total, Balotelli Tubbies coming in with 10 shots and limiting SSN to the 1. So that only shot coming from SSN was out of Snowy. Nuke and Shiny not really being able to impact the game. They made some really good saves, well, specifically Nuke. He made 3 really good saves and got himself an assist on the goal. But yeah, not really impacted the game as much as he would have wanted to here. And SSN really need to turn things around in this game, number 2. I must say that was a very interesting game, number 1. Even though it ended 3-1, I still maintain that those teams were very close. It's just a case of SSN not being able to register a shot on target. They're not able to find themselves in that final third. A lot of individual plays, not enough team plays, I would say, and not being able to string that final ball together is the way I kind of look at it at the moment as we go into game number 2.
Yeah. There's just something missing at the moment for SSN. They need to really bring out what we can see of them and what we have seen from them as well. I don't necessarily have the direct routes to victory for them, but a good start, to put some shots on the net. I think that's the best place to start. Only 1 shot coming off them last game. There's a shot. There you go. Already the first 8 seconds taking my advice, finding that first shot of the game. Hopefully now they can build on that and get themselves a couple of shots. I think they need to go a bit more aggressive as well, not as defensive. Even though they fell into that trap based off the attacking play from Balotelli Tubbies, I do believe a little bit more aggression wouldn't hurt them in this series. But here we go. I guess we will find out. 4.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. 4.5 minutes left on the clock, indeed, or just under that anyways, as the time continues to tick down. It's Nuke with a touch, but once again, not really finding anyone, almost finding himself on the end of that play. And to my point earlier, they really need to start finding each other and not going for just a bang across the field that aimlessly lands in opposition territory with no one to follow it up. It's Snowy now, going tall and looking to trouble the defense. Great clearance there from To Die For. Still not clear if he actually is To Die For, but we're going to go with that based on the mechanics.
Yeah.
Physics now with a great touch, and Nuke with a great ball across. It's now Snowy with it all to do and goes for the psycho play into his own backboard, and another shot there coming in from Razzle Dazzle, and unfortunately not able to impact the scoreline. It's still 0-0.
Yeah, indeed. You know, that was a very key save from Snowy there. Although he made it look very easy, I can promise you that it wasn't. And, you know, they look more calm this game, SSN. They're going into it more level-headed. They're not being too cocky. They're not being too shy. I think they've put the right amount of everything in the game at the moment, but they still need that special something, the special shot on goal. Like Shiny there getting beaten out by a couple of seconds by Razzle Dazzle, who now gets the flip reset underneath one, but Snowy again on that back line like a god in the making. Gets that ball clear and keeps his team at 0-0, but the ball's still flying. Physics is still trying to attack, trying to find that way forward and open that door with the key. Still nowhere to be seen, though. Here's Banana Cat, who is also known as To Die For, taking it away. Razzle Dazzle's come back in, now plays it into the sky, looks for a pinch on the backboard. Here's Physics, can he get into the near post? Oh, when he hits the post, Razzle Dazzle catches it accidentally on the way back out of that one. And now the ball will return in pressure to the Balotelli Tubbies, and they are going back for another attack. It just seems like a constant stream of pressure here coming for Balotelli Tubbies, and that is the reason why I think they could take this game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Good points, well made. We've just got confirmation that apparently Razzle Dazzle is actually To Die For. I don't know if that was actually a joke or genuine confirmation, but anyways, it's on the line, and Physics defies the laws of physics and gets a goal, and it's 1-0 with 2 minutes and 12 seconds to go. So yeah, a great pass from To Die For. We now know who the real To Die For is. Thanks for the clarification from the production team. And that makes things very interesting for the rest of the series. So the unknown Banana Cat is apparently in carrying To Die For. Blasphemous statements in the chat. It's Nuke with a great pass off the backboard into Snowy, who takes a shot, and To Die For with a great save. It's Physics now looking for the play across, and to no avail. It's still 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, still, I'm still waiting for the Balotelli Tubbies defense to be challenged. I mean, I haven't seen it the entire game. It's been all one way, in my opinion. And the way it's been going has been Balotelli Tubbies, especially on shots to goal and how good the shots were. Shiny, though, gets another touch onto the goal. Still not really a critical touch, not going anywhere dangerous at the moment. Another good play from Razzle Dazzle To Die For, keeping it away. Shiny plays it to backboard once more. Physics gets a good save and a pinch there. And I think Greybeard actually said before the game was about the team's second and third man. And I think they have definitely proven themselves in this series, especially alone. You know, neither Snowy or Die For are carrying, really. It's an entire team performance, and it's good to see that those players can keep up with the higher tier in the team.
No, absolutely, and I echo your sentiments because it doesn't seem like anybody is really out of place in this very, very competitive lobby. And Physics with a great little redirect there. Probably assumed it was going to be a save, so maybe try punt it onto the backboard and give your teammates that opportunity for that oh-so-dangerous follow-up shot. It's a great pass by Shiny, but unfortunately the runner was demoed and nobody was there to receive it. So 30 seconds to go. It's still in the hands of Balotelli Tubbies here so far, but I do want to say that SSN are looking very dangerous here, forcing a great save there. And now it will go the other way, but 16 seconds. I don't know. It's hard to see an equalizer coming in here. This one feels like a GG.
Yeah, it requires a moment of magic here. Maybe the last attack. They're not a touch, though. It's it's the criticality really that is lacking here for SSN. They haven't really been critical with any of their chances. Balotelli Tubbies have. It's been one of those games that you know it's so tight. You know you're on the edge of your seat, ready to pounce up when your team scores. But Balotelli Tubbies, yet again, 2 games in a row, taking it to 2-0. They were the team that were able to score and pounce on it. And it's just that little bit of skill to get those passes into the box, to make sure those passes are going to your teammates, rather than just giving the ball away into empty space.
Absolutely, and just looking at the match stats there, Razzle Dazzle and Snowy, Razzle Dazzle aka To Die For, both at the top of their respective leaderboards. It all makes sense now. Of course, To Die For is at the top of the leaderboard in terms of contributions, and both players performing at the level that you would expect for both teams. And in terms of shots in that game, it was pretty even. I mean, you had Balotelli Tubbies with 8 shots there, and the other team with 9 shots. So SSN had more shots towards the goal, and I thought they looked a little bit more threatening in moments in that game. But again, across the 5 minutes, still got to give it to Balotelli Tubbies. They took the early lead, and they were basically able to take their foot off the pedal and just game manage, right? And that's something that's so important at this level, is oftentimes teams don't know what to do when they go 1-0 up. They don't know how to change their play style appropriately to the situation. It's a real difficult skill, because sometimes if you sit back, you soak up too much pressure and you give away a lead very cheaply. So yeah, it's good to see them do that very well. And can they carry it on into this game number 3? We will find out as we get ready for game number 3.
Can they pull off the sweep against the big dog? That is the question, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the final game of the Sebringo. It could be the start of a comeback for this SSN team. We would expect a comeback considering the skill and the depth on that roster, but you never know. Snowy starting off with a good hit. Here comes Sadaifor, putting a lofted ball towards the backboard. He comes in again, gets the second touch. No one is going to be there. It's going to be a good 50 from Shiny, keeping the ball away. Physics looks to chase this one down as well as an opposition on the orange team, obviously known as SSN. Here comes Razzle Dazzle again, gets a good clear of the ball, plays it into the center. Here comes Da Banana, not able to find the shot. Razzle again putting a shot on net, cleared away this time by Nuke. And already in the first 40 seconds of the match, we are seeing SSN under pressure by Balotelli Tubbies, looking to find shots, although none have met the net just yet, just a bit over, but the pressure's definitely with them. And finally, the goal comes with it. The pressure that they have shown at the start of this match has been incredible, and finally, it pays off.
It does pay off indeed. It's 1-0 in this game number 3, and by the way, it is a best of 7, so the game won't be ending just yet, even if Balotelli Tubbies do end up winning this. But this puts them in a very strong position and virtually on match point going into the next game. Should the score stay this way for the next 4 minutes and 3 seconds, it's Physics with an unsuccessful goal there, or attempt to score a goal. And unfortunately, it will be taken the other way. It's Nuke now, who looks very, very, very unsure on how to save this. Shiny not able to get a touch there, and To Die For whatever reason, just didn't seem fully committed on that one. Maybe no boost, and perhaps expecting a challenge from behind. I don't know. Either way, they've let go of a golden chance there, Balotelli Tubbies, and you almost feel that might come back to bite them in the arse if SSN can find a way forward here. And this is looking pretty dangerous indeed. It's a good ball in here from Nuke. A nice attempt. Going to get followed up. It will by Shiny with a great shot, forcing a good save out of Physics. And Snowy now following it up. The rotations off the ball here are absolutely superb in order to ensure the pressure is constantly going on, but they nearly concede at the other end. And who else other than Snowy to save the day with ice in his veins?
Yeah, 100%. Snowy's been the man for his team, especially throughout the series. I think his teammates here need to pick it up a little bit, but that is a great pass. Just no one at the back post, or Nuke's touchdown, whether it was a shot or a pass, would have been perfect. But now on the other side, a shot's going to come in. Snowy able to save the day yet again, then puts a very good redirect towards net, and nearly went in all by itself. Shiny couldn't get a touch, but it is saved by none other than To Die For on the other end, and now Banana is set off free, and a shot will go in, and finally, 2-0. Balotelli Tubbies are unstoppable at the moment.
Absolutely unstoppable. It's, well, Words cannot describe how well they're performing at the moment. Immediately able to punish the overcommit at the other end. 2 minutes and 32 seconds to go. It's hard to see SSN coming back in this game, although stranger things have happened in the past. Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. It's now Nuke going all the way up to challenge to die for. And, well, a dazzling touch there. Unfortunately, not able to end up in the opposition half. It's Physics now with a great touch. And this time, they will get the better of him. It's Nuke with a good shot, virtually uncontested, but he had to place that so well because Banana Cat was very close to saving that.
Yeah, and here could be the start of a comeback. Finally, we see a goal out of SSN. We haven't seen a goal out of SSN since the first game at the very end. So now they've got a bit of time, 2 minutes and 14 seconds to build themselves back into this game, although I do believe that Balotelli Tubbies will have something to say about that, as Razzle Dazzle already comes through, nearly gets the flick over the goalkeeper. And it will be put into a dangerous position if SSN cannot win this game, because it will mean they'll be 3 games down and there'll only be 1 more to go if they can't get themselves somewhat more motivation than this. But here comes Snowy, gets a flick into the centre. Nuke will come. Can he find the shot? No. And it's going to come all the way back. Shiny needs to be careful here. Gets a good touch off the backboard. Clears it up the side now. Just needs to take his time a little bit here. They've got a lot of time. They're gifted that respect. But again, as soon as they gained that respect, it was hit away from the players. And it'll be right back into the possession of you-know-who, Balotelli Tubbies.
Absolutely, and now it's to die for, giving chase, putting on that pressure, knowing that with this scoreline, 2-1 is a very dangerous scoreline in Rocket League, especially with just under 60 seconds or just over 60 seconds to go. It's a great ball across, and Snowy with a safe pair of hands to receive. Unfortunately, can't get a shot off because of the great defense from Balotelli Tubbies, and that one will be a goal for Physics.
I have no words. That came out of absolutely nowhere, but fair enough. It was actually put in by one of the SSN players. I don't know if you caught the name in the replay, but there you have it. No one back for SSN. They were pushing out for the equaliser, which you sort of have to do. Maybe not with just a minute to go. That's still a lot of time, but there you have it, 3-1. They still have a chance here, SSN. They just need to stop being sloppy in the defense. Their offense seems to be quite good, as we've seen. The placement of shots, although that one wasn't spectacular. I don't know. I don't really know what's happened to them since the last game. I know they are against obviously a tougher opponent here in Balotelli Tubbies, probably the toughest opponent they could have got in this lower bracket round anyway. It's quite surprising these two teams have ended up here, but it just seems like SSN haven't really woken up yet, and the sooner they wake up, the better for them, really. Otherwise, they could be seeing themselves bowing out of this series in a sweep.
Yeah, Shiny with the unfortunate touch into his own net there. And to your point, they're getting caught out on the counter quite a lot. It's the third man on the halfway line, not really able to position himself adequately enough to deal with anything there. And I mean, that one was just unfortunate, in particular, the last goal they conceded. But it's a theme we've seen throughout the entire series. This one is looking like a GG, and it's looking like it's going into a match point here for Balotelli Tubbies if they can close it out, which they will. That's a GG. And we go into game number 4. Now, that game, I think, was where we saw the biggest disparity between both teams, because that game, we saw Balotelli Tubbies be extremely ruthless at the other end. They had 7 shots versus the 5 of SSN. But more importantly, they had more goals, and they were just more clinical.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think it's been the case the whole series, if I'm being honest. I think the clinicality has came for Balotelli Tubbies. You know, SSN haven't really gone out and scored any amazing goals. I think that's the second goal of this series. So they need to really pick it up. They need to give themselves some inspiration now to come into this last game, because it is a very long way if they want to make themselves, top of this game. They've got 4 games to win in a row. Reverse sweep in a best of 7 is one of the hardest things to do. It's possible. We've seen it before in this lovely game of Rocket League, but have they got, have they got the means to do it? I'm not too sure. Balotelli Tubbies look comfortable. They look calm. They're not getting too cocky. They're not overcommitting. They are, as you said before, playing on the counter-attack. They're not even playing on a main attack. They're playing counters. They're fast. And their pace is actually something that's bringing them over every SSN player, pinching the ball down off the backboard, boom. And that's how they seem to score lots of their goals. They like to go to backboard. They like to pinch off the backboard. If SSN shoves somebody on the backboard, then, that could be the solution. But at the moment, we're just not seeing that defensive, calmness for SSN that we are with Balotelli Tubbies. So hopefully we can see that now, and we won't have a sweep performance.
Absolutely. Very good points. Well made. And as we go into game number 4, it's going to be interesting to see if they can't turn the tide. It's all on the shoulders of Snowy, Shiny, and Nuke to put on a good performance. And what a start! It's a great save, but oh my word, another one to follow it up. And it's Banana Cat, I believe, with the follow-up save. And how have SSN not gone 1-0 up here? It's absolutely insane. And oh God, what a save there as well. I can't believe it. What a start to game number 4.
Well, I'm speechless. That was absolutely incredible. I thought that second one was in for definite, the follow-up shot, but no. Out of the midst, Banana comes through and saves that one, takes it away from the net completely. That is exactly what you want to do when you need to carry out a sweep. The team who is 3 games down are always going to come out fiery. They're always going to come out banging. It is your job as the team that is leading to shut down their parade and to get some goals. But that was a brilliant shot from Snowy. Never mind shutting them down, because Snowy has made that impossible. The power he has shown in this shot, the placement, absolutely incredible, and very nearly saved by Razzle Dazzle, but just not quite. The shot was too good, and this is going to be a contest now, Triple.
Absolutely. 1-0 in the favor of SSN here, and this is interesting. We all want a reverse sweep. It's our deepest desire as Rocket League casters, but even with this one goal, it's hard to see how they can continue this, although they've started well, so I won't be too critical. It's Snowy with, oh, well, that's looking pretty dangerous. It's over the bar, of course, but a follow-up shot from Banana Cat, and it's in to make it 1-1, and that lead has evaporated so quickly.
I just don't really know what Nuke is doing there. Almost like he was dazed by the ball flying into his net. He didn't challenge, which left a very open net. And when you've got skill like To Die For, like Banana Cat, like Physics on a team, you cannot give open shots away. Physics there with a double tap does take 3 players. All 3 players are up here from Balotelli, so he's probably looking for this one more goal to get themselves into the lead, and then I think they'll chill out a bit, but they need to be careful. Nuke there going on an attack. Here comes To Die For, gets a good 50 there, flicks it into the middle, looks to go for it again with 0 boost, and that would have been a great pass, but I do believe a bump came out there in the middle, which would have saved the draw there for SSN, but it's going to come back on the net. Nuke tries to go there, Razzle Dazzle's going to push this one up the wall. Can he find a pass? Yes, he can. A shot's going to come with it, and oh, what a save from Snowy. The power on the shot nearly took Snowy out, but a great save, and we are still sat at 1-1.
Yeah, great save indeed, and Nuke looking to calmly just wait for the perfect opportunity to take this one away. Snowy puts on a bit of pressure. it's To Die For with the great shot that gets blocked there, and Banana Cat looking for the follow-up. Unfortunately, not able to get it there, but it's To Die For going up again. Physics looking for the follow-up, and Snowy again with those so important stops at the back with the looping shot, and what a save! What a fantastic save. I want to know who this person is. His mechanics are insane. Absolutely insane. It's Snowy flicking it over the one. It's Nuke now looking to get it off the backboard, and Shiny unable to get a good touch there. Very awkward, but Snowy still putting on the pressure here. This is exciting stuff. 2 minutes to go, and I cannot call this one because SSN are just piling on the pressure here.
Yeah, of course, but when they pile on the pressure, you need players like that to come and defend it. I mean, the 3 saves already coming out of this Balotelli Tubbies team, and 3 excellent saves. They have been really crucial to their game. And to answer your question about who Banana Cat is, based off the roster submitted on StartGG, I can only imagine that the last player left is D-Money. So that must be D-Money, and I tell you now, he's playing his heart out in this game especially, sitting top of the leaderboard, 2 saves, 2 shots and a goal. He is definitely being a brute force for his team at this point and making To Die For take a bow for him. But 1 minute and 26 seconds do remain. Razzle Dazzle looks to take this one away, gets it onto the back, but a bump's going to be in there. That was a very good bump from Snowy, but it is going to be taken away. 1-1 though. And this is very, very stepping on ice moments for SSN, because if they lose this, they are gone. They are out of the tournament. So they need to win this game, really. They can't lose this game, especially if they want to stay in the tournament. But it's going to be closer and closer, because here comes D-Money, plays it into the middle. No one's there. Nuke will shoot, but it's not going to be good enough, because here comes The die for plays it into Demon. He's going to take it forward himself. He's got a bit of boost left in his car to carry that one on, but eventually Snowy will reclaim possession and play it back towards net, but it's not going to be good enough again. It's just times like this, Triple, where you wonder why they play balls the way they do and play it right back to the opponent.
All right, so it seems as if that the player who's actually on the field is actually a sub, apparently. So, I'm very confused. The random man on the field has played very well, and he's got himself a goal. He's got himself a goal. It's 2-1, and we, might be concluding the series a lot earlier unless SSN can find a goal very quickly here. And with 20 seconds left to go, I just want to echo everything you said a few seconds ago. This has been a great series. It's been very close, especially this last game. But, oh man, it would be such a shame if it ended here. And with 18 seconds, it looks like that's going to be the case. Snowy going for a play, looking for one off the backboard. Unfortunately, unable to get it there. It's Nuke with the follow-up, and now Shiny. Nuke again, looking for a touch, and the desperation here from SSN to try get something, to try get a lifeline in the tournament that a lot of people thought they were going to make it all the way to the grand final, but it seems it's going to be cut short, and that is a GG. End of the road for SSN and for Bella Teletubbies. They continue on their journey through the losers bracket and potentially could show up tomorrow depending on how their next round goes. We're going to throw it back to the desk to reflect on what has just unfolded before our eyes.
Well. It is a sweep for Bally, oh my word, to die for's team. Take it in a sweep. And so that'll be the end for SSN, and it'll bring us to a close for tonight. So what a day. And I just wanted to call up the bracket because we have had a lot of Rocket League. You know, a double elimination bracket is always a long night, and a long day it has certainly been. And so great job, Triple M, great job, Ped. But Ped, a sweep, I don't know if that's a fair reflection of the quality of the two teams. I know Snowy will be furious, but I didn't see a sweep coming.
No, wow. You've got to give credit where credit's deserved, really. Bally Teletubbies, that last game in particular, the amount of saves that they put on the board, the amount of incredible saves they got as well, the shots that were coming in were top quality. It was just the fact that their defense was incredible. And the fact that that guy is a sub they have on the pitch, he was incredible. They've signed the Rocket League Cristiano Ronaldo for that series. He was absolutely amazing. He played his socks off. You've got to give him credit. He's amazing. And he was one of the biggest factors to win that game as well. 2 goals, I think maybe 3 saves and 3 shots. That is incredible for him and a very good performance. So, yes, maybe not a fair reflection on the side of SSN, but certainly a fair reflection if you're siding with Bally Teletubbies, because they definitely deserve that.
Yeah, they definitely seemed a more cogent team in terms of their contributions and how they played together, and the defense. I know To Die For is given a lot of credit for his mechanical prowess as an attacking player, but Snowy has often said that what is missed with To Die For is how good a defender is, and I think we saw some evidence of that in that series, Triple M.
Yeah, we did see evidence of that, and I think something that doesn't get highlighted enough. Obviously the mystery man from Ohio, Banana Cat, was also absolutely phenomenal, by the way. So it wasn't just, a case of To Die For carrying that team. It was genuinely a team effort. And, when you look at that entire performance from, I think, about game 1 to game 3, they dominated. Game 4 was very close and it was very nervy towards the end. But game 3, between game 3 and game 1, they dominated, and I think that's in part due to Die For's contributions, how calm he is in terms of rotating, and you could extend that compliment to Snowy because we saw both players at both ends doing so much for both teams. That it shows a fundamental understanding of Rocket League that a lot of players are lacking.
All right. Well, we're now at the very pointy end of the tournament. We have left the winners final, the upper bracket final tomorrow, and that'll then be followed by the Balotelli Tubbies versus the winner of 180 milliseconds too late and limited. And because this series went so quick, we're not sure what's happening in that other series. So we wait to see who wins that for the lower semi-final. And then there'll be the losers final and then the grand final, which will, of course, have a bracket reset, given it's a double elimination tournament. So that means we are in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 series tomorrow, if my maths are correct, and please don't quote me on that because I'm often wrong. But so that's going to bring us to the end, the inaugural AIPX Cup. And what I've thoroughly enjoyed about it, Ped, is that we've got to see not just the top players, the Snowies to die for. We saw Defunct, we saw Archeon, we saw all our RLCS players playing. But a lot of people, many of whom I've seen in lobbies, I've teamed up against or with them, seen them around, and now they get their time in a big tournament, a lot of them on stream maybe for the first time. So that has been a wonderful element of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if we go all the way back to earlier on today, we had one of those amazing games with one more own goal and terrible players. I mean, that is probably for me the series of the day, especially for me casting. That was two teams, and the underdog came back after in game 3, 55 seconds remaining, tie the game at 4-4, win the overtime, and then take the next game as well. So those are the sort of things that means Rocket League to me. When I think of Rocket League, when I come in here to see tournaments, that is a tournament to me. That is where teams are jumping up and down. You see me jumping up and down as well, and that's what gets the viewers excited. So those smaller players as well made this day a great success, I think, with the content, 100%.
All righty. Well, that brings us to a very long day of Rocket League. It's been going 4 or 5 hours here. So we'll be back tomorrow, of course, to bring you all the final action to crown the champion of the inaugural AIPX Cup. And again, massive shout out to AIPX for putting this on, and something to have between splits and that sort of dead time where it seems like not much is happening and everybody just is finding ways to grind. It's really, really important that we do that. So massive credit to them for doing it. And then, of course, to everyone, all the casters, the talent today, Triple M, Ped, Kedzie, Q, who have I missed? There've been a whole bunch of people today pitching in, and of course the producer Jay pushing all the buttons and sweating bullets. It's never massive fun while you're doing it, producing, but putting on a great show. Big up to them, and of course to Epidex with Apex coming up with ideas, seeing it through. And I know it's been a sweaty, hard day for him, so massive credit to them. We are going to be live tomorrow from 6 p.m. to bring you all the action. So from me, Greybeard, and the last of our talent here, Triple M and Ped, and everybody in the background, peace, we're out. See you tomorrow at 6.